everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Players descend. Good thing I have a traversal simulator. Chapter 1 to 50. The apocalypse game. Zhou Ning was feeling rather dejected. As a staunch atheist, he had never imagined that he'd become a professional transmigrator. And yet, in just over 2 years, he had somehow transmigrated twice. The first time was over 2 years ago. After a typical night of drinking, he woke up to find himself on Blue Star, a world similar to Earth in some ways, but where the entertainment industry was incredibly underdeveloped while the gaming industry was flourishing. In this world, there were no Naruto, One Piece, or Bleach, no Jin Young, no Harry Potter, no Marvel. Everything was completely different from his previous life. It should have been the perfect setup for a plagiarist to dominate the world, but unfortunately, a highly advanced and dirt-cheap neural interface device and a virtual reality game called Apocalypse quickly made him forget all about that original plan. Initially, he'd only entered the game out of curiosity to experience some otherworldly tech. But soon, he became addicted. Despite joining late, his superior gaming talent allowed him to catch up quickly. He began to stand out and even formed a powerful guild that became a major force among the players. But good times didn't last. One second, he was rallying a large group of players to tackle the level 70 dungeon, the hero difficulty, Jason at Haunted Manor. While waiting for teammates, he absent-mindedly launched a freshly downloaded minigame on his neural interface to kill time. The next second, a beam of light swallowed him whole and he found himself here. Rotted window frames, a dim and gloomy atmosphere, shadowy figures, flickering candlelight. The visibility was less than half a meter, yet he could still make out that he was in a dilapidated room. Cold sweat ran down Zhou Ning's back. His hands were tied behind him, bound tightly with rope, and he couldn't break free. Nearby, he could hear quiet sobbing. There seemed to be a lot of people around. Seeing this scene straight out of a horror film, Zhou Ning couldn't help but panic. He scooted closer to the candlelight, hoping to find a sliver of comfort, only to be startled by a twisted, pudgy face right next to him. Upon closer inspection, it was a chubby boy whose face was covered in tears and snot, muttering as he cried, "It's over, it's really over this time. I don't want to die. I want to go home." The kid's muttering had a voice that pierced the gloom. And with only those 2 lines on repeat like a broken record, even someone as composed as Zhou Ning couldn't help but roll his eyes. 2 minutes later, a door creaked open in the distance, letting in a shaft of light. 3 men entered, each wearing a hood and draped in black robes. Zhou Ning felt the chubby kid next to him flinch violently and instantly go silent, reducing his sobs to stifled sniffles. By the light coming through the doorway, Zhou Ning saw the black flame emblem on the left chest of the robed figures and froze slightly. That insignia. It looks like the Curse God cult. The lead figure pointed coldly at a young man not far off. "Come here." "No, I don't want to die, help me." The boy wailed in despair. But before he could struggle, the other 2 robed men dragged him off, his scream trailing behind. The door slammed shut, sealing away both the light and his cries for help. Zhou Ning shivered. There was no doubt now those 3 robed men were cultists from the Curse God cult in Apocalypse. This cult preached that the apocalypse was near, spread plagues everywhere, and were fanatically obsessed with using live sacrifices in bizarre rituals to summon dark gods, though most of these attempts ended in failure. Which meant he'd somehow transmigrated into the game. And unfortunately, he was now one of the sacrifices. No wonder everything looked so familiar. Was this the very place he was about to raid just minutes ago? This was Jason at Haunted Manor. The very first trailer for Apocalypse had used this dungeon as its backdrop. In normal mode, Jason at Haunted Manor had a simple plot. Several cultists from the Curse God cult capture a group of live humans and bring them to the manor, where they're holed up, attempting to use incantations from the Book of Ethan Weir to appease a dark god. The player's goal is to stop the ritual. As a beginner-level dungeon, its difficulty wasn't high. Most cultists were just regular humans, with only the priest Niam possessing supernatural powers. But now there was a problem. That was a game. In reality, no one was coming to the rescue. So what the hell was he supposed to do now? This is insane. Zhou Ning could only look up and sigh. As mentioned, Apocalypse was a global sensation in the full-dive VR gaming world. When Zhou Ning first transmigrated, the game had already dominated the top spot for 3 consecutive years. The game incorporated countless elements from fantasy games and novels. It was simulated and evolved by a next-gen superneural computer, completely beyond human interference. What's more, the settings, characters, and storylines were frighteningly realistic, practically a world of its own. According to the game's lore, the world resembled 19th-century Europe in aesthetic. Like the real world, it had developed firearms and steam engines alongside a dazzling, supernatural civilization. From the dungeon background, he deduced that this must be the early phase of the game. Supernatural beings were rare, and the curse god cult had yet to surface in public. Most cultists were still playing clown roles, wandering around with handwritten copies of the Book of Ethan Weir, trying to conduct sacrificial rituals. But for 2 years straight, none had succeeded. Yet now, this so-called joke of a cult posed a deadly threat to him. Worse still, based on the dungeon's storyline, if no one stopped them, this time the ritual would actually succeed. Just then, a line of text flashed before Zhou Ning's eyes: sacrifice deceased. Current progress, 26/36. That's a dungeon prompt. Zhou Ning was alarmed. It looked like the ritual was nearly complete, and time was running out. Open character panel. He commanded mentally. To his relief, a familiar game interface popped up before him. Name: Zhou Ning/Wayne Sturwell. Race: Human. Template: NPC beta test. Countdown: 48 days, 3 hours, 42 minutes. Class: Teaching Assistant 1/10. Natural Force Affinity: 0. Arcane Affinity: 0. Talent: Hidden Attributes: Strength: 7. Agility: 8. Constitution: 8. Willpower: 8. Charisma: 98 Health: 80 Willpower Points: 7/8 Life Skills: Basic Alchemy. General Skills: None. Personal Traits/Specialty: Dexterous Hands: Your hands are exceptionally nimble, suitable for precision tasks. Encyclopedic Memory: Your knowledge far surpasses most. +1 Spirit. Extreme Calmness: You remain composed at all times. +10% Learning Speed. Clan Motto: None. Influence: None. Legend Points: 0. A completely untalented nobody with no redeeming features besides a stunning face. Having a character panel was reassuring, but those stats were just sad. In Apocalypse, Natural Force Affinity was a prerequisite for becoming a warrior. A score of 0 said it all. 0 Arcane Affinity meant he was out of luck as a mage, too. As for attributes, 10 was considered average for a commoner. His strength, agility, and constitution were all subpar. A spirit stat of 9 was barely above average. The in-game note about having no cultivation potential wasn't an exaggeration. And that sky-high charisma. That had to be a mistake. He must have accidentally dumped all his starting points into charisma. In Apocalypse, 100 was the cap. Anything over 70 was considered highly attractive, and 90 plus was supermodel tier. With a starting charisma of 98, he was practically a 1 in a million Adonis. But so what? Looking good didn't help you survive. In this world, strength was everything. Otherwise, you'd just end up as someone's plaything with no time to even scream. Also, judging by the NPC status, he probably wouldn't get the multiple resurrection chances that players had. If he died, he might actually be dead for real. What a joke. Apocalypse had been live for 3 years, and no one had ever disappeared from playing it. Why was he the unlucky one? What's this? Zhou Ning suddenly noticed an option labeled Traversal Simulator in the bottom right corner of his attributes panel. Wasn't this the mini-game he'd just been about to try before getting ice-guyed? Could it be that this little game was his Sword Art Online moment? He tried tapping it mentally and a flurry of prompts appeared in front of him. Welcome to the Traversal Simulator. Downloading game resources. Load complete. Traversal Simulator is launching. Also known as 10,000 Lives of Me. Enjoy your experience. You currently have 2 Traversal coins. You'll receive 1 coin as a daily welfare drop at midnight. Additional coins can be purchased. Dying in the simulator won't kill you in real life, it may just be a life from a parallel universe. Complete special achievements or influence the world to earn rewards. The simulator protects your mental health, but remember, gaming in moderation is good for the brain, addiction is not. Looks shady as hell, Zhou Ning muttered, reading every line carefully before turning his attention to the interface. As a seasoned gamer, his verdict was, this UI is way too minimalist. Chapter 2, First Traversal Simulation 1257 words Chapter 2, First Traversal Simulation within view. There were only 3 lonely options, shop, map and achievements. Both shop and achievements were currently empty. Upon clicking into the map interface, only 1 map was available. Miss Lost London, Traversal cost, 1 Traversal coin. With just 2 Traversal coins in hand, and no other choice anyway, he spent 1 coin to enter and see what was inside. As he focused his attention on Miss Lost London, several new messages popped up in his field of vision, preparing for traversal. Matching you with a parallel universe version of yourself. Please choose 3 of the following 10 talents to use as matching criteria. Uneven legs white, your legs are different lengths. Narcissist blue, you're handsome but extremely self-absorbed. Doctor of Electrical Engineering purple, you're considered an authority in the field of electrical engineering. Healthy diet white, your diet is strictly vegetarian. You never touch meat. Minor luck boost green, your luck is slightly improved. Zidane purple, you have ball skills as phenomenal as Zidane's, but your hairstyle is identical to his at 35. Literary talent blue, you're highly gifted in literature. Fair-minded blue, you're extremely fair in your dealings. Trendy green, you have great fashion sense. Futanari purple, your reproductive system is a little different from most. Choose your talents carefully. Rerolling the list costs 1 traversal coin each time. Zhou Ning. This game seems kind of dumb. What the hell is uneven legs? And what the hell is futanari? Honestly, there wasn't much to choose from. The best options were clearly 3, 5, and 7. You have selected talents 3, 5, and 7. Match successful. The parallel world version of you is a PhD in electrical engineering with strong literary talent and excellent luck, frequently winning free drinks from bottle caps. When you die in the simulation, the game ends. Boarding time machine. Traversal complete. A few seconds later, still waiting to traverse, Zhou Ning was stunned. He had expected to be launched away with a bayou sound and temporarily escape his predicament, but turns out, he was still in the same dark, gloomy room. Only now, blue text started scrolling in front of his eyes. He'd been duped. This damn thing was a text-based game. You have traversed to London in the year 1894. From this moment on, the wheel of history begins to turn. December 18, 1894. As a PhD in electrical engineering, you are full of ambition and dream of inventing a generator, only to discover that generators already exist. Your professional knowledge tells you the first generator was invented by a Frenchman named Pixii in 1832. You've indeed arrived in the latter half of the 19th century. Oh, and you haven't eaten today. But that's fine, researchers are used to skipping meals. You can handle it. December 19, 1894. You finally confirm the exact date. Still brimming with ambition, you aim to beat Tesla to the invention of the two-phase AC generator. But you find yourself with no partner, no tools, no lab, and no one willing to fund you. Still haven't eaten. You tell yourself you can handle it. Who are you kidding? December 20, 1894. Starving and dizzy, you decide to get any job you can just to survive. But your English is lacking. You can read but not speak. You begin to regret not studying English properly. Traversing worlds isn't as easy as it sounds. December 21st, 1894. Your clothes are stolen by a homeless man, and you're badly beaten. You wander outside a bakery for a long time, starving. Luckily, a kind man across the street observes you for a while. He buys you some bread. You are so moved, you cry. December 22nd, 1894. Another failed day of job hunting. However, your English has improved somewhat. You can now understand part of what's said, and can respond with basic phrases. You've acquired the skill, basic English proficiency. December 23rd, 1894. Too weak to walk, you reach out your trembling hands for bread displayed outside a bakery. You're caught and beaten severely, several ribs are broken. You've acquired the trait, basic endurance. You've also acquired the skill, basic pickpocketing. December 24th, 1894. On Christmas Eve, snow falls. The smell of roast turkey wafts from store windows. The atmosphere is warm and festive. You lie quietly in the snow, freezing to death on the streets of London. 2 days later, the same kind man from before pays for your burial. You have acquired the achievement, Orphan of the Mist. Evaluation: from traversal to death, you lasted 7 days. Mediocre doesn't even begin to describe your incompetence. But it's worth noting that the man who gave you bread and paid for your burial was named George Bernard Shaw. Inspired by your tragic life, he wrote the novel Cry of the Wanderer in 1895. Your sorrowful character shocked all of Europe, catapulting Shaw to fame, and earning him the first Nobel Prize in Literature in 1895. His work also sparked public criticism of Britain's welfare system. In a way, that literary titan rose to fame by feasting on your misery. Evaluation grade, F, World Exploration, 0. However, due to your deep influence on world literary history, you receive 1 traversal coin and 500 experience points. That's it. Staring at the short, dull and miserable life he had just lived, Zhou Ning's expression shifted from confusion, to disbelief, to sheer shock. He wanted to curse, but didn't know where to start. In the end, he could only sigh deeply. It was absurd, and he hated to admit it, but if he were the one who actually crossed over, it probably wouldn't have gone much better. Way to disgrace the traversal community, bro. Simulation complete. Please make your choice. Option 1, randomly obtain 3 skills or traits acquired during the simulation. Option 2, randomly receive 3 items acquired during the simulation. As soon as these options appeared, Zhou Ning chose the first without hesitation. You have obtained the skill, basic pickpocketing. You have obtained the trait, basic endurance. You have obtained the skill, basic English. Because you now know 2 or more foreign languages, a new subprofession has been unlocked, linguist. Moments later, Zhou Ning felt some fundamental knowledge of English and pickpocketing appear in his mind. His skill panel now showed a new trait as well. Basic endurance, stamina growth factor +0. 13, willpower +1. Negative status effects such as hunger, thirst, and cold affect you slightly less. In Apocalypse, strength determines physical attack and physical attack limit. All melee damage classes require high strength. Agility determines movement speed, attack speed, and evasion, and also slightly boosts ranged attack power. It's a must for ranged physical DPS. Stamina increases max HP. Every 1 point adds 10 base HP and 12 stamina. Some traits and skills can alter this growth factor and slightly boost defense. Willpower determines resistance to abnormal status effects and max willpower. Higher willpower increases resistance and improves learning speed. Spirit basically corresponds to casting talent and mana regen. It determines the strength and sustainability of magic attack score for magic-based classes. If this stat is low, playing a magic class is nearly impossible. Charisma affects initial favorability with characters and factions, and gives discounts in NPC transactions. Looking at the new skills and traits on his panel, Zhou Ning came to a conclusion. The 2 games had indeed merged. Anything gained in the Traversal simulator could be carried over into reality. Chapter 3, An Ordinary Life 1805 words Chapter 3, An Ordinary Life. This was pretty impressive. Last time he only survived 7 short days after the time travel, yet came away with 2 skills and 1 specialty. If he lived longer this time, wouldn't he just take off? Basic endurance was a rare specialty that increased his stamina stat. Basic English proficiency was useless in the game, but it gave him the linguist subclass, which made things run more smoothly during simulations. As for basic pickpocketing, combined with his dexterous hands specialty, if he spent some time on it, he might be able to untie the ropes behind him. Just then, the door opened again. 3 cultists from the Curse God cult entered, roughly dragged a young man off the ground, and hauled him out. Even Zhou Ning couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. That young man had been just a few spots ahead of the chubby kid. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it was their turn. Soon after, a line of text flashed before his eyes: "Sacrifice has died. Current progress, 27/36. According to the dungeon settings, this group of inhuman cultists would sacrifice 36 people in a short period of time. No exceptions, everyone here was doomed. The chubby kid trembled with fear and scooted closer to Zhou Ning. In a quivering voice he asked, "Hey, do you think we're gonna die?" Zhou Ning completely understood his desire for reassurance, but he never lied. Besides, wasn't he just a scared little baby himself? After a brief silence, honest Zhou Ning gave an honest answer: "Yeah. Most likely, and probably in a pretty miserable way too." The chubby kid. If there were a negative emotion system, a +1000 prompt would have popped up above the kid's head by now. He'd been hoping for comfort, but what he got instead was the exact opposite. The chubby kid finally broke down, wailing uncontrollably. He was only 16 or 17, probably had some training, and his lung capacity was maxed out. His crying was loud and piercing, practically operatic. Though the room had already been filled with sobbing, his voice instantly drowned out the rest. "I'm still young. I haven't lived enough. I don't want to die, I really don't." He sobbed miserably, his whole body trembling, his fat shaking along with it. "Don't cry. Everyone dies eventually. Sooner or later, it's all the same. And besides, look at all the company you've got." Even Zhou Ning was shaken by the kid's howling and tried to console him. But instead of calming down, the chubby kid cried even harder. "I don't want to die. My dad's a duke. I'll be a duke one day too. I'm already engaged to Count Harold's daughter Weiri, getting married in a couple of years. Is there anyone who can save me? I want to get married." Zhou Ning's expression turned strange. This chubby, round-faced kid was actually the heir to a duke. And he was already engaged. Zhou Ning had lived 2 lifetimes and still hadn't gotten married. The contrast in their lives hit him hard. If he remembered correctly, the kingdom of Bryston had only 2 dukes. And the one whose heir had just died at the beginning. A system notification suddenly popped up. "You've triggered D-rank quest, the West family's gratitude. Accept/decline." Zhou Ning immediately understood his guess had been correct. It was the West family. No need to hesitate, accept. Quest tip: as one of the noble banners of the Bryston Kingdom, the West family has one and only one legitimate heir, Alan West. He is of immense importance to the family. Try to save him from danger, and you'll earn the friendship and gratitude of the West family. Of course, the choice is yours. Refusing to help won't bring you any consequences. No one will blame another victim. As expected, it was the West family. Zhou Ning's eyes sparkled. According to the game settings, this world not only had the standard warrior mage healer trinity like most other games, but also 2 unique professional systems, meteorologists and family creed knights. The West family represented the family creed knight path. Families of family creed knights typically held prestigious positions, and had genealogies so long they could be turned into books, along with a sacred family creed they were bound to uphold. By adhering to this creed, they could obtain all sorts of mysterious powers. However, when family creed knights were first introduced into the game, around 10 years ago, their strength wasn't focused on combat. Zhou Ning had once read a story in the game's great library about this. Roughly 70 or 80 years ago, there was a prominent family in the kingdom of Fauric known as the Bradenreiser family. Their creed was, fair trade, no compromises, never take a loss. Despite their nitpicking nature, their honesty and fairness quickly made them the largest mercantile family in Fauric, amassing an enormous fortune. But when the kingdom of Bryston captured Fauric's capital, that fortune became a disaster. King Charles V of Bryston demanded the Bradenreiser patriarch hand over the money. But due to the family creed, they absolutely couldn't take a loss. Fine, take our lives. To force them, the king had the family patriarch's bones broken one by one. Just before dying, the men awakened the power of their creed and cast a curse: whoever takes the Bradenreiser family's gold shall suffer eternal punishment. Though the patriarch died, the rest of the family wasn't as steadfast. Eventually, Charles V got the money, but the curse proved true. Everyone who touched the fortune met with misfortune, and Charles V himself died after falling from a horse during a hunting trip. Today, the Bradenreiser estate is a tourist attraction, with gold piled high inside. But no one dares to steal even a single coin. That's the power of the Bradenreiser family's creed: fair trade, no compromises, never take a loss. By honoring their creed, they gained immense wealth. Those who forced them to break it always paid a terrible price. Zhou Ning didn't yet know what the West family's creed was, nor what level the world's supernatural powers had reached this early in the game. But one thing was certain: saving Chubby Allen would bring massive rewards. But for now, Zhou Ning had to make sure he could escape first. Previously, he had spent one traversal coin, but completing the last simulation had refunded one. Now with a balance of 2, Zhou Ning chose to simulate again. Traversal preparation. Traversal coin -1 parallel self-matched. Would you like to spend another traversal coin to reroll talents? Zhou Ning chose no without hesitation. With only one coin left, he had to use it wisely. Default talents selected: Talent 3, Talent 5, Talent 7. In this timeline, you are an electrical engineering PhD, with high literary talent, and great luck. You often win free drinks from bottle caps. Current world exploration, 0. Unlock next simulation map at 66. If you die in the simulation, the game ends. Time machine engaged. Simulation complete. You've arrived in London, 1894. From this moment, the wheels of history begin to turn. December 17, 1894. As an electrical engineering PhD, you know basic English, making communication easier. You wander around looking for partners to build a 2-phase AC generator. No one pays you any attention, they think you're crazy. But that's okay. Geniuses are always lonely. December 18th, no food yesterday. No food today either. But poverty can't defeat a giant, though hunger might. You end up washing dishes at a restaurant. December 19th to 20th, still washing dishes. Today you broke 3 plates and had to pay 40 pence, so it's like the dishes washed you instead. Happiness -1 December 22nd to 25th, still washing dishes. On Christmas Day, you meet a man named George Bernard Shaw. You could have had a lot in common, but the conversation falls apart due to communication issues. You realize you can't keep wasting time like this. January 1st, 1895, your first New Year in London. To celebrate, you take a job at a textile factory. January 2nd, it's been a while since you heard the roar of machines. You don't mind this life, though the air quality sucks. Happiness +1, health -1 February 5th, lucky day. A 10-shilling lottery ticket wins you a £1,000 second prize. June 7th, your good looks and demeanor attract a blonde girl, Alina, the boss's daughter. Lovely name. June 10th, you fall in love. Happiness +1 July 17th, her father strongly objects. You want to shout, the river flows east for 30 years, west for 30 more, don't bully the poor youth. But before you can, you're fired. July 18th, angry, you start working on the two-phase AC generator. Once again, don't bully the poor youth. February 15th, 1896, you didn't need 30 years, you already broke again. March 7th, you find work at a machine shop. Not long after, you're promoted to assistant engineer. April 5th, you fall in love again, this time with a beautiful factory girl named Maggie. That same year, Tesla invents the two-phase AC generator. Happiness +1, -2 late 1896, you get married. Life is simple but happy. Early 1897, after 2 years of immersion and marriage, your English improves rapidly. Now you can read, write, and speak fluently. Skill gained, advanced English proficiency mid-1897, you get promoted, now a full engineer. Wealth +1, happiness +1 end of 1897, your stellar performance gets you recruited by John Rigby and Company, a firearms company. 1898, with strong English skills, you begin submitting articles to newspapers. Some are well received, and you become a part-time columnist for the Times. 1900, though not very talented, your work leads you to master gun construction and shooting skills. Specialty gained, firearm knowledge. Skill gained, basic marksmanship proficiency. 1899, your first son is born. Happiness +1 1901, your first daughter is born. Happiness +1 1923, your son gets engaged, and your daughter marries a decent gentleman. Happiness +1. 1925, you now have 2 grandsons and a granddaughter. Happiness +1 1935, you start feeling old. Everything is harder now. 1939, Germany invades Poland. World War II begins. Your wife Maggie passes away. Alone at home, you feel a vast emptiness. Looking back on over 40 years together, you wonder, if you could do it all again, what would you choose? Happiness -4. Achievement unlocked, sense and sensibility. September 1940, Germany bombed London. Your home was unfortunately destroyed in the air raid. As an ordinary man, you died in the bombing. Happiness, -1 health, -3 a mediocre life, neither impoverished nor joyful. Achievement unlocked, an ordinary life. World exploration, 29. Since your exploration exceeded 20%, you've received 1 traversal coin as a reward. You'll receive 1 additional coin for every further 20% explored. Chapter 4, The Literary Mastermind 1703 words. Chapter 4, The Literary Mastermind. Simulation ended. Host, please make a selection promptly. Option 1, randomly acquire 3 skills and proficiencies you obtained during your previous traversal. Option 2, randomly draw 3 items you obtained during your previous traversal. Zhou Ning. It took him a while to come back to his senses. The traversal had felt so real that just reading about it left him with a sense of melancholy. Reason and emotion. If given the chance to relive his life, would he still choose Maggie, his wife of 40 years, or Alina, his beautiful first love? He didn't know. Truly didn't know. Both were part of him. Maybe he'd choose the prettier one with the bigger chest. Despite the sadness in his heart, he chose his reward faster than anyone else, opting for the first option without hesitation. Even though he had spent a long time in the simulation as a firearms engineer, and could possibly obtain a pistol with the second option, that was merely a possibility. In his current situation, gambling on the unknown would be foolish. The first option, with its guaranteed results, was clearly the safer bet. At the very least, all 3 skills would be ones he urgently needed. You chose option 1. You have gained the proficiency, firearms knowledge. You have gained the skill, basic marksmanship mastery. You have gained the skill, advanced English proficiency. Since you now possess more than one professional level language skill, your linguist level has increased. You have gained the skill, body language. Body language enables communication via gestures when verbal language fails. Success rate, 50%. Stamina cost, 5. The linguist level up also gave him 1 random attribute point and 1 free attribute point. The random point was assigned to agility, increasing it from 8 to 9. After a moment of thought, Zhou Ning placed the free point into agility as well, bringing it to a clean 10, exactly the average human level. It felt pretty good. He wondered, was there a way to influence the simulation process? Now that he had the marksmanship skill, if he could just get his hands on a gun, his chances of escaping would be much higher. Suddenly, the door was flung open. Zhou Ning's hair stood on end. His body tensed into high alert. 3 cultists of the cursed god entered the room. In the real world, the sacrificial process was progressing several times faster than in the game. In just half an hour, multiple rounds of sacrifice had already taken place. The progress bar now read 30/36. At the current pace, 2 people per round, Zhou Ning couldn't even guarantee that he wouldn't be chosen this time. The chubby kid beside him was visibly shaken, his face pale as a sheet. Zhou Ning could hear his thunderous heartbeat from where he sat. Luckily, the dread didn't last too long. The 3 cultists quickly took away 2 other people. Amid hysterical sobbing, the door slammed shut once more. Zhou Ning. Sometimes, it was this kind of suspense that was the worst, like something straight out of a Hitchcock horror film. What kind of sick joke was this? What was that smell? Zhou Ning frowned, taking a deep breath. A faint, foul sulphurous stench lingered in the air. Do you smell something? The chubby boy, Alan, seemed to have noticed it too. His voice trembled as he spoke. Sulphur, Zhou Ning replied with a grave expression. According to legend, evil gods lived in the underworld, where rivers of lava flowed and sulphurous mountains glowed yellow. Their arrival was always heralded by a strong scent of sulphur. In the game's storyline, whenever a clumsy player failed to complete the mission and the cultists successfully completed the ritual, the cutscene would show a silhouette of an evil god, something that looked like a giant spider. Absolutely chilling. That's why Zhou Ning had said the summoning had, in fact, succeeded. Alan, being from a noble family, was naturally familiar with this legend. He took a deep breath, then burst into tears. I don't wanna die. Isn't there anyone who can save me? I'll give anything, sob 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 sob. His wailing was absolutely lethal, not only contagious, but also delivered with a kind of operatic flair. It made your scalp crawl. Zhou Ning felt like his skull was about to be shaken loose by the onslaught of sobs beside him. Zhou Ning. Are you the reincarnation of a steam locomotive or what? Sacrifice completed. Progress, 32/36. A wave of wild cheers erupted from outside. Clearly, the ritual was advancing successfully. Zhou Ning couldn't wait any longer. He opened the simulator and chose to traverse once again. Traversal preparation initiated. 1 traversal coin deducted. Matching with a parallel version of you. You have auto-selected talents 3, 5, and 7. In this parallel world, you are a doctor of electrical engineering with exceptional literary talent and unusually good luck. You even often win free drinks from vending machines. You're fair-minded and well-liked by all. Current world exploration progress, 29. When exploration reaches 66.7%, the next simulation map will be unlocked. If you die during the simulation, the game ends. Boarding time machine. Traversal complete. You've arrived in London, 1894. From this moment on, the wheels of history begin to turn. A familiar line. The wheels of history began to turn, yet again. December 17, 1894, as a doctor of electrical engineering with advanced English proficiency, you had no trouble communicating with locals. You didn't do anything ambitious right away, just started washing dishes at a restaurant. December 19, 1894 Dishwashing. December 20, 1894 Still dishwashing. If dishwashing had a professional ranking system, you'd be a dishwashing master by now, even able to wash 3 to 4 plates simultaneously. Happiness -1 December 22, 1894 More dishwashing. After a week, you've saved up a modest sum. December 22 to 25 Dishwashing. On Christmas Day, a man named George Bernard Shaw came to dine at the restaurant. Thanks to your English proficiency, your conversation flowed smoothly. With your mutual love for literature, you hit it off immediately and soon became good friends. December 27, 1894, your friendship with Shaw progressed quickly. With his support, you quit the dishwashing job and rented a cheap apartment. January 1895, you officially began your writing career. Your literary talent shone through in your first short story, Letter from an Unknown Woman, which was published in the Times thanks to Shaw's introduction. He called it an astonishing masterpiece. January 10, 1895, the story brought you considerable fame. Soon after, your second story, The Metamorphosis, was published. Your reputation quickly spread in London. Wealth +2, Happiness +1 February-May 1895, you published 6 classic short stories, including The Chameleon and The Gift of the Magi. Your fame and fortune soared, and you were hailed as one of the finest short story writers of the late 19th century. May-September 1895, you began work on the novel The Magic Mountain. Upon publication, it caused a sensation in Britain. When the novel was completed, its impact spread worldwide. Happiness +1 November 1895, with The Magic Mountain completed, a prominent critic called it the essence of European life. Happiness +1 December 1895, having accumulated sufficient funds, you stayed true to your roots and assembled a team to research two-phase AC generators. January 1896, with plenty of money and manpower, what could stop you? You successfully developed the two-phase AC generator. Your invention began to spread nationwide, bringing huge profits. February 1896, people began comparing you to Leonardo da Vinci. Your novel The Magic Mountain was nominated for a Nobel Prize in Literature. Your good looks, talent, and fairness made you extremely popular. You entered high society and began attending banquets. At one such event, Shaw introduced you to a young Italian noble. You drank too much and forgot his name, but it didn't matter. You thought forgetting a minor noble's name wasn't a big deal. Achievement unlocked, Pride and Prejudice March 1896, at another banquet, you encountered Alina again. You fell in love all over again. Happiness +1. October 1896, due to insufficient credentials, you didn't win the Nobel Prize. Happiness -2 April 1897, you married Alina, in a grand ceremony. Her relatives from Liverpool attended, including a tall, handsome childhood friend named Jonathan. As expected, childhood friends are no match for destined lovers. May 1897, your second novel 100 Years of Solitude began serialization. A true masterpiece, it brought you even greater fame and fortune. August 1897, a killer named Jack the Ripper reappeared in London. Several prostitutes were found murdered, one incident occurring near your home. To protect yourself, you began collecting expensive firearms and knives. You selected the best ones, loaded them fully, and carried one gun with you while locking the rest away. The knives were also polished and locked up. October 5, 1897, your novel 100 Years of Solitude was nominated for another Nobel Prize. But before the winner was announced, while drinking at a tavern with Shaw, you were attacked by a strange man. You fired 7 or 8 shots at him, but they had no effect. He ultimately overpowered you and drained your blood. Achievement unlocked, interview with the vampire simulation ended. Summary, happiness, 7, health, 0, wealth, 6, this should have been a life of glory with a beautiful wife, a successful career, and financial prosperity. But a sudden twist of fate revealed the world's hidden truth. Worth noting, after your death perhaps to honor the deceased, or maybe because your books were just that good you were posthumously awarded the third Nobel Prize in Literature. Many consider you the greatest writer of the late 19th century. A pity your life was cut short. Rating, C+ World Exploration Progress, 49. 2% You've earned 1 Traversal coin for surpassing 40% exploration. Earn another coin every additional 20%. Due to your immense influence on global literary history, you've been awarded an additional Traversal coin. Zhou Ning. What the hell just happened to 19th century Britain? Chapter 5, The Sacrifice 1541 words Chapter 5, The Sacrifice The sudden appearance of a vampire completely threw Zhou Ning off. If words could float above his head, they'd all be question marks right now. Half a second ago, he was living the high life, looking like he was about to take off, and the next moment, he was getting his blood sucked by a vampire. Just like that. Hold on, late 19th century, London, vampires. Zhou Ning's expression turned a bit strange as he speculated, could he have transmigrated into the world of Underworld or Bram Stoker's Dracula? Highly likely. Simulation complete. Please make your selection promptly. Option 1. Randomly receive 3 skills or proficiencies obtained during your transmigration. Option 2. Randomly receive 3 items acquired during your transmigration. Honestly, it wasn't much of a choice. Although he had acquired an advanced writing proficiency during the simulation, his current priority was survival. Writing skills were completely useless in his current predicament. What was he going to do, summon a pen to kill people like in Scholar's Path to Sagehood? That would be dreaming. Items, on the other hand, could reliably include a gun and a knife. Wait, if I draw items, where will they be stored? A deadly question suddenly occurred to Zhou Ning. His hands were currently tied behind his back. If the items appeared on his person, or just dropped to the ground, he'd be screwed. He didn't expect the simulator to respond, but surprisingly, this dumb thing actually answered. Upon receiving the items, they will be stored in your inventory and can be accessed at any time. Where's the inventory? How do I take things out of it? This time, the simulator didn't answer directly. Instead, a white glove appeared on the interface, with an arrow pointing to the right of the Achievements tab. Zhou Ning. Only then did he notice a red dot on the Achievements tab. To its right, there was a small, unobtrusive triangle pointing right. When he tapped it, the interface flipped to a second page, revealing 2 new tabs, Inventory and Quests. There were 2 more grayed-out tabs obviously not yet unlocked. Holy crap, what genius designed this UI? Naturally, he chose the second option. You have chosen option 2. You have received a rare item, ivory-handled Colt M1873 revolver. You have received a rare weapon, Swedish Sjogren semi-automatic shotgun. Only 2 items. No third one. Zhou Ning was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized in Apocalypse, item rarity was ranked as follows: Poor Gray, Common White, Uncommon Green, Rare Blue, Exotic Purple, Epic Pink, Legendary Orange, Divine Artifact Red. It seemed that the system only recognized items that were at least rare or above. Anything lower wasn't considered worth counting. No wonder the version of him in the simulation went out of his way to collect expensive guns and knives. Turns out the knives weren't rare enough to qualify. A bit of a shame. But at least now he could confirm one thing: he could influence the outcome of the simulations to a certain extent. He opened the inventory to take a look. Sure enough, the 2 weapons were in there: a revolver with an ivory handle, and a shotgun that looked absolutely badass. As he focused on the 2 weapons, details popped up. Ivory-handled Colt M1873 revolver, God created men, but Colt made them equal. Swedish Sjogren semi-automatic shotgun, 12 gauge, a hivemaker, a true killing machine. Only after seeing these 2 weapons did Zhou Ning feel a bit more at ease. There wasn't enough time left to run another simulation, but while he hadn't gained any supernatural powers, having firearms gave him a real shot at fighting back. The moment for retaliation had finally arrived. His plan was to use his basic pickpocketing skill in combination with his dexterous hands proficiency to free his wrists, then untie the others. With 4 people working together, they could ambush the cultists from the Curse God cult like a 4-player co-op dungeon raid. It wouldn't be easy, but not impossible either. But while that sounded good in theory, reality was another story. He got stuck on the very first step. Ever since acquiring the pickpocketing skill, Zhou Ning had been trying to undo the ropes, but not only had he failed, they even seemed to be getting tighter. What the hell? So much for dexterous hands. Might as well be feet. Zhou Ning took a deep breath, continuing his struggle while checking his status panel. On the Achievements tab, a red dot was blinking. Any gamer would recognize that meant something could be claimed. He quickly opened it, only to discover that he'd somehow completed a whole set of achievements without even realizing it. Achievements: Orphan of the Mist no attribute bonus, Sense and Sensibility no attribute bonus. An Ordinary Life no attribute bonus, Pride and Prejudice no attribute bonus. Achievement set: Literary Quartet Part 1 completed. You have gained 1 skill point. A hidden quest has been unlocked. Hidden quest available: Literary Life yes/no. Once selected, the Literary Quartet set disappeared from the Achievements tab, and a new hidden quest appeared in the Quest tab. Hidden quest triggerable under special conditions: Literary Life. Deep down, you've always harbored a dream of becoming a writer. In the course of one future lifetime, pursue that dream. Read 1,000 books across the real and simulated worlds. Progress: 0/1000. Quest hint: read 10,000 books, and your writing will flow like a god's. This task will be harder than you imagine. Good luck, future literary master. Quest reward: unknown future literary master Zhou Ning. He never knew he had some hidden literary dream. And this simulator? What a liar. It said in a future life, so where's the future part supposed to start? Heavy footsteps echoed again outside the door. Clearly, another round of sacrifices was about to begin. The room filled with weeping. Zhou Ning listened silently as 3 people sobbed. And somehow, those 3 sounded like 30. If you had to ask who cried the hardest, it was the chubby kid Alan. He bawled out loud while the other 2 sobbed along as backup vocals. It sounded like a wailing brass band, rhythmic and tragic. The crying harmonized perfectly with the eerie atmosphere. You could record it and play it at a funeral. It'd make anyone burst into tears. Zhou Ning felt his nerves tighten. The sacrifice round was nearly over. There were only 4 people left in the room. That meant he had a 50-50 chance of being next. The door opened. 3 cultists from the Curse God cult entered. The lead cultist pointed first at the sobbing Alan. "Come with me." "No, not me." Alan scooted back in terror. Then the cultist pointed at Zhou Ning. "Of course. Statistics never lie. And Murphy's Law never fails. If something can go wrong, no matter how small the chance, it will happen." Now things were really bad. Zhou Ning and Alan were dragged to their feet, and half-dragged, half-stumbled toward the door, escorted by 3 cultists. Just like in the game, a long hallway lay beyond the door. It was shaped like a W with 6 rooms in total. At the end of the hallway stood another door. If Zhou Ning remembered right, the ritual chamber was in the parlor to the right past that door. The more desperate the situation, the calmer Zhou Ning became. That was the effect of his extreme calmness trait. The Jasonat Haunted Manor was a typical European-style mansion. The hallway was about 17 meters long. At his current slow pace, it would take around 25 seconds to walk through. In those 25 seconds, there was no way he could undo the ropes. The only way out was to spend the skill point he got from the Literary Quartet Part 1 to upgrade pickpocketing to intermediate. Then do all he could and leave the rest to fate. With that thought, Zhou Ning didn't hesitate. He immediately opened the game panel and upgraded basic pickpocketing to intermediate. In a situation like this, every second of hesitation was a crime. Skill points were precious, yes, but he could earn more later. A life, however, he only had one. Moments later, Zhou Ning flexed his fingers and resumed his attempts. With the improved skill, things quickly started to make sense. The rope used was a sailor's knot. It would take about 32 seconds to undo. As they drew closer to the ritual chamber, the smell of sulfur and blood grew stronger. Zhou Ning could faintly hear heavy, bestial breathing, h, growing louder behind the door at the end of the corridor. He glanced sideways at the others. He couldn't see the expression of the cultist in front, but the two beside him were wide-eyed with religious fervor. Alan looked dazed, like he was hearing some sinister whisper. Probably due to his own low perception stat, Zhou Ning figured. That's why he couldn't hear whatever evil whisper was going on. He took a deep breath and sped up his hand movements. With a soft click, the largest loop of the sailor's knot loosened quietly. Right at that moment, the lead cultist pushed open the door to the ritual chamber. Chapter 6, Marine 1262 words Chapter 6, Marine. As they stepped into the sacrificial chamber, even Zhou Ning, who had seen his share of horrors, found the sight before him utterly revolting. It was eerie, dim, and filthy. The floor and walls were smeared with blood and streaked with purple membranes, making the place look like a slaughterhouse. The air reeked of a choking metallic stench. At the center of the room loomed a massive, bloated female figure crouched atop the sacrificial altar, shrouded in an ominous black mist. Surrounding her stood four cultists from the Curse God cult, each connected to her by a glowing red thread. It was clear they were in the middle of a sacrificial ritual. From the waist up, the creature retained the vague features of a woman, the anatomical ones at least. But her face had completely mutated into a monstrous form, covered in clusters of compound eyes, and a mouth filled with razor-sharp mandibles. Her lower half was that of a gigantic spider. As three cultists shoved Zhou Ning and the chubby Alan into the chamber, the monstrous woman raised her head, her many eyes locking onto Zhou Ning with an unmistakable look of hunger, no, more like ravenous craving. As her mouth stretched open, revealing a gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, Zhou Ning's skin erupted in goosebumps. This had nothing to do with nerves. It was the innate pressure of a supernatural being suppressing an ordinary human. He recognized the creature. He hadn't expected that the Curse God cult had managed to summon her using the Book of Ethan Weir. Marine the Siren. The first supernatural entity to appear in front of players in Apocalypse. A low-tier demon and a tragic siren. In the game's lore, Marine was once the beauty queen of a small nation on the eastern continent. Lured by the glittering lights of the big city, she came to Darkland, and there began her miserable fate. Like so many tragic stories, she was a naive girl deceived by a scumbag who drained her of all her money and then abandoned her. Penniless and desperate, she was forced into becoming a siren. 5 years later, exhausted in body and soul, Marine found love again with a street thug in Darkland. She spent all her savings to buy him a house, and even bore him a lovely child. But that second love didn't last a decade. Marine, now aging and losing her beauty, could no longer hold on to her lover. As he spent more and more nights out and grew colder by the day, a panicked Marine turned to dark sorcerers, using forbidden magic in an attempt to reclaim her youth. The magic backfired. The uncontrollable ritual destroyed her beauty, twisting her face into a hideous horror. Then, on a rainy night, her lover threw her out of the house. He left her with just 4 cold words: "Get lost, freak." Marine broke that night, vanishing into the storm. Half a year later, she resurfaced as a servant of the old gods, transformed into a spider-like abomination. She brutally devoured her former lover and child, and turned their old house into her lair. Now, whenever hunger gnawed at her, she would hunt humans, though it only made her more twisted, more evil. In the early game, Marine was an infamous boss. Roaming the streets of Darkland, she slaughtered countless low-level players. For beginners under level 10, running into her was basically a death sentence. Thanks to her breathtaking looks and those twin rows of fanged mandibles, some bold users on the game forums even joked, "I've got a special kind of appreciation for her." But seeing Marine in real life now, Zhou Ning could only offer his utmost respect to that brave soul. He lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Marine, and exhaled softly. If this really was Marine, then he might still have a sliver of a chance. He was quite familiar with her skill set, and newborn low-level demons often needed to devour vast amounts of flesh to restore their power. They were more insane than intelligent, and not that hard to deal with. Priest Niam, the sacrifices have arrived. Sacrifice them to the Dark God. May the Dark God accept their souls. Madu Ramorad Na. The man in a black hood and priestly robe intoned in a deep, solemn voice. Madu Ramorad Na. The lead cultist echoed the chant, then forcefully shoved Zhou Ning toward Marine. Zhou Ning staggered forward. Any closer and he'd be dancing cheek to cheek with Marine. He could even smell the foul stench wafting from her gaping maw. It was rank. Zhou Ning silently drew in a breath and the ropes binding his hands and feet slipped away unnoticed. Without a sound, a finely crafted revolver materialized in his palm. He raised it toward Marine and pulled the trigger. The trigger depressed, the hammer cocked back, the rotation arm engaged the cylinder, the chamber spun, the firing pin struck the primer, the gunpowder ignited filling the barrel with the scent of burning powder. With a loud bang, a golden bullet spiraled out of the barrel at high speed. Everyone in the room froze, eyes locked on the altar. The next instant, the bullet struck Marine's compound eyes, bursting them and spraying a string of green blood beads. Marine let out a furious screech. Her 8 legs scrambled restlessly across the ground, and her twisted, scythe-like front limbs lunged straight at Zhou Ning. Kill him. I want him torn to shreds. Offer his flesh to the great true god, Nyastora, the black-robed man clearly a tear, one priest howled in rage, utterly unhinged. Yes, Priest Niam. Across the room, several black-robed cultists armed with greatswords thundered toward him. Meanwhile, Priest Niam ended the sacrifice ritual and stepped back, beginning a new incantation. The danger surged but Zhou Ning stayed calm. After firing the first shot, he slapped the hammer with his left hand, spinning the cylinder and chambering the next round. At the same time, he kicked off the floor and dove diagonally to the right. Thanks to his basic marksmanship mastery, his aim was precise. Even mid-dive 2 more shots hit Marine's compound eyes dead on, spraying greenish slime. The fluid motion stunned the terrified Alan into gaping silence. In his eyes, the dim, blood-soaked chamber was suffocatingly oppressive, and the familiar figure in the black academic robe was diving and firing, landing just in time to dodge Marine's slashing claw. The floor cracked under the blow. Shadows danced, figures flickered, and the black-clad figure kept moving, sprinting forward at full speed. Alan, who fancied himself a pretty decent warrior, knew very well the charge range was 25 yards and this man clearly knew it too. Every move stayed just outside that danger zone. As he ran, his revolver flashed again. 2 more bullets whistled through the air. One struck a cultist clean in the throat, blood spurting in the sparks. The other broke Priest Niam's chant mid-spell. The priest's right hand was still glowing with a half-formed fireball, which he hurled forward in desperation only for it to miss Zhou Ning, and strike Marine squarely instead. The fireball exploded on Marine's body as Zhou Ning landed in a crouch, black robe billowing slightly. Damn, that was slick, the wide-eyed Alan muttered, utterly starstruck. If they made it out alive, he had already decided this guy wasn't just a big brother. From this day on, he was his dad. But just then, having lost 3 of her eyes and eaten a fireball, Marine finally went berserk. She took a deep breath, and her belly began to bulge. Chapter 7, Kill 1261 words. Chapter 7, Kill. This was the sign that the Banshee's howl was about to be unleashed. Zhou Ning reacted the fastest. In his past life playing Apocalypse, Marine had this exact move. As one of the most troublesome early game bosses, whenever she used it, there'd always be a bunch of clueless players who got caught. The only way to survive was to quickly find cover and hide. So Zhou Ning spun around decisively and sprinted at full speed toward the right side of the altar, dodging like a serpent. Behind him came the buzzing sound of fireballs. One massive fireball narrowly missed him, and ignited the wooden floorboards. In an instant, flames roared sky-high. After missing that shot, Niam clearly didn't understand the danger of the banshee's howl. With a dark expression, he continued chanting his spell. Zhou Ning didn't spare Niam a glance. He dashed forward and narrowly managed to dive behind the altar behind Marin, flattening himself against the ground. At that moment, a piercing sound wave erupted. You were hit by Banshee's howl. You took 57 damage. You were hit by Banshee's howl. You are now stunned, and your movement speed is reduced by 50% for 10 seconds. Even though he was prepared, Zhou Ning still got caught. A warm trickle ran from his nose, and his head buzzed dizzily. Instinctively, he wiped it and saw nothing but bright red blood. That was close. Looking at his drastically reduced health, only 25 points left and a nearly depleted stamina bar, Zhou Ning was still shaken. If not for his combat experience from his previous life, he'd probably be dead by now. Even so, he was hanging by a thread. Thankfully, according to Apocalypse mechanics, health slowly regenerated while out of combat. Otherwise, the next battle would be hopeless. The others weren't so lucky. Marin's Banshee's howl tore through the room like a mini hurricane, sending blood and flesh flying. Fatty Allen and the others in the room were all knocked flat, blood trickling from their noses and mouths. The black-robed cultists who had just charged in were hit hardest. Right at the center of the blast, they didn't even have time to react before being blasted away and knocked unconscious. After a long moment, the furious Marin finally stopped howling. Her 8 legs scurried left and right as she searched for enemies. Her top priority was, of course, Zhou Ning, who had gravely wounded her. But when she couldn't find him right away, she locked onto her next target, the one who'd just hit her with a fireball, Niam. Niam. I'm not your enemy. Still dazed from the direct hit, Niam had just come to his senses and quickly shouted. But newly spawned low-level demons were mostly ruled by madness and easily lost control. In a flash, Marin's sharp front claws lifted him into the air and tossed him into her maw full of jagged teeth. Moments later came a chilling scream, and the nauseating sound of chewing. Zhou Ning shuddered. His heart thudded wildly. There was a rumor back in his previous life, someone with the username, Tragic Wind Emperor, had a bold idea, and actually acted on it. He tried having sex with Marin. His ending was not great. Watching this scene now, Zhou Ning almost wanted to sing him a song, Stay Rooted. After devouring Niam, Marin's health bar began to rapidly regenerate. Zhou Ning didn't hesitate. He ejected the empty shell, spun the cylinder, and calmly aimed another shot at her. The bullet struck Marin square in the forehead, piercing through and leaving a deep hole. Green blood splattered onto the ground, hissing and corroding whatever it touched. But Marin didn't seem affected at all. Her health bar only dipped slightly. With a roar, she immediately turned and charged toward Zhou Ning, who was still hiding behind the altar. Zhou Ning didn't panic. He squeezed the trigger and rotated the cylinder with his left hand, continuing to fire at Marin. His ivory-handled Colt M1873 revolver was custom-made, but even so, it only held 10 rounds. After 4 quick shots, the magazine was finally empty. The payoff was worth it. Marin's health dropped below half. Her massive body barreled toward him, and then, out of nowhere, leapt up and lunged at him. Still unfazed, Zhou Ning's sharp eyes locked onto her. The empty Colt M1873 vanished from his hand, replaced by a different weapon he'd obtained during his last simulation run, the Swedish Shogun semi-automatic shotgun. As the description said, 12 gauge, the Hive Maker, a true killing machine. Zhou Ning raised the Shogun, squinted, and aimed at Marin's head. He pulled the trigger. Blood sprayed everywhere. With the deafening blast, Zhou Ning was forced back a step by the shotgun's brutal recoil. Marin, meanwhile, let out a shriek loud enough to rupture eardrums and crashed to the ground. The shotgun lived up to its reputation. Just one shot had reduced Marin's HP from half to a quarter. Her life hung by a thread. Marin lay on the ground, gasping heavily. Just as she began to inhale for another banshee's howl, Zhou Ning shoved the thick barrel of the gun into her mouth. 2 consecutive shots. Flesh exploded. With a glint of cold steel in his eyes, Zhou Ning ignored the searing pain in his arm from the corrosive damage, and pulled the trigger twice more right into Marine's bloody maw. In a flash, Marine's health bar was wiped clean. The madness faded from her eyes at lightning speed. "My children, my love. I don't want to die." Zhou Ning had no interest in her last words. He pulled the trigger again. A third shot thundered out. Marine's massive body collapsed to the floor. Moments later, her flesh disintegrated and transformed into a swarm of tiny spiders crawling everywhere. "It's finally over." Zhou Ning let out a long breath, returned the shotgun to his inventory, and noticed his back was soaked with cold sweat. "You have slain the lesser demon, Wandering Nightingale Marine. Gain 3,500 XP. You have drawn the attention of the evil god Nyastora." Zhou Ning shook his head helplessly. The 3,500 XP felt great, but killing demons came with its downsides. It risked drawing the attention of their boss. Just his luck. After all, Apocalypse was an open-ended game. Players could side with the forces of justice or, through certain quests, join the forces of evil or even pledge allegiance to the dark gods. Zhou Ning had clearly already made his choice. Scanning the area, he saw that Marine had actually helped him quite a bit. Her devastating banshee's howl had practically wiped the floor. Several of the Curse God cult members were still either unconscious or incapacitated. What a woman! Zhou Ning suddenly understood Tragic Wind Emperor's twisted preferences a little better. He picked up a great sword from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and began finishing off the fallen cultists. "You dealt 80 slashing damage to the enemy. You have slain a Curse God cult follower. Gained 1,200 XP. Your reputation with the Curse God cult has dropped by 5,000. Current standing, hostile." After finishing off the enemies, Zhou Ning smoothly gained 6,000 XP. At the same time, his reputation with the Curse God cult fell to hostile. But that didn't matter. As a warrior of justice, wasn't this the kind of evil he should be fighting against? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 8, Escape 1165 words. Chapter 8, Escape. In his previous life, Zhou Ning had joined the game rather late, perfectly missing the era when the Curse God cult was at its most powerful. But that didn't stop him from hearing about the notorious reputation of this faction. Spreading plagues, random human sacrifices, those were just the tip of the iceberg. The leader of the Curse God cult seemed especially obsessed with destroying the world and wiping out humanity. In pursuit of this lofty goal, they had successively colluded with the Cult of Death, the Plague Cult, the Goddess of War, and a variety of ancient gods. They changed allegiances faster than Lu Bu, switching banners, practically the iSky version of a turncoat servant. And even after repeated failures, they still came back for more, never forgetting their grand ambition of world annihilation. Eventually, even the players were moved by their determination. Never before had there been such an inspirational villain. But as a transmigrator, Zhou Ning wasn't impressed. Clearly, they'd never seen Bald Strong or Grey Wolf. When it came to inspiration, those two were in a league of their own. Zhou Ning rifled through the bodies of several Curse God cult members and found nearly 7 Vectas and 50 rose hens. Other than that, just some addictive drugs and a few weather prediction rods. The weather prediction rods were, unsurprisingly, used to predict the weather, though not always accurately. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Bryston, every inn and dormitory was required to provide each guest with 1 weather prediction rod per day. It worked similarly to a pregnancy test: scratch the coding, and within 10 minutes, a single red line meant clear skies, 2 red lines meant rain, and 1 red line plus a faint one meant overcast or unusual weather. Cheap bastards. Zhou Ning pocketed the money and weather rods from the cultists, then opened his game panel. Killing Marine and the Curse God cult members had netted him a total of 9,500 XP, and combined with the 500 he had in reserve, his total finally crossed the 10,000 XP mark. A massive fortune in the early game. In Apocalypse, XP could be used either to level up your class or to upgrade ordinary skills. Life skills like alchemy and enchanting could only be improved by increasing proficiency. Currently, Zhou Ning's main class was Student with a subclass of Linguist. Since neither was combat-oriented, there was no real need to level them up yet. In Apocalypse, XP was as precious as real-world cash. No matter how much you had, it was never enough. Zhou Ning had seen plenty of players in his past life who spent recklessly, only to find themselves broke when it really mattered. After a moment's thought, Zhou Ning decided to spend just 5,000 XP to upgrade his basic marksmanship mastery from beginner to advanced. It was a modest combat boost that could also be useful for skill fusion later. The panel updated accordingly. Name, Zhou Ning/Wayne Sturwell. Race, Human Template, NPC Closed Beta Countdown, 47 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes. Class, Student/Teaching Assistant 1/10 Subclass, Linguist 2/10 Affinity, Natural Force, 0 Affinity, Arcane, 0. Talent, Hidden Attributes, Strength, 7 Agility, 10 Constitution, 8 Willpower, 9. Charisma, 98 Stamina, 36 96 Willpower, 7 9 Life Skills, Basic Alchemy General Skills, Advanced Marksmanship Mastery, Intermediate Pickpocketing, Advanced English Proficiency. Other info hidden. "Bro, can you untie me?" the chubby Alan asked meekly. He hadn't helped at all, but that didn't stop him from watching the entire ordeal unfold and developing a deep admiration for the man in front of him. Though being tied up like a pig for 5 straight minutes had dampened that admiration somewhat, Alan still teared up with gratitude the moment Zhou Ning freed him. "You're a good man. I totally get how you're feeling, but I don't accept physical compensation," Zhou Ning said with a wink, teasing, "especially not from other men. I wasn't planning on paying you that way anyway." Alan recoiled as if shocked but quickly realized Zhou Ning was just trying to lighten the mood. He couldn't help but feel grateful. Before Zhou Ning could say more, Alan quickly added, "I'll definitely repay you properly. I promise. You have the friendship of the entire West family, especially mine." New faction reputation unlocked. West family favorability plus 1,500. West family, friendly 1,500/3,000. "It's fine," Zhou Ning said with a smile, not overly concerned with the idea of repayment. Even if nothing came of it, gaining favor with the West family was already a worthwhile reward. As a transmigrator, he had 1,000 ways to earn money, but chances to unlock new faction reputations were rare and precious. In Apocalypse, the game emphasized 3 major powers: royal authority, divine authority, and familial influence. Among these, divine authority was supreme, royal authority was forceful, but the emergence of extraordinary powers called blood oaths had elevated the importance of noble families to unprecedented heights. Over time, noble families that possessed these oaths became incredibly powerful, with influence in every aspect of governance, military, commerce, and more. For players, maintaining good relations with such factions meant access to rare items and skills and maybe, just maybe, even the chance to become a Blood Oath noble yourself. Take the West family, for instance. They controlled the Alchemy Association. Gaining their favor was like getting a powerful patron in the association, a major boon for any alchemy-related pursuits. Zhou Ning's timely joke had eased the atmosphere between the two, but the D-rank quest the West family's gratitude still hadn't completed. He figured it would only finish once Alan was safely escorted out of the Jasonat haunted manor. Might as well see it through. He brought Alan back to the room where the prisoners had been held. 2 other survivors were still huddled there, trembling in fear. When they saw Zhou Ning and Alan, they nearly burst into tears with gratitude. After some conversation, the 4 of them made their way to the front of the mansion, by which point they had learned each other's backgrounds. Besides Zhou Ning and Alan, one was named Richard Pessa, whose family ran a fairly large herbal shop. The other, Luke, was the son of Darkland City's tax officer. Zhou Ning pushed open the mansion's front door. It was around midnight. A chill in the air made him instinctively shrink into himself. So this was the game world. It looked exactly like in-game. The Jasonat Haunted Manor was located in the Dock District, near a tavern called the Ox and the Clover. Zhou Ning had even set a bind point there in his previous playthrough. Not far ahead lay a long street. One end of the street was frequented by prostitutes, and sure enough, a few were still loitering, calling out to bargoers. As the four of them crossed the street and headed toward the nearest police station, a luxurious carriage pulled up in front of them. Chapter 9, Game Forum 1503 words Chapter 9, Game Forum. Zhou Ning's pupils involuntarily contracted. That gold-on-white double-headed eagle emblem looked a bit like the coat of arms of modern-day Russia, but it was actually the insignia of a unique intelligence agency from the Kingdom of Bryston, the Sunwatchers. Despite sounding like the kind of bodyguards you'd find working in a red-light district, the Sunwatchers were in fact Bryston's dedicated intelligence agency and special ops force for dealing with the supernatural. They were originally set up to handle supernatural incidents. But after the game's public launch, their focus shifted more toward players. If anyone broke the rules, they'd kill or arrest without hesitation. For a time, the player base was terrified of them. He hadn't expected to run into the Sunwatchers right after arriving in this world. The carriage pulled over by the roadside, and a middle-aged man wearing a black top hat jumped down, walking toward the group with a presence that radiated intense pressure. "Uncle Chien," the chubby boy Alan West called out joyfully. "You're here to pick me up?" "Just happened to be passing by, little Alan." "I'm glad you're still alive." The middle-aged man smiled, taking off his top hat and offering a slight bow. "My name is Chien West. I'm a Sunwatcher and also Alan's uncle. Would you all mind having a little chat?" Chien West, the future leader of the Sunwatchers, one of the top meteorologists in the human world. Zhou Ning vaguely remembered that he had first appeared in the story as a demigod. So the West family had a powerhouse like this hidden away. Zhou Ning was inwardly shocked. Way to go, you damn curse god cult. Useless at everything except stirring up trouble. Thoughts racing, he maintained a polite smile and nodded. Of course. It would be an honor. Chien West laughed heartily, put his hat back on, and said warmly, "Then hop in the carriage. Don't worry, it's just a conversation." The carriage was lined with red velvet and was quite spacious. Zhou Ning found a seat while Alan started recounting everything that had happened that day. Alan West had a way with words. He quickly and thoroughly recounted the events, except for the part where he'd been knocked out by Marine's banshee howl, and Miss Zhou Ning drawing a shotgun and killing Marine. Still, he seemed pretty good at filling in the blanks. With the details he did see, he managed to piece together a dramatic and thrilling shootout. Zhou Ning. The intensity of that shootout and the ups and downs of the battle, he was almost confused by his own exploits. Was he really that badass? Chien West, however, listened intently the entire time. When Alan finally finished, he mulled it over and said, "You're saying they summoned a demon through a ritual sacrifice? Are you certain?" "Yes, a huge spider-like demon," Alan replied, then added, "If it weren't for Brother Wayne, none of us would have made it out alive." "I understand." Chien West nodded and elegantly extended his hand. "Wayne, the West family will never forget your help. D-rank mission, the West family's gratitude completed. You've earned 6,000 EXP. The West family's favorability toward you has increased by 1,800. West family, respect 300/6,000. You can now partially access West family intelligence and enjoy a 20% discount at all their shops and auction houses." Even someone as experienced as Zhou Ning couldn't help but get a little excited. Reputation with hidden factions like the West family was notoriously hard to earn, but the rewards were also among the best. Maybe because he'd reached the respect level, Chien now looked at Zhou Ning more kindly. "You really should thank Wayne. According to Sunwatcher records, over the past 2 years, the curse god cult has conducted 72 sacrificial rituals across the kingdom of Bryston, resulting in a total of 2,592 victims. Only 27 people survived. That really was lucky. Hearing that, everyone looked at Zhou Ning with deep gratitude. Thank goodness for you. Qian didn't seem inclined to make things difficult for them. He just asked a few more questions, made a brief record, and offered them a lift back. Richard Pessa and Luke Shaw lived nearby in the old district and got off halfway. After a while, Alan also got off the carriage, escorted back to the ducal estate by several guards. Only Zhou Ning and Qian were left in the carriage. Where to? Qian asked. Vic University, Zhou Ning replied. Though his inherited memories were patchy, he still had some basic info. His current identity was that of a senior at Vic University, about to graduate. He was even feeling the pressure of job hunting. The carriage turned and headed toward the Vic University campus on the other side of the city. The area around the ducal estate was the most prosperous part of Darkland City, right next to the commercial district. Even in the early hours of the morning, the streets were still bustling thanks to the pleasant weather. The 10-meter-wide street wasn't packed shoulder to shoulder, but the carriage did move with some difficulty. Qian pulled out a bottle from under the table and unscrewed the cap. Iced dew wine brewed by the Northern Sea walrusfolk infused with aphid juice. Tastes fantastic. Want to try? No thanks, I rarely drink. Just hearing aphid juice made Zhou Ning put on a pained expression and politely refuse. Bugs were his greatest fear. Qian poured himself a glass and smiled. All right then. Now, let's talk business. Business. I left out a few things earlier. Qian took a sip of the iced dew wine, his voice low. The curse god cult did carry out 72 rituals in Bryston, with 2,592 victims, and only 27 survivors. But supernatural events are never that simple. Take a guess what happened next. They all died. Zhou Ning hazarded. Good guess, Qian said, deadpan. But it was worse. 6 of those survivors were from Darkland City. After the rescue, they stayed in contact with us. Within 3 days, some reported auditory hallucinations, hearing a voice whispering in their ears, urging them to do insane things. Qian's face twitched. At first, we didn't think much of it. We assumed it was stress-induced. That is, until one of them actually mutated into a faller and caused massive casualties. It was the first case in Bryston's history involving madness from a whispered voice clearly linked to occult influence. After that, 17 of the remaining 26 experienced similar symptoms. Some committed suicide, others mutated. Only 9 made it through. Zhou Ning's hair stood on end. In the game Apocalypse, it was common knowledge that ancient gods could corrupt minds, but that was just in-game. Now that it was happening to him, it wasn't so fun anymore. I'm telling you this so you'll pay attention to your mental state. If you hear any whispers, come to me immediately, Qian said solemnly. I understand, Zhou Ning answered seriously. Qian nodded, lifted his hat slightly, and smiled. That's it for tonight. Go get some sleep. There might be a surprise tomorrow. Oh, and take an umbrella, there's going to be a heavy rain. The carriage pulled to a stop inside the quiet campus. Zhou Ning stepped out holding the umbrella, watching the carriage disappear into the distance. The sky was perfectly clear with no sign of rain. But in this world, weather didn't follow any logic. The moment Zhou Ning opened the umbrella, a torrential downpour began. Damn weather. Zhou Ning stood stunned for a while, then muttered. He pulled out his pocket watch about 1 a.m. Though his inherited memories were incomplete, he still had a student ID and dorm key. He vaguely recalled living in the eastern dorms. He followed the cobbled path to the student apartments and unlocked the door with ease. So his memory hadn't failed. Zhou Ning finally let out a breath of relief. His dorm was on the 6th floor. He walked through a narrow hallway and opened the door. No one seemed to be inside. From what he remembered, his roommate John was an easygoing rich kid who even had a fancy dog in the dorm, though a bit of a fool. John's door was open. Zhou Ning glanced inside. No John, just the dog, fast asleep on John's bed. Zhou Ning. Only John would allow something like that. If that dumb dog ever tried to sleep on his bed, he'd toss it out by the scruff of the neck. After a hot shower, Zhou Ning was just about to lie down when several prompts popped up before his eyes. Important notice, esteemed players, as the open beta approaches, the official forum for Apocalypse is now live. Important notice, the first episode of the Apocalypse web series has been released on the forum and all major platforms. It is automatically generated by the game's central AI. Players interested in the game's lore are encouraged to watch. A game forum. Zhou Ning was momentarily stunned. With a thought, he smoothly logged into the forum homepage. Chapter 10, Video 1316 Words Chapter 10, Video. The forum layout was exactly as he remembered from his past life, down to the subforums. It was a perfect replica. Dargel's Medals New Player Welcome Area. Dargel's Banner Recruitment Zone. There were already plenty of posts, with quite a few people leaving comments. In the hot threads, he even spotted a few very familiar IDs. For instance, Emperor of the Sorrowful Winds and the famous strategy expert Beixian listens to the wind. The recruitment section had already seen the arrival of several professional guilds, all actively looking for new members. For a moment, Zhou Ning was overcome by a strange, poignant feeling, like witnessing the sea turn into mulberry fields. It was surreal. Wait a second. Zhou Ning suddenly had a question. Even if he had been transported into the game world, did his real-world self still exist? He recalled the movie Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. In it, due to time travel, two Harry Potters appeared in the same timeline. The younger Harry eventually realized he was being watched by his future self, who then saved his past self with a spell. That movie had left him a bit confused back then, but now that he was living through something similar, he instantly got it. Harboring a sliver of hope, he tried entering his old username and password. This user is not registered. Please try again. Then he tried making a post. Unregistered users are not permitted to perform this action. Next, he tried to register a new account. User IP not detected. Real name verification cannot proceed. Please check your network connection. Of course, movies are just movies, completely useless as a reference. After failing several times, Zhou Ning finally gave up. It seemed he could only lurk as a guest, just a screen-watching lurker. He could read posts but not reply or post his own. Oh well, might as well check out the videos first. He clicked on the pinned post on the homepage and played the first episode of the drama series The Sacrifice. As a stirring and impassioned background score began, the video started. Opening quote, "We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars." The opening scene showed the sky above Darkland, the capital of Bryston, one half blanketed in heavy snow, the other pounded by a torrential downpour. The camera zoomed in from the towering clock tower, canning across the bustling trade district filled with shoulder-to-shoulder crowds. Someone even led a thunder lizard through the streets, parading it around. It was a scene of pure prosperity. Then the camera plunged downward rapidly, revealing a massive ancient god imprisoned beneath Darkland. Its entire body was engulfed in green fell flames, and it periodically reared up to roar. The bell of the clock tower tolled, and the camera zoomed in again, this time, to the four heroes statue by the banks of the Seton River. From the eyes of Sir Archibald, the flame of justice in the center, a single bloody tear suddenly fell with a drip. The scene shifted again inside a run-down manor. A few black-robed cultists were conducting a sacrificial ritual. Zhou Ning. Why did this look so familiar? No, not just familiar, extremely familiar. The video cut to a dim prison cell crammed with people. Occasional sobs could be heard. Through several montage cuts, viewers got the gist of the story. 1,000 years ago, this massive ancient god had been sealed beneath the earth by 4 legendary heroes, earthly agents of the gods. A city had later been built above it, Darkland. Centuries ago, the gods fell into internal strife over faith, resulting in mutual destruction. Not only did they fall into slumber, but even the elemental laws were thrown into chaos. The aftermath of this divine war made weather conditions in the world of Apocalypse wildly erratic, and rendered access to supernatural power far more difficult. Across the continent, divine battlefields became overrun with violent elemental surges, turning them into uninhabitable danger zones. People called them weather tides. 1,000 years later, the war between the gods survived only in ancient texts. The ancient god locked beneath the city had long been forgotten by all, save for the 4 hero statues still standing by the Seton River. A group of cultists intent on destroying the world attempted to summon an otherworldly demon through sacrificial rituals. That's where the story began. The video clearly fast-forwarded here. People were being taken out for sacrifice one after another. Eventually, the 6-pointed star ritual circle lit up 1 point at a time, and a huge, bloated, spider-like female demon was summoned. The cultists erupted into cheers. It really is this scene. Zhou Ning couldn't help but want to cover his face. What the hell? Why was he suddenly about to make an entrance? The scene cut rapidly from sacrifice to sacrifice until suddenly, the camera focused on Zhou Ning, and didn't move away. Over his head, a name appeared, Wayne Sturwell. Zhou Ning himself had no time to mentally prepare. At that moment, a flood of bullet comments on-screen live chat poured in like a blizzard, high-energy warning. So handsome. Kinda looks like Kunkin, don't you think, ladies? Kunkin your ass, stop trolling. Heads up, folks, don't fast forward. It's all high energy from here. Look at how calm he is, this guy's got something up his sleeve. Wayne is my husband. Zhou Ning. Sure, it felt nice to be complimented, but being told he looked like Kunkin. Did they think he'd be proud of that? In the video, he was undeniably handsome, currently sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Next to him was a chubby boy sobbing with snot all over his face. Originally, his looks rated a solid 98 out of 100, but with the chubby kid beside him as contrast, it instantly became a perfect 120. It was a visual smack in the face for anyone seeing this scene for the first time. Just like how beautiful women often stand beside a less attractive friend. Sorry, little fatty. Suddenly, the door opened and 3 robed members of the Curse God cult came in, escorting Zhou Ning and the chubby boy out. Zhou Ning frowned slightly. His hands, tied behind his back, began to subtly fumble at the ropes. The video even gave a close-up of his hands. Despite being bound, his fingers moved with dizzying dexterity. The tightly knotted sailor's hitch started to loosen almost immediately. Even after the ropes began to loosen, Zhou Ning's expression remained calm. Not until the sacrifice began, and he was shoved toward the spider demon, did he suddenly draw a gun and bare his fangs. That's when the bullet comments exploded, powerful. Holy crap, low-key, restrained, deadly. I'm fired up. Handsome, powerful, tragic, this guy has to be the protagonist. Who's with me? Agreed. He's goddamn awesome. Even as an outsider looking in, Zhou Ning had to admit he looked pretty damn cool. In the video, when he pulled the trigger on Marin, the director switched to a wide shot. The visual was reminiscent of Don Quixote charging at a windmill. It delivered a strong emotional punch. Then, as Marin and the cultists attacked, Zhou Ning calmly spun the revolver's cylinder to reload. He kicked off the ground, diving into a roll to dodge Marin's heavy blow. A massive crack tore through the floor where the attack landed. He was completely toying with this massive, supernatural monster. Then he charged forward, weaving precisely through the blind spots of several enemy warriors. Even while sprinting, he fired 2 precise shots, taking out a cultist and interrupting a fireball spell from a mini-boss. He then preemptively dove to where the fireball would land, causing it to explode directly on Marin instead. Finally, when he hit the ground, the hem of his black academic robe fluttered in the wind, every movement graceful to the extreme. Countless players admitted they were completely blown away. Chapter 11, Screen Peek 1384 words. Chapter 11, Screen Peek. The reason it felt so good was simple. Not only was the Zhou Ning in the video good-looking, making it easy for players to project themselves onto him, but even in the midst of battle, he exuded an effortless composure. Every move he made was calm and calculated, as if everything was under control. Simply put, the cool factor was off the charts. Though it felt a bit embarrassing, Zhou Ning had to admit it was a great watch. Don't believe it? Try it yourself. Watching someone else praise you on screen is a bizarrely satisfying experience. The more over-the-top the praise, the more surreal it gets. Of course, it wasn't just flattery. In his past life, Zhou Ning had fought in over 2,000 arena matches in Apocalypse, with an 89% win rate. That kind of skill speaks for itself. Can that even be called boasting? He continued the video. On screen, the enraged Marion took a deep breath, clearly about to unleash her ultimate. The players watching the video all held their breath for Zhou Ning. But the worry was needless. The Zhou Ning in the video didn't hesitate for a second. He dashed forward and narrowly evaded Marion's ultimate, Banshee's Howl. Ironically, it was the cultists from the Curse God cult, who had been surrounding him, that got caught in the blast. Next, as Marion lunged toward him, Zhou Ning casually drew his pistol and fired. When the bullets ran out, a shotgun appeared in his hands as if from nowhere, and he fired 3 shots in rapid succession, finishing her off. The visuals were intense and striking. By now, the video was nearing its end. As Marion collapsed and disintegrated into countless tiny spiders, the barrage of bullet comments exploded once more. Damn it, he pulled it off again. Yeah, he's definitely showing off, but damn if it isn't cool. He really knows what he's doing. With that much style and good looks, who could think he isn't the protagonist? Seriously, who? Dude, above everything in Apocalypse is simulated by the central AI, including this video. Technically, there is no protagonist. Even if he's not the protagonist, he's gotta be some kind of chosen one. Calling him the main character works too. The screen flashed again. Zhou Ning was greeted with a familiar setting, the front gate of Vic University. A black-haired teenage boy with a scar on his face, dressed like a freshman, raised both fists and declared, "I'm gonna be the weather child." Above his head popped up a name, Apprentice Alchemist, Leandro de Pesa. Another cut. An orange-haired girl with a stunning figure, dressed in patched-up clothes, was running a street stall, peddling goods to passers-by. When someone tried to haggle, she smiled and said, "My clan's code is fair trade to the last coin. Don't expect to swindle even one roast hen out of me." Above her head, apprentice swordswoman/merchant, Cress Braden Riser. Immediately, the screen was flooded with a single word, wife. Another cut. In a boundless darkness, a lone book lay open. Though no one was flipping its pages, it rustled to life and started turning on its own. Names densely filled the pages. After a moment, the pages stopped, locking onto a particular section. The first name listed, Wayne Sturwell. The screen faded to black. The video ended. Zhou Ning. Ending it there was just cruel. He was extremely curious about that book, something about it gave him a distinctly bad feeling. But the central AI had deliberately cut the video right at that moment. Honestly, what a jerk move. As for those two before the book scene, very familiar. Their dialogue was so over the top, it gave him a bad case of second-hand embarrassment. In the original Apocalypse game, that black-haired teenager had been the game's official chosen one, Leandro de Pesa, a genius alchemist and hopeless meteorologist. The overly dramatic girl was technically a half-chosen character. Her name was Cress Braden Riser, adorable, busty, and widely beloved in the previous life's fanbase. She was even the star of several unofficial art books that often sold out. As they say, an art book section without Cress is like instant noodles without seasoning. He vaguely remembered that both of them were new freshmen this year. With classes starting in a few days, he figured he ought to reach out, maybe even grab some of their spotlight. But wait a minute, this time around, he was in the same video as both of them. And not just that, his screen time was clearly more than theirs combined. Wasn't he the one getting main character treatment? If anything, they were riding his coattails. If he didn't already know Apocalypse had no main character, he might have actually believed it. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and scrolled down to the comments section. The video had just been released, so most people had likely just finished watching. But already the comments were piling up. Calm, clever, handsome, powerful, total main character material. I've got high hopes for this guy. Same here. I'm tagging along with him when the test launches. Great promo video and all, but couldn't they make it longer? Am I the only one who thinks Leandro is the real protagonist? The edgy lines, the black hair, the scar, he's got all the shounen manga tropes. Everyone's talking about the closed beta. When does it actually start? I'm dying here. As he scanned the flood of comments, it was clear that at least half of the viewers thought he was the Apocalypse game's de facto protagonist. A pleasant surprise. As a player himself, Zhou Ning knew just how powerful other players could be. If he could rack up some fame within the player community early on, it would definitely help him thrive in the game. As for the plot, even if it changed, it wouldn't be by much. In the previous life, the first expansion's story revolved around the ancient god buried underground Nyastora. A few tweaks here and there, like changing the protagonist, wouldn't really mess things up. You've had a significant impact on the world of Apocalypse. You've earned 1 point of a random skill as a reward. Zhou Ning. He'd just been thinking about the Traversal simulator and, then out of nowhere came this pleasant surprise. +1 random skill point. Zhou Ning's eyes welled up with emotion. So touching. It's rare to find a game that hands out random skill points this generously. Is this what people mean when they say a game has a soul? Turns out affecting the simulated world could earn him rewards, and so could influencing the game world. After a full day of stress and anxiety, Zhou Ning had originally planned to get some rest. No way he could sleep. Initiate Traversal. Preparing to traverse, -1 Traversal coin. A match has been found in a parallel world. Would you like to spend another coin to re-roll your talents? Now a wealthy man, Zhou Ning didn't hesitate for a second. Yes. Please select 3 talents from the following list to serve as matching criteria. Athletic Prodigy Blue, your physical abilities are exceptional. Crooked Smile Dragon King Purple, every time you flash a crooked smile, things get easier. Just do it, Nike. Zidane Purple, you have soccer skills on par with Zidane. Your hairline is exactly like his at 35. Tony Stark Purple, you're a stereotypical playboy genius like Iron Man, bit of a smartass but brilliant. Maybe not quite as good as him, but close. Love Beyond Species White, you've always been a furry. Remember how much you liked Tauren in World of Warcraft? Sail like Back White, your back muscles are abnormally developed. Tai Chi Master White, you've mastered the art of Tai Chi. Yes, the actual martial art, not just verbal sparring. 40 and Wise Green, you'll become a lot smarter when you hit 40. Mechanical Ascension Purple, flesh is weak, mechanical is divine. Note, you may find this world lacks the parts you want. Honest and Reliable Green, you never lie. Please make your selection. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 12, Scientific Genius 1150 words. Chapter 12, Scientific Genius 1, 2, and 4 are all acceptable, while 9 is certainly tempting. Mechanical Ascension sounds cool, considering the historical background. Zhou Ning really didn't want to risk losing any body parts. After a moment's thought, Zhou Ning chose 1, 2, and 4. You have selected Talent 1, Talent 2, and Talent 4. Match successful. In the parallel world, you're a playboy, a scientific genius, and naturally athletic, whether in bed or on the field. If people can overlook your Nike-like smirk, you're actually quite likable. The simulation ends when you die. Boarding time machine. Traversal complete. You have traveled to London in the year 1894. From this moment, the wheels of history begin to turn. December 17, 1894. New to London, you're unfamiliar with everything and not too keen on working. Standing by the roadside, pondering life. You approach a blonde woman rejected. A black-haired woman rejected. A brunette rejected. A redhead when you give her a crooked, devilish smile, success. You borrow some money from her, and buy a dozen condoms at a store. You purchase a whip. After an hour-long tryst in a public restroom, you move into the redhead's house. You've gained the skill, expert-level flirting specialization. December 18, 1894. You learn the redhead you met by chance is named Jenny A. Long-widowed Countess, the kind who can seemingly draw in dirt by just sitting on the ground. Your first day in this world was spent in bed. December 19th to 20th, 1894. Still in bed. December 21st, 1895. Feeling weak in the legs and arms, you decide you can't keep indulging in carnal pleasures. You're a time traveler, not some walking cannon. December 22nd, 1895. You're forcefully pinned again. Health -1, happiness -1 December 23rd, 1895. Still forcefully pinned. Health -1, happiness -1 December 24th, 1895. Feeling empty inside, you decide it's better to find a job. Thanks to your social skills and scientific talent, you land a position at a budding tech company. February 15th, 1896. After 2 months of work, you've saved up a bit. You borrow more money from your old flame Jenny and form a research team. April 1896. You invent and improve the wireless telegraph. August 1896. You invent the optical interferometer and use it for spectroscopy and fundamental metrology research. You've gained the specialty, scientific genius. You build the world's first airplane, break free of Earth's gravity, and soar into the sky. You've earned the achievement, Top Gun June 1897. Your research yields enormous profits. The money Jenny lent you brings her a tenfold return. You become one of the hottest tycoons in Europe. You officially enter high society and begin attending social gatherings. At one such event, you meet George Bernard Shaw again. Fate is indeed strange. You become good friends for the third time. You've earned the achievement, Friends again September 1897. At a banquet, George Bernard Shaw introduces you to a young Italian nobleman. This time, you remember his name, Will A. That name sounds familiar. October 1897. You deliberately grow closer to him, and you two become fast friends. After all, who could say no to a gentleman with a cheerful and sincere smile? You learn that Will A. Zeppeli came to Britain to track down an evil artifact, the stone mask. Anyone who wears this mask becomes a terrifying vampire. His father died because of it. Zhou Ning. The stone mask. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ning slapped his forehead. He had originally assumed that with late 19th century London and vampires, this might be Interview with the Vampire or Bram Stoker's Dracula, but turns out it's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. In the manga, Will A. Zeppeli is the mentor of the protagonist, Jonathan Joestar. He learned a skill in Tibet called the ripple breathing technique, which simulates the power of sunlight, and can deal massive damage to dark creatures, even delaying aging. If he could learn ripple breathing from Zeppeli, that would be huge. The simulation continues. November 1897. You learn that Zeppeli has mastered a secret technique called ripple breathing, a powerful ability that mimics sunlight. Out of friendship, he teaches it to you on the condition that you help him recover the stone mask. December 1897. As a rare athletic genius, you have a unique affinity for the ripple breathing technique and quickly master it. You also begin looking for a noble named George Joestar. You've gained the skill, Ripple breathing beginner. January 1898. The ripple breathing technique proves very effective. You feel much more energetic. Honestly, the joy of the rich is beyond your comprehension. Happiness plus 7 April 1898. You expand into various athletic fields. You dominate British football, scoring 7 goals in one match. You're a short-distance running legend, completing the 100-meter dash in under 10 seconds to -70 years ahead of its time. You even swim across the Atlantic without support. Late July 1898. Your mastery of ripple breathing surpasses Zeppeli's. Through his introduction, you meet his master, Master Tonpetty, a true ripple grandmaster. August 1898. You discover that Alina actually knows George Joestar. She takes you to Liverpool and introduces you. As fate would have it, George Joestar's son, Jonathan Joestar Jojo I, is Alina's childhood sweetheart. Childhood friends really can't compare to sudden romances, huh? September 1898. You meet George Joestar's adopted son, Dio Brando. The two of you quickly become friends. Who could resist befriending a superstar scientist, athlete, and celebrity? You discover Dio is also quite talented in science. At your suggestion, he enrolls in Oxford University. Changing the trajectory of a villain's life, it's a surprisingly good feeling. October 1898. While visiting the Joestar estate, you spot the stone mask. After some negotiation, you purchase it from George Joestar. You were supposed to give it to Zeppeli and fulfill your promise, but as a scientist, you can't resist the urge to study it. Despite feeling guilty about breaking your word, you decide to keep it. You've obtained epic item, stone mask, happiness -1 1898 to 1899. Though your research into the stone mask hasn't progressed, your scientific work has continued. Over 2 years, you've obtained 67 patents, many of which have brought in enormous profits. Your wealth is now something even the old money elites would envy. Wealth plus 11. September 1899. You make a shocking discovery. The stone mask exhibits a Doppler-Fizeau effect in its spectral signature, showing redshift. It seems to both crave and repel sunlight. And when the mask comes into contact with blood, bone-like spikes shoot out from the back, sharp enough to pierce the brain. The ingenuity of the ancients is truly astounding. October 1899. Your research using the optical interferometer and spectroscopy earns a nomination for the Nobel Prize in Physics. That same month, you win the Nobel Prize in Physics. A lifetime dream for many scientists. Happiness plus 3. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send power stones. 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 13, Perfect Clearance 1349 words. Chapter 13, Perfect Clearance. December 1899. You begin reading extensively, diving into both scientific and theological texts. February 1900, you marry Alina in a grand wedding. Her relatives and friends from Liverpool attend, and of course, Jonathan Joestar is also present. March 1900, your honeymoon is filled with happiness. After consulting with Zeppeli, you try to teach Alina the ripple breathing technique, but unfortunately, she lacks the talent to learn it. May 1900, after 3 years of research on the stone mask, you spend a fortune to recreate one in exact proportion. You successfully turn a monkey into a vampire. Its superhuman strength and agility leave a deep impression on you. June 1900, the well-educated Dio Brando pays you a visit. He uncovers your secret and insists you should wear the stone mask, believing that humanity has limits, and a man as great as you should not be shackled by a frail human body. You reject his suggestion and instead reveal to him the wonders of the ripple breathing technique. Even humans can surpass their limits. July 1900, with the approval of Zeppeli and Master Tonpetty, you teach Dio Brando the ripple breathing technique. Dio begins to regard you as a dear friend and older brother. What pleases you most is his remarkable achievements in physics. You wonder if he might actually become a good person in this lifetime. August 1900, you hand over the replicated stone mask to Zeppeli, fulfilling your promise after all. Violating a promise slightly in the name of science is worth it. Zeppeli destroys the mask, hugs you, and returns to his homeland in Italy. That turns out to be the last time you see him. October 1900, your long-form novel, 100 Years of Solitude, written during your spare time, is published. George Bernard Shaw calls it a must-read in one's lifetime. 1901, your first son is born, and George Bernard Shaw becomes his godfather. Happiness Plus 1 October 1901, 100 Years of Solitude wins you a second Nobel Prize in Literature. You earn the achievement, Nobel Laureate too. You become a legendary figure praised by all. Happiness Plus 3 Fame Plus 1 1902, your first daughter is born. With your help, the Boxer Protocol is not as humiliating as it was in your previous life. 1902 to 1922, you acquire over 230 invention patents. Money becomes just a number to you. In 1918, your first lover in this world, Jenny, dies of the Spanish flu. You grieve more than you expected. 1923, your wife Alina begins to age, while you remain youthful thanks to the ripple breathing technique. For over 20 years, you've studied the secrets of the stone mask, trying to uncover why it turns humans or animals into vampires, but the answer continues to elude you. However, you've made significant progress in occult studies. You acquire skill, basic occultism 1925, your son gets engaged to a duke's daughter, and your daughter marries a man of noble status. Happiness Plus 1 1929, you welcome 2 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. Happiness Plus 1 1937, your wife Alina has fully aged, while you still look like a dashing man in his 30s. To spare her feelings, you distance yourself from other women. 1939 to 1940, Germany invades Poland, and World War II breaks out, engulfing Europe, Asia, Africa, and Oceania in flames. In September 1940, Germany bombs London. Your home is destroyed in the attack, and your son dies in the bombing. You acquire the achievement, At the Gates of War. 1941 to 1942, seeking revenge, you go undercover and join the Allied forces. Your exceptional combat skills quickly earn you distinction in the military. 1942 to 1945, you fight in countless battles without ever being wounded. You become a living legend within the army. 1945, with the efforts of you and many ordinary people, World War II ends in victory. Upon returning home from the battlefield, you find that your wife Alina has passed away. A part of you dies with her. Happiness Minus 7 1945 to 1950, you become consumed by occult studies and rarely go outside. Not even your old friend George Bernard Shaw can lure you out. In 1950, Shaw dies in London. You attend his funeral. You acquire skill, intermediate occultism, Happiness Minus 5 1968, your daughter passes away before you. You attend her funeral, an experience that feels surreal. You begin to sense aging creeping in your teeth, have started to loosen, and your skin has begun to sag. Yet there's still much left unfinished. Perhaps Dio Brando was right, human beings do have limits. To achieve your goals, you must surpass humanity. With no attachments left in the world, why cling to being human? Staring at your reflection in the mirror, you put on the stone mask. Not long after, newspapers report the obituary of Zhou Ning, the famous philanthropist, scientist, writer, and 2-time Nobel laureate. The world mourns your passing. You acquire trait, vampire physique. You acquire trait, rapid regeneration. 1970, one of your dearest friends, Dio Brando, is on his deathbed. The now youthful you visits him for the final time. You tell him that 70 years ago, he was right, humans do have limits. The aged Dio Brando dons the stone mask and regains his youth. He embraces you once again, thanking you for granting him a new life. A few months later, he disappears without a word. 1970 to 1972, you hear reports of vampire attacks in Sweden. Was it Dio's doing? You don't know. 1986, alone, you anonymously donate the vast majority of your wealth to China. The amount is staggering, and to this day, they're still searching for the donor. You relocate to Chengdu, China, your ancestral hometown, and settle there. 1986 to 2022, the rapid development of China, and the resilience of its people convince you that perhaps humanity does not have limits. The wisdom and courage of mankind are powers that transcend limits. With a sense of relief, you let go of all burdens and retreat into seclusion. The only inconvenience is your ageless appearance, which forces you to change identities and residences every decade. April 2022. In your modest Chengdu home, you awaken from sleep to find yourself seemingly transported back to London in 1894. Summary: congratulations. You've completed a brilliant and dazzling life. You've cleared this map. In this time travel experience, your life surpassed 99% of all other travelers. Even countless years later, your legendary story continues to be revered and passed down. You're hailed as the greatest philanthropist, scientist, writer, physicist, theologian, the first football king in history, and the founding father of sprinting in the 20th century, far surpassing even Leonardo da Vinci. Many believe that if you hadn't gotten overly absorbed in the occult later in life, your achievements would have reached even greater heights. Some even speculate that you were a time traveler or an alien. Maybe those people had the gift of prophecy. Evaluation: A+ world exploration rate, 89. For reaching over 80% exploration, plus 4 Traversal coins for making an enormous impact on world literature, plus 3 Traversal coins for greatly advancing global scientific development, plus 4 Traversal coins for perfectly clearing Miss Lost London, you are granted one chance to retain a talent in the real world. Due to your A+ rating and perfect clearance, legendary vampire Zhou Ning has become a hidden time travel template. With extremely good luck, you might randomly draw this template. A perfect loop. The version of you in the simulator became a vampire, lived until now, and was pulled into the cycle again. Is this Inception? For a moment, Zhou Ning even wonders if he's lost part of his memory. Perhaps he really is a vampire, and the simulator version of him is actually the real him. Nested simulations. 2 can play that game. Congratulations, player. You've completed the beginner map. New features and maps have been unlocked. Please make your choice soon. Option 1. Randomly receive 3 skills or traits you acquired during your time travel journey. Option 2. Randomly receive 3 items you obtained during your time travel journey. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Taking stock of the gains. 1394 words. Chapter 14. Taking stock of the gains. The feeling of reaping rewards could be summed up in one word: satisfying. All that effort, all those attempts, all those deaths, finally, the payoff was richer than ever before. Counting the one leftover Traversal coin from the last simulation, he now possessed a grand total of 12 Traversal coins. A moon destined to control time in the future. A cold gust of wind swept in, making Zhou Ning, who had just stepped out of the shower and hadn't yet gotten dressed, sneeze. He walked over to the window and stared outside for a few seconds, only to realize that it had started snowing at some point. Zhou Ning. He quickly shut the window tight and pulled out a white shirt to put on. This was just ridiculous. It had clearly still been raining when he came upstairs a moment ago, and now it had already turned to snow. What's with this weather? Did it study Sichuan opera or something? In the game Apocalypse, the weather changed so rapidly that every dorm room at Vic University was equipped with a gas heater. But since large coal deposits only came from areas controlled by the Northern Walrus Men, gas was quite expensive. Burning through a single rose hen in just a few hours wasn't unusual. A rose hen was the second tier in the Bryston Kingdom's currency system, derived from the ancient Fauric word groschen, meaning shiny thing. Before Zhou Ning's simulation, one rose hen had the purchasing power of about 20 RMB, pretty expensive. The currency tier above rose hen was the vecta, with 1 vecta equal to 10 rose hens, and 1 rose hen exchangeable for 10 Venice. In past years, there had even been cases of poor students freezing to death during extreme weather just to save a single rose hen. If he hadn't looted some money off those cultists from the Curse God cult today, Zhou Ning probably wouldn't have been willing to spend that money either. Cue crying in poverty meme. Zhou Ning inserted a rose hen and twisted the gas heater's switch. A cluster of blue flames sprang to life, gradually growing in intensity. From a modern standpoint, the heater's design was quite refined. It even had a thermal sensor and an overheating switch. If the temperature rose too high, it would automatically shut off the gas. Its practicality rivaled modern appliances. As the heater kicked in, the room's temperature quickly rose. Zhou Ning let out a comfortable sigh of relief. He was just about to flop back on the bed and keep tinkering with the traversal simulator when a sudden woman's scream came from outside the window. The unexpected scream startled Zhou Ning. He hurried to the window and looked out. Due to atmospheric tides, travel between cities wasn't very convenient, so a lot of students, like Zhou Ning, stayed in the dorms during holidays. At that moment, the lights in a dozen or so dorms above and below lit up as well. Apparently, the scream had startled everyone. Outside the apartment was a small grove. On nice days, it was a popular spot for wild ducks to hook up. But right now, the snow was falling heavily, obscuring everything in a white haze. The only sound was the whooshing of snow hitting leaves. There was no more movement outside, and since no one was eager to brave the snow at this hour, most of the dorm lights went dark again after a while. Probably just a stray cat, someone muttered from downstairs. No way that was a cat, but Zhou Ning wasn't brave enough to go check alone either. He took a deep breath, made sure the door and windows were shut tight, splashed some water on his face in the washroom, and then reopened the traversal simulator panel. First up, claiming rewards. This round's choices were actually quite thoughtful. There were loads of great items in the JoJo world. Zhou Ning had survived for so long in the simulation, practically reaching the legendary status of a Black Mountain old demon-tier vampire. Besides the stone mask, he might have collected arrows or other rare artifacts too. But what truly caught his attention was the ripple breathing technique. No need to chase after uncertain treasures and take unnecessary risks. He chose option 1 honestly and straightforwardly. You selected option 1. You have obtained the following skills: expert level flirting mastery. You have obtained the skill, ripple breathing technique beginner. You have obtained the skill, occultism intermediate. Expert level flirting mastery, +1 to charm checks. With your magnetic charisma and shameless confidence, your flirting tends to go unusually well. Ripple breathing technique beginner, a powerful breathing technique that boosts strength by 3 and agility by 3. Occultism intermediate, +1 to spirit. You have profound knowledge in the field of occultism, and have learned how to craft certain mystical items. A flood of knowledge surged into Zhou Ning's brain, making his head ache. He suddenly found himself full of arcane information, and now instinctively understood a complete set of ripple breathing techniques. It took him quite a while to recover. He took a deep breath and instantly, a warm, powerful current surged up from his lungs, with life energy leaping wildly inside his body. Using ripple energy, transmitting it into objects, it had all become second nature. What a strange feeling. He'd been worn out after a long day, but now, Zhou Ning felt bursting with vitality. Not only was his body free of fatigue, even his mind felt completely refreshed. Man, what a generous game. Clicking into the occultism skill brought up a list of formulas and methods for crafting supernatural gear. The top item listed: the stone mask. Further down were voodoo dolls, mithril bullets, holy water recipes, and so on. It showed just how superstitious that legendary vampire version of Zhou Ning had been. What's with the stone mask? Am I supposed to make vampires in-game? Simulation complete. You have perfectly cleared Miss Lost London. You now have one chance to retain a talent in the real world. Proceed with the selection. A talent retained in the real world. What does that mean? You may choose one of the 3 talents from this traversal. Once retained, this talent will be available in both the real and simulated worlds. In simulations, however, you'll be limited to 1 extra talent at a time, which can be swapped freely. Was that even a question? Heart pounding with excitement, Zhou Ning decisively selected yes. Draw complete. You have obtained the purple talent Tony Stark Purple. Tony Stark Purple, like Iron Man Tony Stark, you are a classic playboy with a sharp tongue and brilliant mind. You have exceptional talent in scientific research. Zhou Ning paused for a moment, then couldn't help asking, System, if I gain this talent, will my personality change too? The system unusually hesitated, no. Your personality will still be rooted in your core self. Zhou Ning nodded. At that moment, the game panel changed again, and for the first time since he started these simulations, his attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. His agility alone now surpassed an ordinary human's by 30%, solidly placing him in the realm of the extraordinary. And his charm? A whopping 99 points. Name, Zhou Ning/Wayne Sturwell. Race, human. Template, NPC closed beta begins in 47 days 23 hours 58 minutes. Occupation, student/teaching assistant 1/10 subclass, linguist 2/10 talent, Tony Stark Purple. Attributes, strength 10. Agility, 13. Constitution, 8. Willpower, 9 HP, 80/80th stamina, 96/96 willpower, 9/9. Life skills, basic alchemy, occultism. Intermediate general skills, advanced English proficiency, intermediate pickpocketing, advanced marksmanship, expert level flirting, ripple breathing technique. Other details hidden. Note: a regular person who's starting to gain combat ability still far weaker than his looks suggest. Zhou Ning's eyes welled up with emotion. At last, the system no longer described him as a guy with nothing but good looks. Wait, what about that new map and new features it mentioned earlier? He reopened the simulator panel, and sure enough, a small red dot had appeared on the map. New content unlocked. One of the 2 previously locked tabs had also opened up, lottery. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The second map. 1338 words. Chapter 15. The second map. He hurriedly tapped into the map page. Sure enough, a new map had appeared below the original one. The previous, cleared map had turned black and was now unselectable. The name of the new map sounded quite flashy: Endless War. Endless War, travel cost, 5 traversal coins. The price of traversing had suddenly quintupled. Just when Zhou Ning had thought that having 12 traversal coins was already quite a lot, his face turned green. What a scam. The inflation rate was way too outrageous. As for this map, Zhou Ning recalled once playing a mini-game with the same name. It was a tower defense game. So his first impression was to guess it might be a fantasy-themed map. But knowing how quirky this simulator was, it could very well turn out to be modern warfare instead. Zhou Ning admitted he couldn't make heads or tails of its patterns. He tapped into the newly released feature, the lottery page, and found the rules simple enough: 1 traversal coin per draw, 10 draws for just 9 coins. The current prize pool was filled with items from the completed JoJo's Bizarre Adventure map. Free draws remaining, 3. Zhou Ning. Wasn't this just a classic pay-to-win mobile game gimmick? Having had bad luck since childhood, he'd never even won a try again bottle cap. Zhou Ning had never had much interest in lotteries. But free stuff? That's different. Without hesitation, he hit the draw button. Single pull miracle, let's go. You obtained a rare item, Browning M1906 pocket pistol, comes with several 25 ACP rounds. You obtained a rare item, Colt M1908 pistol, comes with several 25 ACP rounds. Zhou Ning, face dark, walked over to the washroom and splashed some water on his face. Keep going. You obtained a unique item, Webley Scott Bulldog revolver, comes with several 45 ACP rounds. Zhou Ning. This was ridiculous. Including the 2 guns already in his inventory, he now had 5 firearms. Who could even use that many at once? What did he think he was, Dr. Octopus? Screw this stupid draw system. One more pull and I'm cutting my own hands off. He pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time. Barely past 2. The night was still young. Having just learned ripple breathing and gotten a taste of its power, Zhou Ning didn't feel sleepy at all. After finding a few pieces of dark bread in the room to fill his stomach, he lay on the bed, staring at the yet unentered new map, itching with curiosity. Try it out. In the end, his internet addiction won out. He selected the new map Endless War and chose to enter. Preparing to traverse. Traversal coins -5. Please select a traversal mode. Direct traverse using parallel world template. Whoa, even the traverse mode got an upgrade. Curious, Zhou Ning picked option 2 to check it out. 3 cards appeared before him. The first card showed himself in a black suit and sunglasses, with a cold, emotionless face. Personality, cold-blooded, ruthless. Talents, precision shooting blue, bullet time orange. Skills, firearms mastery expert, hand-to-hand combat expert. Title, Yakuza Fiend Zhou Ning. Traverse cost, 15 traversal coins. The second card had him in a purple suit with clown makeup. Personality, unpredictable, erratic. Talents, criminal genius purple, explosives expert purple, firearms master purple, dyslexia gray, negative. Skills, intimidation and extortion master, explosive crafting expert, negotiation expert. Title, Mad Clown Zhou Ning. Traverse cost, a whopping 25 traversal coins. The third card showed him in a black suit again, calmly seated at a poker table with a confident smile, and a piece of chocolate in his hand. Personality, arrogant, confident, composed. Talents, gambling god red, winning strike purple. Skills, gambling god tier, firearms mastery beginner. Title, Supreme Gambling God Zhou Ning. Traverse cost, a jaw-dropping 100 traversal coins. After reading the description, Zhou Ning immediately understood why the prices were so steep. Partly because these templates help complete maps faster, but more importantly, once a template character successfully cleared a map, their talents and skills could enter the prize pool for future draws. Now that was tempting. Any one of those cards would be a massive power boost. At the bottom, a refresh countdown, 23:59:59, clearly, once the time reset, all 3 cards would disappear. They looked amazing, but with only 7 traversal coins left, they didn't seem so sweet anymore. Affordable. You have selected direct traverse mode. Please select 3 talents from the 10 below as matching criteria. Enigma blue, no one knows who you are. Your name and past are a mystery. Vampire physique purple, your physical abilities far exceed normal humans. You're ageless and immortal, but sunlight will kill you. Underdog path green, this is the story of my legendary life. Don't mock a poor youth, a poor middle-aged man, or a poor elder. Cross-species romance white, you may not be a furry, but furries love you. Furry creatures are naturally drawn to you. Faceless one green, you were born without a face, but are immune to all mental and spiritual control magic. Super gambler purple, you have exceptional talent and intuition in gambling. When you go all in, your luck dramatically increases. Sweet tooth white, you adore sweet scant live without sugar. Naturally sociable blue, your charisma is maxed out. You can make friends with anyone quickly. Business genius blue, you have great talent in business, allowing rapid capital accumulation. Soul transfer blue, your chosen traverse method is soul transfer, allowing countless possibilities. Please make your selections. Compared to the previous Traverse, these options were noticeably worse. Many didn't even make sense. Option 2, Vampire Physique, likely entered the pool after clearing the last map. It sounded amazing, but the sunlight drawback was severe. Without knowing the setting, you could die instantly at the start and waste 5 coins. Option 10 was similarly unstable. Its value was too uncertain. Far better to pick options 6 and 8, at least they were solid positives. After a brief pause, he selected 6, 8, and 9. You have selected talents 6, 8, and 9. Your current talents: Super Gambler, Naturally Sociable, Business Genius, Permanent Talent, Tony Stark. Match successful. In this parallel world, you are a playboy, a social butterfly, a genius in both science and business, and a certified gambler. If you die in the simulation, the game ends. Boarding time machine. Traverse complete. You have arrived in New York, 2006. From this moment forward, the wheels of history begin to turn. July 1, 2006, you appear alone on the streets of New York. Through conversation, you learn you're in Flushing, a neighborhood primarily inhabited by Chinese immigrants from mainland China and Taiwan. Thanks to your striking looks and social skills, you earn a small sum performing street dice tricks. July 2, 2006, you're mugged at gunpoint by a few thugs. But these small fry are no match for you. You turn the tables, robbing them instead, and netting $900 in cash. July 3 to 12, 2006, you place small bets at a dozen minor casinos and rake in a big profit, then wisely withdraw. As a gambler, you understand well, gamble with the shell radical becomes greed, the halves of greed form poverty, and when combined with weapons it becomes thief. Without restraint, a gambler ends in greed, poverty, and crime. July 13, 2006, you rent an apartment in Flushing and start learning about this world. What you discover shocks you. In this world, Stark Industries exists, and in Manhattan, the landmark isn't the Empire State Building, but the 1,138-foot Stark Tower. Zhou Ning was stunned. The result was now clear. The second map was set in the Marvel Universe. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 16, Gun 1398 words. Chapter 16, Gun Fu. Not sure yet whether this is a comic world or a movie world. Compared to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the Marvel Universe is undoubtedly far more dangerous. If nothing else, the sheer number of superpowered heroes and villains flooding the streets is enough to give anyone a headache. In New York, you could probably chuck a rock and hit a superhero. Zhou Ning could already foresee himself dying over and over again. Thankfully, he had crossed over into the year 2006. The first Iron Man movie wasn't until 2008, he had at least 2 years of breathing room. The simulation continued. July 2006, with no passport and no SSN, you couldn't move an inch in New York. So you spent $3,000 buying an SSN from a man named Martin Lee in Chinatown. According to him, it was legit. August 2006, you kept placing small bets at casinos. Wins and losses came and went, but under your precise control, you always won more than you lost. By the end of the month, your wealth had grown to $88,000. You swore this would be your last time stepping into a casino. September 2006, after some research, your sharp business mind discovered that this world truly had Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, Oscorp, PIM Technologies, tech giants whose technology far outpaced that of your previous life. However, the telecommunications industry was surprisingly behind. Even big shots on TV were still using bulky flip phones. You were confident that, given time, you could overtake them in this field and leap to the forefront of global tech. October 2006, with some preparation, you spent $2,000 to register a mobile phone company called Pineapple. November 2006, your scientific talent was no worse than Tony Stark's. In less than 2 months, you had built 2 prototype phones in your garage based on the iPhone 4 featuring Retina displays and IPS technology. Their PPI was triple that of contemporary phones. When it came to milking advantages, you never held back. December 2006, you broke your word. To raise funds, you went to Las Vegas, swearing it was really the last time. There you won for 28 straight days playing blackjack, earning $1.95 million, but also got blacklisted from every casino in Vegas and across the U.S. Still, the money was enough. You gained skill, gambling intermediate, wealth +2. December 2006, you poured huge amounts of money into advertising your phone on TV, newspapers, and other media even before you had a finished product. You left yourself no way out. For you, a super gambler, whether it's gambling in Vegas or starting a business, it's all the same, just different places, rules, and players. January 2007, your money started running out. So you spent $10,000 to enter the WSOP No Limit Texas Hold'em tournament. The grand prize was $6 million. February 2007, out of 8,773 participants, the unknown, you defeated a 39-year-old psychiatrist named Jeremy Young, and won the tournament. You gained skill, gambling advanced, wealth +5. March 2007, after 3 months of ad blitz and hunger marketing, your Pineapple phone launched to massive success, so much so that it sold out. The Fluid OS, Retina display, and crystal clear images felt like they came from the future, completely crushing outdated flip phones. Your strategy worked. You had won this battle. April 2007, your startup took off. Like every lucky soul riding the wave, your fortune exploded at an unbelievable pace. Your phone became a symbol of style and status. Even billionaires like Norman Osborn and Tony Stark used your device. May 2007, this month, you dated every Playboy cover model from the first issue of 2005 to the 5th issue of 2007. You felt exhausted. Happiness +7. June 2007, at a cocktail party, you met Tony Stark. Your similar personalities and matching talents made you see yourselves in each other. The difference? You were way better looking. Even if you didn't like each other much, you still became pretty good friends. July 2007, you, of all people, got ambushed. Some punks sprayed bullets at your car. Luckily, one of your employees happened to pass by, and you survived. John Wick, your company's head of security. To thank him, you paid the medical bills for his cancer-stricken wife, and got her the best doctor, easing her condition. He was deeply grateful. August 2007, over time, you and John Wick became close friends. You also kept in touch with Tony Stark. You guys attended several parties together, friends and rivals at the same time. Especially when it came to women, you had looks, Tony had money. You won, hands down. September 2007, a few punks trashed several of your retail stores. That night, a man named Wesley came to see you, claiming to represent a businessman named Wilson Grant Fisk, who wanted to buy your Pineapple company. You rejected the offer outright. Even knowing he was the kingpin, he wasn't getting your company for free. To protect yourself, you hired more bodyguards. November 2007, you were targeted for assassination again. A few days later, the news reported that Wilson Grant Fisk, a famed philanthropist and businessman, had been shot dead. The next day, you saw John Wick injured. No words were exchanged, you both knew. December 2007, by sheer chance, you discovered John Wick was a master of every gun fu style, especially the Mozambique drill and the sea. His moves flowed like water. Was this Marvel or the Assassin's Guild? After much pleading, John Wick finally agreed to train you in gun fu. December 2007 to June 2008, your business soared. You hired a large workforce. The second generation of the Pineapple phone launched, and was still selling like hotcakes. Meanwhile, under John Wick's guidance, you began to grasp the true essence of gun fu. You gained trait, gun fu, deadly rhythm blue. You gained skill, see. Shooting method beginner deadly rhythm, a highly specialized combat state where you can integrate any skill into battle. Greatly enhances combat capabilities and battlefield awareness. July 2008, Tony Stark traveled to Afghanistan to promote weapons. 2 days later, news broke that he had gone missing in Kunar province after an attack by the Ten Rings. His fate was unknown. October 2008, 3 months later, Tony returned to the U. After some time in seclusion, he immediately showed off his newly upgraded Mark II suit. After examining the armor closely, you figured that, given some time, you could replicate it perfectly. The only issue was the energy source. November 2008, Tony took you out for drinks, and you were suddenly crushed to death by a giant robot falling from the sky. You earned achievement, Airborne Cavalry. Summary, your life went pretty smoothly. But one thing's clear: your gambling skills are far superior to your business acumen. On the bright side, after your death, Tony Stark defeated Obadiah and his Ironmonger suit, avenging you. At the press conference, he even said that iconic line, "I am Iron Man." In a way, he was showing off on your grave. Rating, C+. World Exploration, 34. Bonus, +3 Traversal coins for exceeding 20% exploration, +1 Traversal coin for influencing global scientific progress. Simulation complete. Please make your selection. Option 1, randomly acquire 3 skills or specialties gained during the traversal. Option 2, randomly acquire 3 items gained during the traversal. Zhou Ning. Death had come so suddenly that Zhou Ning was stunned for 2 seconds, then gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn that Tony shit Stark. Had nothing to do with him, yet he still managed to get him killed. Next time he crossed over, he'd make sure to settle the score. Still, despite the short run, the gains this time were substantial. You chose option 1. You gained trait, Gun Fu, Deadly Rhythm. Blue, you gained skill, C, Shooting Method. Beginner, you gained skill, Gambling Advanced. Sure enough, another trait, and another combat skill. Aside from dying young, Zhou Ning was quite satisfied with this round. Even though the gambling skill wasn't immediately useful, both the C method and Gun Fu, Deadly Rhythm gave a huge boost to his combat power. Combined with his existing firearm knowledge and advanced marksmanship proficiency, he was beginning to form an entirely new professional system. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 17, The Murder Case. 1665 words. Chapter 17, The Murder Case. On the other side of town, to the west of Darkland City, a young man in a top hat stepped down from a carriage and walked through the wind and snow into the Duke of West's estate. Qian West sat behind his desk, a finely crafted pipe in his mouth, reading a few yellowed pages under the soft glow of a gas lamp. Ever since the inventor William Murdoch discovered that gas extracted from coal could be used for illumination, gas lighting had gradually replaced whale oil as the primary source of heat and light in the Kingdom of Bryston. At first, people were wary of gas lamps. Ladies in particular disapproved, claiming the light made skin imperfections too visible. But just as the advent of the supernatural era could not be reversed, gas lamps began spreading from shops to theaters to streetlights. Now they were a staple in every household. A knock came from the door. Qian looked up and called out, "Sherlock. I've finished investigating, just as you asked." The young man stepped in lightly and tipped his hat to Qian West. "Have a seat," Qian said, gesturing toward the bottle on the desk. "Want a glass of iced wine? With aphid juice?" "No, thank you." Once again rejected, Qian shook his head with a sigh of regret. "So, how was the scene?" "The sacrifice really did take place at the cursed Jasonat haunted manor. We found 7 cultists dead at the scene. 5 of them were killed by cold weapons while unconscious, no signs of struggle. The remaining 2 were shot dead, each with a single fatal bullet wound. There were indeed traces of a supernatural creature having been present and killed. Just the corrosive blood splattered across the floor left several unmistakable patches. Based on the trajectories and shell casings left at the scene, a fierce gunfight definitely took place. The casings came from two firearms, one a small-caliber revolver, the other a large-caliber weapon. Here's the analysis report on the sacrificial event. As he spoke, the young man handed Qian a stack of documents. If Zhou Ning had seen this report, he would have been stunned. This young man had almost perfectly reconstructed the entire incident based solely on ballistic patterns, shell positions, and blood splatter distribution. Qian flipped through a few pages and nodded thoughtfully. What about the book? Did you find it? Just like before, it vanished after the ritual ended. The young man shrugged. Well, maybe it really did grow legs and walk away, Qian said with a wry smile. After seeing the young man off, Qian sat back down at his desk and began reading the report. To take down a supernatural creature with nothing but firearms, quite an impressive young man. As for his weapons, he took a deep drag from his pipe and fell into thought. As gas usage expanded and became more widespread among civilians, the kingdom had begun to place increasing value on coal as a precious resource. King Charles VI had mobilized the entire nation to refit a 1,000-year-old alchemical warship. Now powered by a steam engine and alchemical arrays, it was armed with 24 Vulcan cannons and 18 invincible cannons, capable of reaching speeds of 21 knots. This colossal steel monstrosity, the largest in human history, was now docked at the western military port of the city. Its purpose, to conquer the northern walrus men and seize their abundant coal resources. At the same time, climate anomalies were growing more frequent, and there were even rumors of elemental creatures attacking humans. As early as 2 years ago, the court's chief mage, Elon, had made a prophecy: the gods would soon awaken, and the supernatural would return in full force. The world would see the rise of countless chosen beings who feared neither death nor pain. Their arrival would be both catastrophe and opportunity. No one believed it back then. But now that supernatural powers were growing more active and the bottleneck that had plagued Qian for so long had vanished, he might soon ascend to become a Sky Knight. All across Darklandan, indeed, the entire kingdom of Bryston, more and more supernatural incidents were surfacing. Recalling Elon's prophecy, Qian turned to look out at the falling snow, murmuring with both anticipation and dread. A new era has begun. The next morning, when Zhou Ning awoke from his slumber, daylight had already filled the room. He dug out a pocket watch from a pile of clothes and flipped it open. It read exactly 7 a.m. Good habits. Zhou Ning praised himself. After dressing, he noticed his roommate John still hadn't returned. The mutt named Bobby, who had taken over John's bed, was now running happily around the room, tail wagging. According to what he knew from the game, this breed existed only in the world of Apocalypse. Extremely energetic and highly sensitive to light elements, they were known as sundogs, naturally adept at keeping time. Some rare individuals, once trained, could even predict the weather. But Bobby? One look and Zhou Ning could tell this dog was a few candles short of a chandelier. Weather prediction. Yeah, right. After a few laps, Bobby seemed to get tired. With a swaggering gait, he backed up against the dorm wall, stuck out his butt and moments later, left behind a steaming pile of dog poop. Zhou Ning. Why does this feel weirdly inspirational? Apocalypse is brutal. Even dogs here have to master skills like timekeeping, and still never forget to crap with conviction. If even dogs are grinding this hard, how can I let myself slack off? Let's go. Wait, no, this is my wall. You damn mutt. Zhou Ning grabbed a broom without hesitation. The dumb dog, seeing Zhou Ning storming over, must have felt guilty. It looked back, stuck out its tongue, and slurp-swallowed the evidence. Then it dashed joyfully toward him, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Ning. Get away from me. After giving the mutt a proper ear-twisting punishment, Zhou Ning quickly washed up and opened the wardrobe to pick out his clothes. In this world, strict rules dictated that only nobles could wear colored clothing, so the wardrobe contained only black and white garments. After some deliberation, he settled on a white shirt and a black vest. Once dressed, he topped it off with a soft felt hat and gave himself a thumbs up in the mirror. Perfect. His predecessor had a highly disciplined routine. Every morning began with a jog around campus, followed by breakfast at a place called the Pig and Whistle, then a quick change of clothes before heading to the alchemy building. As a top student in alchemy, Wayne Sturwell Zhou Ning's predecessor had long served as Professor Wesley's teaching assistant, helping to prepare lesson plans and alchemical supplies, and occasionally even covering classes. In return, he was granted limited access to school alchemical materials and equipment, along with a monthly stipend of 5 vectas worth 50 rose hens. To celebrate his first full day in this new world, Zhou Ning decided to skip the jog. But he'd keep the assistant gig, at least for now. For one thing, he was flat broke. He had just 15 vectas to his name, 7 of which he'd scraped together yesterday. But most of it was off limits. With school resuming soon, he'd need to pay 10 rose hens in tuition every week. One misstep and he'd be out of school and out of luck. Then there was the simulator. Yesterday, after the transfer, he had 11 transfer coins left, enough for 2 more jumps. He'd asked the system, and topping up a single transfer coin required 10 vectas, 2 months' worth of his stipend. One transfer. A ridiculous 50 vectas. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached. Damn you, Tony Stark. You scammed me out of 10 months' salary, and still had the nerve to act smug. Beyond easing his financial burden, keeping the assistant role also allowed him to freeload alchemy materials and tools. According to the official game mechanics, most primary and secondary professions could be learned from skill books or NPCs. But life-type secondary professions were more demanding, skill books were rare, and mastering them required extensive practice. Like enchanting. Or alchemy. The game's classic saying, alchemy ruins 3 generations, enchanting wrecks a lifetime, came to mind for good reason. Zhou Ning didn't yet have a combat-oriented primary profession, but freeloading the school's alchemy resources would help him quickly build experience and level up his skills. A win-win. Dressed and ready, he left the dorm. Unlike the world he came from, Vic University's dormitories were co-ed. Even in this cold weather, plenty of young women strolled around in revealing clothes. Far from shying away, many greeted him with cheerful familiarity. Morning, Senior Wayne. Skipping your morning run today, Senior. The body's charm seemed unexpectedly strong. With the expert flirting active, Zhou Ning almost felt like a tiger among sheep. He returned greetings all the way to the dorm entrance. Ah, this is the life. Standing at the gate, he performed a few rounds of ripple breathing under the morning sun. He noticed small green plus signs appear next to his strength and agility stats, slowly rising. With consistent training, he might level up naturally in just a few days. What an amazing skill! Zhou Ning was impressed. Across from the dorms lay a man-made grove, normally a popular makeout spot. Now, a crowd had gathered outside it. Something had clearly happened. Zhou Ning approached, curiosity piqued. He overheard 2 male students talking. Word is there was a murder in the grove last night. Seriously? They say it was a sophomore girl. I heard it was brutal. Her organs were all ripped out. At that last bit, Zhou Ning frowned. His feet moved instinctively toward the grove. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send power stones. 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Talking Business, 1326 words. Chapter 18. Talking Business. In the Kingdom of Bryston, only the ascetic Church of Discipline strictly forbade premarital intimacy. So doing what couples usually do in the woods was actually a pretty common thing. The scene of the crime was just a little way into the grove, right next to a stone bench, a favorite spot for young couples. The bodies had also been discovered by a pair of students out for morning exercise. By the time Zhou Ning arrived, the police were already on the scene. Some officers were surveying the area, others were driving back students who had crossed the line, and the remaining few were cordoning off the area with white tape. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes and noticed a familiar figure standing next to the police. He had seen him just last night, one of the Sunwatchers following behind Qian. After they'd boarded the carriage, this guy hadn't come along. It was a plain-looking, black-haired young man wearing a deerstalker hat. Zhou Ning remembered him vividly because his hairstyle and features were strikingly similar to Li Tai. Seriously, uncannily similar. At the moment, the young man was squatting down, frowning as he examined something on the ground. Zhou Ning had no intention of greeting him, and instead rubbed his nose hard. Even from a distance, the pungent stench of blood was overwhelming. Freud was right, desire really can make people lose their minds. Who the hell goes out here for a morning rendezvous? Wouldn't the dorm be more comfortable? Since it had snowed just last night, Zhou Ning could clearly see a pool of congealed black blood in the snow from quite a distance. Half buried in the snow was also a pile of colorful, indistinguishable items. The scene hadn't been cleared yet, and the grisly sight was stomach-churning. Among the onlookers, Zhou Ning also spotted his own advisor, Senior Professor Wesley, and a few faculty members who'd stayed behind during the break. They stood together, all wearing dark, brooding expressions. Compared to the staff, the students were much more animated. There wasn't much crying at the scene, instead, lively chatter filled the air. It was obvious the victim hadn't been very well liked. After eavesdropping on the conversations for a bit, Zhou Ning picked up several important pieces of information. First, the victim's name was Sharon. She was a second-year student in the alchemy department at Vic University, technically Zhou Ning's junior. She was known for being sharp-tongued and vain, with poor social relations. Even her dorm mates didn't particularly like her. But academically, she was hard-working. Second, the cause of death really was having her internal organs gouged out. The couple who'd found the body and were now retching violently could confirm that. And the colorful mess on the snow backed it up. At that moment, the crowd began to part as two officers carried out the corpse, now covered with a white sheet, and loaded it onto a carriage. Zhou Ning rubbed his chin, falling into thought. A murder involving organ removal. This smelled a lot like the work of the lunatics from the Life Alchemy Society. Despite the name sounding reputable, the Life Alchemy Society followed a path that was pure heresy. They believed life could be alchemically created, and that with the right formula, humans could act as gods, capable of evolving all things. This philosophy was directly opposed to the foundational rule of conventional alchemy equivalent exchange. In the game Apocalypse, several tragic cases were their handiwork. That black-haired Sunwatcher walked out of the woods alongside several police officers. Upon seeing Zhou Ning, his eyes lit up. He took out an ID, flashed it in front of Zhou Ning, and greeted him, "Good morning, mister. My name is Sherlock Moriarty. Lord Qian sent me to find you. If you don't mind, shall we talk over there?" Sherlock Moriarty. Well, damn, Holmes and Professor Moriarty rolled into one. As Sherlock approached to talk, Zhou Ning immediately sensed a shift in attention. Many eyes turned toward him, likely pegging him as a suspect. He sighed inwardly and nodded. "In fact, we met yesterday." Sherlock nodded with a smile. "You have a sharp memory. I was the fourth from the left of Lord Qian." "It's not that my memory's good, you just really look like Li Tai." Zhou Ning grumbled silently. They walked to the side together. Sherlock stopped and looked Zhou Ning in the eye. "Wayne, you seem to have some thoughts about the case." "Wasn't me," Zhou Ning replied blankly. "I know it wasn't you. But my eyes tell me you definitely have some thoughts." "Don't worry, I won't leak anything." Sherlock stared intently, his tone serious. "Really don't. But if I had to say something." Zhou Ning looked at Sherlock's expectant face, thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, "Maybe you could try a different hairstyle. That one really doesn't suit you." The two stared at each other for a while. Sherlock eventually shrugged and gave up, smiling. Useful feedback. "All right, let's get to business." Lord Kien asked me to deliver something to you as thanks and to discuss a deal. Sherlock took out a golden card with intricate patterns and handed it over. This is a VIP card from the West family. With it, you'll receive VIP treatment at the Bryston Alchemy Guild, and a 20% discount at all shops under the West family. Zhou Ning didn't hesitate, taking the card. I'll accept it. Kien for me. So what business are we discussing? What a coincidence, this reward was exactly the same as the one in his quest rewards. Zhou Ning couldn't help but suspect this whole thing was orchestrated by the game system. Sherlock smiled and leaned in close. Wayne, or rather, the organization you represent seems to have access to some high-quality firearms. As he spoke, Sherlock carefully observed Zhou Ning's expression. With his professional training, he was excellent at reading people. Even the slightest hesitation wouldn't escape him. To his surprise, Zhou Ning nodded without hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, a revolver spun into his hand. We do, but not many. Name your price. Sherlock was caught off guard by Zhou Ning's straightforwardness. I do still have a few firearms, but really not many. If you want them, you'll have to buy them. Sherlock hesitated. In the Bryston Kingdom, pistols typically cost around 10 vectas each. But Zhou Ning's revolvers boasted 30% more power and performance. While supernatural powers still dominated the mainstream, firearms definitely had a place. 15 vectas per pistol. 18 for long guns. He quoted a price. He was ready to bleed a little as long as it wasn't exorbitant. He was prepared to go through with the deal. Firearms are just firearms. Our Sunwatcher budget isn't that great, we can't offer too much. Wait, you agreed? Sherlock was stunned. Zhou Ning pulled another gun from inside his coat and handed both to Sherlock, smiling slightly. After all, I'm a citizen of the Bryston Kingdom too. I only have one long gun left, which I need to keep. I've got 3 revolvers here, are 2 for you. Sherlock nodded. Whether or not the gesture was sincere, it had undeniably left him with a good impression. Zhou Ning remained expressionless, but inside he was quite satisfied. To him, giving up 2 guns came at almost no cost. Each one was obtained through a 1-coin draw from the dimensional lottery. 3 draws had yielded 3 weapons. The win rate seemed high. 1 coin cost just 10 vectas if recharged directly, meaning each revolver netted him 5 vectas with no effort. At this stage of the game, as supernatural power gradually awakened and firepower shortages worsened, Bryston would soon start producing similar firearms anyway. Might as well take the chance to do a few more deals and fatten up his thin wallet. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 19, Alchemy. 1396 words. Chapter 19, Alchemy. In order for this business to last longer, it was crucial to set a price that wouldn't make the other party feel the pinch. A steady trickle fills the jar, after all. Pleasure doing business. Once the deal was made, the other party handed over the money readily. He picked up the gun and played with it for a bit, trying to imitate Zhou Ning and twirl it around his finger, but failed miserably. He let out an awkward cough and handed 4 vectas to Zhou Ning. Oh, by the way, unless it's really necessary, it's best not to go out at night for the next few days. Things have been pretty chaotic lately. Some of the senators are even considering pushing a curfew bill. All right, thank you. Zhou Ning took the money and found it was 2 5 vectas and 2 10 vecta bills. It was actually his first time seeing the 10 vectas note in real life. Its dominant green tone featured the portrait of Charles I, the founding king of the Bryston Kingdom. The designer had even crafted a watermark in the king's beard as an anti-counterfeiting measure. The note gave off an intoxicating scent of fresh ink. Holy crap! A single note was worth 2 months of his stipend. Perhaps due to fragments of his predecessor's memories, Zhou Ning felt an instant connection with the money in his hand, love at first sight. He kept a straight face, suppressing the ridiculous urge to kiss the bills, folded them neatly and tucked them into his coat. Then he casually asked, "That bill probably won't pass, right?" "Obviously not. That bill threatens too many people's interests. No nightlife means no sex life for a lot of folks, and even tax revenues would drop by a third," Sherlock remarked sarcastically. "If I had to guess, that idiot senator will be out of office soon." That made a lot of sense. After all, up until the moment Zhou Ning had transmigrated, he'd never heard of any curfew laws in Bryston in the game. He quietly lit a candle for that nameless senator in his heart. The two chatted for a while longer before Sherlock politely tipped his deerstalker hat and took his leave. As Sherlock walked off, Zhou Ning, who had also been about to leave, suddenly turned back after a moment of hesitation and called out, "Detective Sherlock, have you ever heard of the Life Alchemy Society?" "The Life Alchemy Society?" Sherlock paused for a moment, then immediately caught on. "The Life Alchemy Society, those lunatics who believe life can be created through alchemy. They originated from the Eastern Kingdom of Ruins, and they're obsessed with experimenting to create all sorts of alchemical life forms. You think this case has something to do with them? It's just a hunch. I heard that within the society, there's a faction that's not only obsessed with creating life through alchemy, but also with refining themselves using alchemy. At first, they tried mechanical parts and animal organs to modify their bodies, but that didn't work. Eventually, they realized that only the human body truly matches the human body. Just then, a system panel popped up. "You've triggered a B-rank quest, Alchemical Phantom." "Of course, it's just a rumor I heard somewhere." "Just take it as a story," Zhou Ning added nonchalantly while silently accepting the quest. "No, you're right. That explains it." Sherlock's expression shifted from surprise to thrilled. What had seemed like a complicated case suddenly had a breakthrough, thanks to Zhou Ning's lead. Sherlock immediately broke into a jog toward the carriage parked beyond the woods. The system quickly followed up with another prompt. "B-rank quest Alchemical Phantom, 25% complete." Meanwhile, the investigation site remained busy as more officers arrived. Although murders weren't rare in the Bryston Kingdom, one occurring at Vic University was highly unusual. As the kingdom's most prestigious institution, Vic University only accepted the future elites of Bryston, either brilliant minds or offspring of high-ranking nobles. If this case were to spread, it could cause a national sensation. Both the Darkland Police Department and the university administration were under immense pressure. After a while, the vice principal, who oversaw campus affairs, stepped forward and announced to the students and staff that no one would be allowed to enter or leave the campus for the time being, pending the investigation. Zhou Ning understood the vice principal's intention. It was to cooperate with the investigation, but he still shook his head. The suspect was clearly a supernatural individual. That kind of measure might work on ordinary people, but what about a supernatural being? Nearby, several officers began questioning passing students. Likely because someone had already vouched for him, Zhou Ning wasn't stopped. He put his hat back on, walked to the end of the path, turned a corner, and stopped in front of the Pig and Whistle breakfast shop. The shop shared its name with an inn from World of Warcraft's Old Town. The owner, Mrs. Turing, was in her 70s and cared for her paralyzed husband, who was 10 years her senior. On nice days, she could often be seen pushing his wheelchair around campus. "Turing, I'll take 3 pounds of your cupcakes." "All right, little Wayne. By the way, did something happen at the dorms?" Turing asked while scooping out the cupcakes. "Someone died in the woods. A second-year student from the alchemy department. Her name was Sharon," Zhou Ning answered concisely. "Oh my goodness. I remember her, such a sweet girl. We got along quite well. What a shame. Just the other day she told me she'd gotten a wonderful new boyfriend," Mrs. Turing said, making a prayer gesture used by the ascetic church, her face full of sorrow. She had a boyfriend. Zhou Ning was surprised. From what he'd heard, Sharon had a bad temper and no friends, let alone a boyfriend. Yes, I'm certain. She said her boyfriend was handsome, charming, talented, and a true gentleman. Madly in love with her too, Mrs. Turing recalled. That boyfriend sounded suspicious. Zhou Ning nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind as he took the cupcakes and made his way to the alchemy building. The alchemy building wasn't far from the student dorms. It was a standalone 4-story structure. Professor Wesley's alchemy lab was located on the second floor. As Professor Wesley's teaching assistant, Zhou Ning's duties included not only academic support, but also manning the alchemy building and helping prepare alchemical materials. With the start of the new term just days away, the building was already getting busier. As soon as Zhou Ning entered, he saw Sherlock at the front desk inquiring about something. Zhou Ning gave him a quick greeting, and then headed up the stairs to the second floor. The moment he opened the lab door, a strong stench of alcohol assaulted his nose. He opened a window to let in fresh air. Under Professor Wesley, Zhou Ning specialized in applied alchemy, researching ways to apply alchemy to everyday life. Of course, alchemical pharmacology was also a required field. Today he needed to prepare iodine, sage, calming flowers, coinleaf, sun orchids, and daisy roots. You completed an alchemical material identification, gain 3 EXP. You completed an alchemical material identification, gain 2 EXP. In Apocalypse, there were many ways to earn experience besides combat and quests. Life skills could also provide substantial EXP. So lifestyle players weren't at a total disadvantage. Zhou Ning skillfully prepared the dozens of materials Professor Wesley would need that afternoon, earning nearly 200 EXP in the process. With a sigh of relief, he looked at the clock. He now had over 4 hours entirely to himself. At the moment, only the basic materials were available for practice, and even those were in limited supply. Zhou Ning opened his alchemy skill page. He only had 2 formulas he could reliably produce: basic mana potion and basic healing potion. The mana potion required calming flowers, belladonna root, and iodine. The healing potion used ginkgo leaves and daisy roots, both of which were well stocked in the lab. For leveling up and increasing skill proficiency, the healing potion was clearly the more cost-effective choice. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 20, Gotta Go on Sale. 1167 words. Chapter 20, Gotta Go on Sale. Basic Healing Potion, requires ginkgo leaves, daisy roots, crystal vial. With basic alchemy now in his skill set, Zhou Ning's mind was instantly flooded with the complete refining technique for the basic healing potion. How much ginkgo leaf to use, the correct ratio, how much daisy root, the exact proportions, the precise steps of the process. He remembered it all with crystal clarity. In the game, crafting potions was as simple as standing at an alchemy station and letting a progress bar fill up. But now he had to manually work with cauldrons, distillers, and other actual tools. This was on a whole different level. 5 grams of ginkgo leaf, 7 grams of daisy root, a bit of iodine tincture to balance the potion's properties. Zhou Ning followed each step methodically, dropping herbs into the cauldron, boiling the mixture, then pouring it into a beaker. His basic alchemy skill bar began inching upward from 7 proficiency points to 8. In under 5 minutes, a steaming vial of beginner healing potion was complete. Basic healing potion quality, common type, consumable effect, restores a small amount of HP. Note: drink it. After crafting his first potion, Zhou Ning took a sip. The taste was tolerable. It probably wouldn't kill anyone. He set the finished potion aside and calmly picked up another set of ingredients to begin the next batch. You completed a potion, quality 63, gain 36 EXP, plus 1 proficiency point. You completed a potion, quality 77, gained 41 EXP, plus 2 proficiency points. Extreme calmness plus 1. Thanks to his talents, dexterous hands, and extreme calmness, Zhou Ning's potion crafting was exceptionally stable and efficient. As his proficiency grew, his crafting speed improved to what initially took 5 minutes per bottle was soon down to just 3, and his success rate was nearing 90%. Over 3 hours passed. Zhou Ning reached out for another crystal vial on instinct and came up empty. He'd used them all up. Snapping out of his hyperfocus state, Zhou Ning stared blankly at the piles of beginner healing potions covering the table. Zhou Ning. Can someone please tell me what I'm supposed to do with this mountain of healing potions? Seriously, this is urgent. He could already imagine Professor Wesley's darkening expression. Sure, he might have caused a bit of a mess, but the EXP gains were worth it. Over 6,000 points in just over 3 hours. His basic alchemy proficiency was now nearly a third full. Sharp, when Professor Wesley pushed open the door to the alchemy lab, he froze in shock at the sight before him. The lab floor was spotless. The windows had been polished. All the materials for the afternoon session were prepped and ready. And then, a full table stacked with beginner healing potions made him question reality. Wesley inspected the ingredients. His face remained expressionless as he picked up a vial and sniffed it. The quality was excellent. Zhou Ning had turned 120 sets of materials into 112 finished potions. That success rate was astonishing, even better than most intermediate alchemists. And considering Wayne Sturwell was still just an apprentice, his talent was remarkable. Given time, he might even reach advanced or master level. But why the hell would someone brew this many beginner healing potions? Get over here. He barked. A flustered, pretty girl came rushing in. This was the first time she'd seen Professor Wesley this flustered. Rosie, take all these beginner healing potions to the Academy's alchemy shop. They're 20% off for the next week. And fetch me a new batch of crystal vials, Wesley said coldly. Also, tell Wayne Sturwell no more healing potions. He can make anything else he wants. But he's solely responsible for the freshman orientation event in 4 days. Rosie nodded furiously. She snuck a peek at the table and was shocked by the sheer volume of potions. This was hardcore overproduction. There were so many beginner healing potions, they'd probably still be selling them well into next semester. No wonder they had to go on sale. Definitely gotta go on sale. Elsewhere, Zhou Ning had already returned to his dorm, arms full of books. He stored away the 6,000 EXP he'd earned, planning to use it once he'd gathered even more. After simulations in 2 worlds, his literary life progress had unknowingly surpassed 300. The end of this mission wasn't far off. With more real-world reading and 3 or 4 more simulation runs, he might complete it. Literary life, deep down, you've always had a literary dream. In a future life, pursue that dream. Across both real life and simulations, read a total of 1,000 books. He set the books down on his desk and eagerly opened the recharge menu, dumping all 30 newly earned vectas into it in one go. And just like that, the 30 vectas vanished in an instant. His Traversal coin balance rose to 14. He opened the lottery page and tapped the 10 draw option. A 10 pull only cost 9 Traversal coins, quite the deal. You received rare item, Springfield rifle. Includes 7.62mm ammo. You received rare item, Colt M1878 revolver. Includes 45 ACP ammo. You received rare item, Lee Enfield rifle. Includes 303 British ammo. You received exotic item, 1792 Western armor. Just as Zhou Ning expected, the draw was almost entirely firearms. Out of 10 items, 7 were guns, 2 were worthless British antiques, and 1 was a dagger he could actually use. Of the firearms, there were 5 revolvers and 2 rifles, and none were especially valuable. By the standard conversion rate, 18 vectas for a rifle, 15 for a revolver, he could probably sell them all for over 100 vectas. He was getting closer to full traversal freedom. He still had 5 traversal coins left. If this next traversal went badly, it might be his last shot for a while. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and selected the traversal option again. Preparing for traversal. Traversal coins -5. Please choose traversal mode. Direct traversal. Use parallel world template. The three templates Yakuza Fiend, Mad Clown, and Supreme Gambling God only had about 10 hours left on their timers and were too expensive. Zhou Ning immediately chose option 1. Spend one more coin to reroll talents. He selected no. You have selected talents 6, 8, and 9. Your current talents are Super Gambler, Naturally Sociable, Business Genius. Constant Talent, Tony Stark. Match complete. In this parallel world, you are a playboy, a master of socializing, and a genius in both science and business. You're also an unrepentant gambler. Current world exploration, 34. When exploration reaches 66.7%, the next map will unlock. If you die during simulation, the game ends. Boarding time machine. Traversal complete. You have arrived in New York, 2006. From this moment on, the wheels of history begin to turn. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 21, The Second Marvel Journey 1555 words. Chapter 21, The Second Marvel Journey. After the familiar opening sequence, the subtitles began to scroll slowly. July 1, 2006, you stood penniless and alone on the streets of New York, right beside Flushing, an area densely populated with Chinese and other Asian immigrants. You earned your first $300 through a few rounds of shell game tricks, then decided not to fleece the locals any further. July 2, 2006, you spent $170 to buy a Glock handgun. As a cautious and honest man, you thought it wise to prepare for the worst. You headed to Clinton, on Manhattan's West Side, a place also known as Hell's Kitchen. There you resumed your street shell game hustle and made $400. July 3, 2006, you finally attracted the attention of local thugs. In just one day, you were robbed 7 times but earned $3,200 in the process. TCH, how poor. July 4, 2006, you continued your bait and bust hero routine, delivering justice. That night, you were robbed 4 times, earning $1,600. On the last encounter, a pervert in a blue spandex suit calling himself Super Awesome Man mistook you for a mugger. You couldn't be bothered to explain, so you beat him up too. July 5, 2006, still running your bait game, but the crime rate was oddly low tonight, only 1 robbery. Finally, you scraped together $5,000. At least you could say you helped improve neighborhood safety. Late July 2006, you managed to track down John Wick. With deliberate effort, you befriended him. Though you didn't have much money, you urged him to keep a closer eye on his wife's health. A few days later, John found you, hugged you, and thanked you. You had saved his wife. She'd been diagnosed with early-stage cancer, which was treatable. You didn't know how John fared after your unexpected death in your previous life, but you smiled and said, "It's enough that she's okay." August 2006, at your request, you continued to train in marksmanship under John Wick. By the end of the month, you located Martin Lee in Chinatown, and paid $3,000 for an SSN. You now had a legal identity in the U. September 2006, using your $5,000 startup fund, you placed carefully calculated bets at a dozen or so casinos around Long Island and Queens. Thanks to your superb gambling skills, you quickly amassed a considerable fortune. At the end of September, you set up a small research lab and began studying energy technology. October 2006, after careful consideration, you decided to pursue the smartphone industry. Following a period of research, you published a paper on graphene materials in Nature, which caused a sensation in the scientific community. You believed graphene batteries would be a revolutionary upgrade over lithium-ion batteries. November 2006, You registered a phone company with $2,000 and named it Pineapple Incorporated. This time, you quickly produced a prototype. The real focus of your research was on the process of lithium ions embedding and releasing on graphene surfaces, and electrodes, creating a battery that would lead the world's tech by 15 years. Since you'd seen similar products back in 2021 before your transmigration, you had concrete references. For a genius like you, this was no challenge. After more than a month of work, you succeeded in creating a graphene battery. December 2006, you published your research results in Nature again, announcing that smartphones equipped with graphene batteries would soon hit the market. In addition to their innovative design and cutting-edge specs, the battery capacity was 3 times higher than the best on the market, and they charged in under 15 minutes. Your declaration shook the world. January 2007, the Pineapple phone launched. All the specs were based on data from your past life. It featured a Retina display and IPS screen tech, with PPI 3 times higher than contemporary phones. Its battery was the graphene type. As expected, despite launching 4 months earlier than its past life counterpart, and having 2 months less advertising, the futuristic tech and your 2 Nature papers created overwhelming buzz. Public attention was immediate. February 2007, your startup succeeded once again. The Pineapple Gen 1 sold even better than in your past life. Even with a 20% price hike, it crushed Nokia, which held 75% of the U. Your phone became a luxury item, a true piece of future tech. End of March 2007, your business exploded. Like every lucky soul riding the crest of a wave, your wealth grew at an astonishing rate. Your phone became a symbol of style and status. Even tycoons like Norman Osborn and Tony Stark were using it. Wealth plus 11 March-April 2007, you tracked down a destitute Ivan Vanko in Russia, and bought the arc reactor technology from him at great cost. In mid-March, you built a larger lab and began secretly recruiting scientists to work on AI and refining the arc reactor. With no shortage of money or equipment, nothing could stop you, not even God. May 2007, it seemed Kingpin had taken an interest in you. You hired John Wick as your bodyguard, and he was happy to help. At a party, you reconnected with Tony Stark. Just like in your past life, your similar personalities and comparable abilities made you both rivals and friends. But friendship aside, you weren't going to go easy on someone who screwed you over before. June 2007, Pineapple Inc. successfully went public on NASDAQ. On the first day, shares jumped 40%. Your wealth surged. July 2007, after 6 months of research, your AI project was the first to succeed. You named it Jeeves. As soon as it was done, you shared it with Tony Stark. Though he wasn't thrilled, he admitted it was at least as good as J. August 2007, thanks to John Wick's presence, several assassination attempts on you failed. November 2007, after over a year of practice, you made huge strides in marksmanship. You learned Center Axis Relock Intermediate and Mozambique Drill Beginner. December 2007, with the efforts of more than 30 scientists, a new arc reactor was finally developed. As lead researcher, you designed the miniature reactor in a rectangular form, still using palladium as the core material. You had a vague idea of what element could replace palladium, but you knew you'd need more money and luck to find it. January 2008, your business was booming. You hired a massive team to work under you. Pineapple phones had already reached their 3rd generation, and were still selling like crazy. February 2008, the new Pineapple Company HQ, Pineapple Tower, was completed. March 2008, based on the Mark II you saw in your past life, recreating a finished product was not difficult for a scientific genius like you. Inspired by what you saw in movies, you even designed a portable suitcase armor. When manually activated, the case would unfold, letting the user grip the gauntlets while the back and chest armor attached automatically. Arm sections would align and snap into place. Once the outer armor closed and the core reactor powered up, the suit would be fully equipped. A true genius idea. You named the armor Karma MK. Just for fun. You learned the skill, precision machinery crafting expert. April 2008, a man named Weasley visited you again, representing Kingpin to propose a partnership. You flatly rejected him. You weren't about to let him profit off you. Later that month, your retail stores were vandalized, and armed gangsters even riddled your car with bullets. John Wick was injured. One night, at Pineapple Tower, a steel robot blasted into the sky. April 2008, Kingpin's criminal empire was mostly crushed by your iron armor, and he himself fled, seriously wounded. You started doing world-saving work in New York. People began calling you Iron Man. May 2008, you invited Tony Stark to your place and showed him your iron armor. His shocked expression had you laughing so hard your stomach hurt. Late May 2008, set its sights on you. A beautiful woman named Natalie Rushman applied to be your secretary. You immediately knew who she was. Black Widow. June 2008, after some hormonal collisions, you slept with Natalie Rushman. Over time, you felt she might have genuinely fallen for you. Then, after one last night together, you exposed her identity, Agent Natasha Romanoff. Her look of contempt toward a playboy stuck in your mind. Mid-July 2008, Natasha Romanoff returned with a formal invitation from asking you to join the future Avengers. She handed you a script and asked you to deny your Iron Man identity. But when faced with a global press conference, you completely ignored the script and instead told the world, "I am Iron Man." Legend +1. You earned the achievement, Iron Man. At this point, Zhou Ning couldn't help but slam the table and burst out laughing. Honestly, if it were him who had transmigrated, he'd do the same thing. This was textbook mess with the protagonist behavior. Take that, Tony Stark. Trying to show off over my grave? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 22, Sacrifice 1202 words. Chapter 22, Sacrifice. Late June 2008, was quite annoyed when you publicly acknowledged yourself as Iron Man, though you didn't think it was a big deal. Only Tony Stark sniped sarcastically that you were shameless, but he still admitted it was pretty cool. July 2008, Tony Stark traveled to Afghanistan to sell weapons. However, with your advance arrangements, John Wick helped him escape danger, and Stark safely returned to the U. He met with you personally to express his gratitude. August 2008, your Pineapple Corporation has now expanded into the energy sector. Your graphene batteries are now being supplied for electric vehicles. September 2008, the U. Senate summoned you, demanding you hand over the Iron Man suit on the grounds that individuals may not privately possess weapons of mass destruction. You flatly refused. Unexpectedly, at the hearing, Tony Stark, America's biggest arms dealer, testified in your favor, arguing that the Iron Man suit was not a weapon but a high-tech prosthetic. He really came through for you, blatantly lying with a straight face. You decided to temporarily forgive him. October 2008, your friendship with Tony Stark deepened. Out of a sense of brotherhood, you decided to gift him an Iron Man suit. Though Stark arrogantly claimed he never accepted gifts from men, he still took it. Also this month, you received a pleasant surprise. Your research on graphene earned you a nomination for the 2008 Nobel Prize in Physics, and you won. November 2008, after winning the Nobel Prize in Physics, you steadily rose to legendary status. Thanks to your influence, your Pineapple Corporation's stock price continued to soar. December 2008, at the Nobel Prize Awards ceremony in Stockholm, you met Dr. Erik Selvig, a physicist and astronomer, along with his student Jane Foster. Selvig had also once been nominated for the Nobel Prize. He was attending this time as an invited guest. You and Jane hit it off instantly and ended up in bed. January to March 2009, Tony Stark helped you upgrade the Iron Man suit 2 more times, improving firepower, speed, and endurance. However, he seemed disinterested in superheroing. His real goal was proving he was more capable than you in research. From his perspective, the time spent upgrading the suit would have been better spent dating more models. April 2009 to March 2010, over this period, the suit was upgraded twice again. One night, director Nick Fury invited you to join the Avengers. But why call it the Avengers? Why not the Pineapple League? Fury's face turned green when he heard your suggestion. April 2010, just like in the original timeline, a hammer fell from the sky in New Mexico. Though you didn't pay much attention, you got the gist through Black Widow. After a fierce battle, Thor reclaimed his hammer and defeated the destroyer but didn't win over his love. That's because Jane Foster was vacationing with you in New York. July 2010, Hulk and Abomination clashed in downtown New York. Naturally, you didn't sit this one out. Thanks to your foresight and tactical planning, the battle caused minimal damage and no civilian casualties. Your fame soared even higher. Late at night, you sometimes wondered, if a real crisis hit New York and a nuke was launched, would you make the same choice as Tony Stark and fly it into a wormhole yourself? Probably not. September 2010, Nick Fury once again invited you to join the future Avengers team. After some thought, you accepted because the offer was just too good to refuse. November 2010, with your help, Captain America was retrieved early from the Arctic and brought back to New York. Aware of future events, you warned Nick Fury not to study the Tesseract. He agreed. March 2011, a surprise, Jane Foster was pregnant with your child. You were seriously caught off guard. Though you weren't planning to get married just yet, you were genuinely thrilled. After discussing it, you both decided to keep the baby. January 2012, your first child was born. Looking at that tiny life, you felt a new connection to the world. June 2012, everything was going smoothly, both your personal life and your career. But then you discovered that Nick Fury had broken his word. He was still conducting secret experiments on the Tesseract, trying to harness it as a source of limitless energy to develop powerful weapons. In mid-June, Loki appeared at the underground facility, stole the Tesseract, and corrupted Hawkeye. Shortly afterward, at Fury's suggestion, the original Avengers assembled: you, Captain America, Black Widow, Thor, Hulk, and Hawkeye. You weren't happy about it, but you still joined. July 2012, despite your best efforts, you ultimately failed to stop Loki's plan. He used the Tesseract to open a portal in New York, unleashing a massive Chitauri invasion. You and your allies fought with everything you had, but couldn't hold the line. Minutes later, when the UN Council launched a nuclear missile, you hesitated for less than a second, then made your choice. Years later, everyone who was there could still remember it clearly. At that moment of utter desperation, a silver and white Iron Man suit soared into the sky, carrying the nuke headlong into the wormhole without hesitation. Someone had to make the sacrifice, why not you? Worst case, you'd just start over. Summary: you lived an incredibly brilliant life, not just in science but in business as well. Some say humanity's greatest anthem is one of courage. And at that moment, in many people's eyes, you embodied justice and bravery. Worth noting, after your death, Tony Stark took up your mantle and became the second-generation Iron Man, joining the Avengers. At least in this timeline, many years later, when Tony Stark snapped his fingers to save humanity, it's likely your sacrifice leaving such a deep impression on him played a big part in his choice. Evaluation, B+. World Exploration, 56. Because your exploration exceeded 40%, you received 3 Traversal coins. Due to your massive impact on global scientific development, you received an additional 4 Traversal coins. Keep up the great work. Simulation ended. Host, please make your choice. Option 1, randomly obtain 3 skills or specialties acquired during your traversal. Option 2, randomly obtain 3 items acquired during your traversal. Note, the Iron Man suit does not include an arc reactor. The arc reactor is a special item from the Endless War world and must be drawn separately from that reward pool. Zhou Ning. Although he didn't want to admit it, if it were really him in that moment, he probably wouldn't have chosen self-sacrifice. As for why the simulated version of him made that choice, maybe it was for friendship, maybe for family, or maybe just a split-second impulse. But he had no regrets. There was nothing to complain about. As for his choice, since Option 2 had a high probability of granting the Iron Man suit, but without an arc reactor it'd be practically useless, the decision was easy. Zhou Ning chose Option 1 without hesitation. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 23, Intermediate Alchemy 1401 words. Chapter 23, Intermediate Alchemy. You have chosen Option 1. You have acquired the skill, Mozambique Drill Beginner. You have acquired the skill, C. Shooting Technique Intermediate. You have acquired the Life Skill, Precision Machinery Crafting Expert. Mozambique Drill Beginner. A close-quarters gunfighting technique involving 2 rapid shots to the target's torso followed by a finishing shot to the head. Shooting Technique Intermediate, grants +1 agility. A self-contained gunfighting style integrating both melee and ranged combat, moderately enhancing your combat capabilities. Precision Machinery Crafting Expert. No one in this world knows precision mechanics better than you. Well, that's not bad, Zhou Ning said with a satisfied expression. In Apocalypse, you can never have too many skills. Not only are most of them useful, but they also tie into a special gameplay mechanic unique to the game, skill fusion. Players can consume experience points to fuse 2 or more intermediate level or above skills together to produce a new beginner level skill. Fusion can fail, with a base success rate of 60%, which increases depending on the levels of the source skills. For example, fusing 2 high-level skills has almost a 100% success rate, while 2 intermediate-level skills carry a 40% failure chance. Even if the resulting skill isn't particularly powerful, it will always inherit traits from its component skills. And even if the fusion fails or yields a mediocre skill, you can still try again. Your original skills remain, though their proficiency resets. Take this classic fusion recipe as an example, a must-have for warrior-type players in the previous timeline. There's a warrior combat skill called Slash. When fused with the general skill Dodge, it creates an entirely new skill, Evasive Slash, an exceptional move that balances offense and defense. Zhou Ning had been eyeing the general skill Dodge for some time. The requirement to learn it is 10 agility. When he first transmigrated, his agility was only 8. Now he finally meets the threshold. This is one of Apocalypse's biggest attractions. As long as you have enough experience, you can mix and match your way into a vast variety of new skills. If the new skills form a coherent set, you can even create a new class by presenting them to an NPC. That said, even after more than 4 years of the game running in the previous timeline, no one had managed to create a class this way. That's precisely what Zhou Ning is aiming for. His current body has 0 affinity for natural force and arcane power, meaning he's cut off from the warrior and mage paths. So he might as well carve out a brand new class for himself. There's still a month and a half before the closed beta starts, and he plans to use that time to complete the framework of his custom class. As for the name, for now, he's tentatively calling it Wandering Gunslinger. A class that uses firearms as its primary attack method, combining elements of occultism and mechanics, and specializing in combating dark creatures. Most importantly, the class has to look cool after all. That's how you get players to spend money. The game interface updated once again. Name, Zhou Ning / Wayne Sturwell Race, Human Template, NPC Closed Beta Countdown, 47 days 12 hours 22 minutes Class, Student / Teaching Assistant 1/10 Subclass, Linguist 2/10. Natural Force Affinity, 0 Arcane Affinity, 0 Talent, Tony Stark Purple Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 13, Endurance 8, Willpower 9, Spirit 9, Charisma 99 Stamina, 96 Willpower Points, 9/9. Life Skills, Alchemy Beginner, Occultism Intermediate, Precision Machinery Crafting Expert, Gambling Advanced General Skills, English Proficiency Expert, Pickpocketing Intermediate, Marksmanship Advanced, Flirting Expert, Ripple Breathing Technique Beginner, Mozambique Drill Beginner, C, Shooting Technique Intermediate. Other stats hidden. The hidden quest, Literary Life, had also progressed to 523/1000. Clearly, he did quite a bit of reading in the previous world. All in all, a satisfying haul. Zhou Ning happily opened a book he borrowed from the library. Learning Makes Me Happy. It was a book on the alchemist subclass titled Equivalent Exchange, The Origins and Evolution of Alchemy, written by a relatively unknown alchemist named Tom Chambers. The content was dry alchemical theory, filled with obscure terminology and diagrams. Zhou Ning forced himself to read carefully, and after about 30 seconds, a notification popped up. You are self-studying alchemy. Based on your willpower, your proficiency increased by 2 points. Extreme calmness +0. You are self-studying alchemy. Based on your willpower, your proficiency increased by 3 points. Extreme calmness +0. You have learned a new alchemy formula. Just like in the game, Zhou Ning thought with delight. He focused his mind and continued turning the pages. After finishing the 150-page book, he gained nearly 200 proficiency points. Then he picked up the second book, and continued until he'd read all the books he'd brought. By then, his basic alchemy proficiency had reached about halfway. He also unlocked 2 new formulas, a basic bull potion that boosts attack power, and a basic stone shield potion that increases defense. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Probably John, Zhou Ning figured. Without bothering to put on a jacket, he went to open it. To his surprise, standing outside was a pretty teenage girl with chestnut hair and light brown eyes, dressed in the Bryston school uniform. Her legs were long, making the hem of her skirt look short. Her straight, pale legs caught Zhou Ning's gaze for a moment longer than necessary. So it's her, the second wife in the eyes of future players. Rosie Lily, a prodigious alchemist. Players dubbed her wife material for obvious reasons. She's cute, has long legs, and honestly, who doesn't love a long-legged Mo girl? From his memory, although they both studied under Professor Wesley, they hadn't interacted much. Rosie was shy and usually wore a serious expression, but every time she saw him, she'd blush and dodge like a startled fawn. Rosie gasped, covering her mouth in shock when she saw Zhou Ning shirtless. Her head lowered, fingers fidgeting with her sleeve hems. Her long legs shuffled nervously. Senior Wayne, could you please put on a shirt? Zhou Ning didn't give her a hard time. As he pulled on a shirt, he asked, how can I help you? Rosie rubbed her face, then imitated Professor Wesley's tone as she said, the professor asked me to tell you, feel free to make any potions you like, just stop making healing potions. Also, you'll be responsible for the orientation in 4 days. She actually did a pretty good impression. Zhou Ning chuckled and nodded. Anything else? Would you like a red bean cake? Rosie asked instinctively, pulling one from her coat. I'd love one. Zhou Ning took it from her hand. It was still warm. Realizing what she'd just done, Rosie lowered her head in shame. She had a bad habit of stress eating, and the more anxious she got, the more she wanted to eat. This time, she'd gotten so nervous she offered it without thinking. After she left, Zhou Ning shook his head with a smile. He hadn't expected her to be this cute. The next 2 days followed a routine of alternating between the alchemy tower, the library, and his dorm. Though his memories remained fragmented, he was becoming more familiar with his predecessor's social circle. His best friend was his roommate John, followed by a chubby guy named Fred from the neighboring dorm. Of course, every protagonist needs a fat best friend. Unlike his first day, Zhou Ning didn't mass-produce potions. On the first day, he made both basic mana and bull potions. The second day, he crafted basic mana and stone shield potions. By midday of the second day, his alchemy skill had leveled up, triggering the long-awaited system prompt. Your proficiency has reached 100%. Alchemy has advanced to intermediate. You have gained the subclass, Alchemy Apprentice. Willpower +1. You have received 1 free attribute point. You have unlocked new skills, potion blending, item transmutation, and conversion. You have unlocked new formulas, intermediate healing potion, intermediate mana potion, gold to iron. The real value of reaching intermediate level alchemy wasn't in those underwhelming formulas, it was that Zhou Ning finally qualified to study a divine tier alchemy formula. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send power stones. 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 24, Flame Oil 1281 words. Chapter 24, Flame Oil Hidden Recipe. Apply to a weapon or thrown object to give it a flaming appearance and add fire damage. Fire damage is one of the most effective types against dark creatures, so its effectiveness goes without saying. That effect alone is already impressive, but its special traits make it even better. Weapons coated with flame oil are essentially imbued with a fire effect, flames roaring off them, looking ridiculously cool. In his previous life, this recipe was hidden in a meteorological book in the library of Vic University. It was tucked away in a chapter describing frost monsters, and wasn't discovered by players until many years later. The first person to master this recipe was none other than the game's Child of the Plains, Leandro de Pesce, a genius in alchemy, and a complete idiot in meteorology. A huge part of his popularity in his past life came from a promo video featuring that flaming greatsword. It was just too badass. At this point in time, Leandro de Pesce hasn't even enrolled yet, so clearly this recipe hasn't been discovered. That's one of the reasons why Zhou Ning has been pushing so hard with his alchemy these past 2 days. If he manages to get his hands on this recipe after all this effort, it'll be worth it. After tidying up the alchemy lab, Rosie came over for the shift change. This long-legged girl was pretty diligent. Not only was she, like Zhou Ning, working as a teaching assistant to earn a 5 vectas monthly stipend, but she also worked part-time at the school's alchemy shop. Serious hustle. Zhou Ning greeted her with a grin. Good afternoon. Got anything to eat? Rosie. She instinctively clutched her pocket in caution. Still, Zhou Ning managed to snag a red bean cake from her, and in return treated her to a cup of black tea, his regular order from Mrs. Turing, who had it delivered every noon. After a fairly pleasant afternoon tea, Zhou Ning said goodbye, returned to his dorm, grabbed the book he'd just finished reading, and headed to the library. As usual, he returned the book first, then made his way to the section containing meteorology texts. As one of the top 3 libraries in all of Bryston, Vic University's collection on meteorology was extensive. The forum back in his previous life hadn't been very specific, just said the book was written by Roger Moore, but Roger Moore was a prolific author from a century ago, and had written 4 books total. Looking at the 4 thick volumes on meteorology, Zhou Ning couldn't help but wish he had access to the forum or bullet comments here. With a stack of books in his arms, he found a seat and started reading slowly. In the game Apocalypse, there are 3 ways to learn recipes. Someone can teach you, you can obtain the recipe directly, or you can discover it by reading. If you're lucky, a random paragraph in an ancient book might turn out to contain a rare recipe. 3 books in, still nothing, though his meteorology proficiency kept increasing. Finally, near the end of the 4th book, the prompt popped up. You have learned meteorology beginner. You've unlocked the skill weather observation. You have discovered the recipe flame oil. You have discovered the recipe sleepless elixir. Flame oil hidden recipe, requires flame flower, firefin fish oil, crystal vial, sun orchid root. Apply to a weapon or thrown object to give it a flaming appearance and add fire damage. Sleepless elixir hidden recipe, requires vipershade, needlegrass, gilsage. Grants intense energy and removes the need for sleep. Finally learned it. Zhou Ning clenched his fist in excitement. This was a god-tier opening. Flame oil spoke for itself, and as for sleepless elixir, if he could sell it to factory owners, it'd probably be a hit. Flame flower and sun orchid root were common herbs and fairly cheap. Firefin fish oil was a bit rarer, but still under 5 rations, well within Zhou Ning's budget. The sky was already darkening. Zhou Ning made his way to the on-campus alchemy shop, spent 20 rose hens on 2 sets of materials, and another 4 rose hens to rent a lab. He was eager to begin. Unlike the low-grade potions he'd made before, flame oil was not only higher in difficulty, it was one of the tougher intermediate-level alchemical products, and this time, he was using his own money. So extra caution was absolutely justified. Letting out a breath, Zhou Ning skillfully lit the alcohol lamp. Maybe it was thanks to his 13 points in agility, but his movements had become more and more precise, almost ambidextrous. He ground the herbs methodically, poured them into a beaker with buffer agents, and began slowly heating. The process was complicated and luck played a role too. You've completed 1 alchemical preparation. Quality, 7, brewing failed. You gain 26 EXP and 1 proficiency point. 5 minutes later, the beaker gave off a burnt smell. Zhou Ning frowned failure. With 1 last set of materials remaining, he forced himself to stay calm. He reheated the beaker, let the potion come to a boil, then added lead salts and other stabilizers. The process flowed smoothly without a hitch. A few minutes later, the system gave him a new prompt. You've completed 1 alchemical preparation. Quality, 72. You gain 46 EXP and 2 proficiency points. He'd done it. Zhou Ning finally relaxed. In the test tube was a crimson liquid. After it had fully cooled, he poured it into a crystal vial. When he focused on the vial, the interface displayed, flame oil normal quality, apply to a weapon or thrown object to give it a flaming appearance and add fire damage. Decent quality. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ning poured the flame oil into a small bowl. Then he pulled a bullet from his inventory and carefully dipped it into the oil. It might have been his imagination, but the moment the bullet touched the oil, a flash of flame burst out. With a quick flick of his wrist, Zhou Ning fished the bullet back out. It was now engulfed in fire, but this flame was purely visual, a special effect from the oil. There was no actual heat. Special item. 45 ACP bullet attribute, burning. Description: bullet infused with flame oil, deals an additional 13 to 25 fire damage. Just as I thought. Zhou Ning looked excitedly at the flaming bullet in his hand. What had been just a theory turned out to actually work. Next, he dipped another 8 or 9 bullets into the bowl. One by one, he fished them out. A total of 10 bullets each transformed into a special round. Just as he was about to dip in an 11th, he realized the half bowl of flame oil was already used up. 2 sets of ingredients for 20 rose hens, 4 rose hens for the lab rental with a 50% success rate. That meant 24 rose hens for 10 special bullets. A little pricey. But that cost would go down as his skill improved. Zhou Ning pulled out his ivory-handled Colt M1873 revolver, popped out the cylinder, and carefully loaded all 10 flaming bullets. He now felt sure if he ever ran into another creature like Marine, it would be an easy fight. After returning the rented lab, Zhou Ning found that it had started to rain. Fortunately, due to the campus's unique weather conditions, every facility offered umbrella loans. He borrowed one from the alchemy shop, bought a few pounds of bread at a roadside store, and headed back to his dorm. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, Hidden Template 1483 words. Chapter 25, Hidden Template. By the time Zhou Ning returned to the dorm, it was already 7 o'clock. Unexpectedly, the legendary roommate John, rarely seen, and often absent, was actually back. John was sitting on the edge of his bed, smoking with a melancholy look on his face. His dog, Bobby, was excitedly pouncing on the bed, desperately licking his face. Zhou Ning silently watched this warm and tender moment between father and son, and in the end couldn't bring himself to tell John. His son had just eaten poop. When Zhou Ning came in, John snuffed out his cigarette with a gloomy expression. "What do I do, Wayne? My dad's probably going to kill me." Zhou Ning remembered that John's family was extremely wealthy. His father was one of the top merchants in Darkland City, and the entire red light district near the old town was basically his property. His predecessor had wanted to ask John to treat them to a lifestyle experience several times, but never had the nerve to bring it up. "Zhou Ning." He put the bread on the table, looking a bit curious. "That's not likely. You're his only son. I doubt he'd go as far as disowning you. You didn't commit a crime, did you?" John shook his head dejectedly. "If it were just a crime, that'd be easy. As long as it's not something major, my dad could bail me out no matter what." Then he let out a long sigh. "Remember that store I invested in? It's about to go bankrupt. Total loss." Zhou Ning instantly lost interest. He'd been hoping for something juicier like a scandal involving brothers at odds, and a seductive sister-in-law or something. "Just a failed investment. That's not much for your family, is it?" "John, my dad gave me 10,000 vectas." Zhou Ning. He recalled that John had started a business in July investing in a boutique alchemy shop near campus. By the end of the month, he'd decided it wasn't making money and tore it down to rebuild it as a boutique weapon store. As John had said himself, if you're gonna do it high-end. And now it was September 2nd. If he were John's dad, he probably would beat the hell out of him too. "You're doomed. Just accept your fate. When they hold your funeral, remember to visit me in a dream." Once again, Zhou Ning felt the sharp contrast in life experience. He silently took his clothes and went to the bathroom, completely unwilling to interact with this kind of spoiled rich kid. When he came out from his shower, John was already asleep. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. It was a staff member collecting the coins from the gas meter in each dorm. When they saw the total gas usage, they looked at Zhou Ning like he was a rich fool from a landlord's family. He hadn't thought much of it, but when he saw the numbers he was stunned. In just 3 days, his gas usage had already exceeded for roast hens. Zhou Ning sighed. Outside the window, the drizzle had turned into a heavy downpour. Zhou Ning shut the window, jumped onto his bed, and sat cross-legged. His immediate need for alchemy had been met, and now that he had a bit of free time, it was the perfect moment to organize his abilities. Zhou Ning opened his panel. After several days of accumulation, he now had over 23,000 experience points to spend, some earned through alchemy practice, others through reading. Currently, he had 7 regular skills available for fusion: English proficiency expert, pickpocketing intermediate, marksmanship proficiency advanced, flirting expert, ripple breathing technique beginner, Mozambique drill beginner, system intermediate. To upgrade the ripple breathing technique from beginner to intermediate required 10 spirit. Zhou Ning only had 9, but fortunately had saved up 1 free attribute point. He added it to spirit, reaching the standard threshold of 10. With his stats now meeting the requirement, Zhou Ning didn't hesitate to upgrade ripple breathing to intermediate. Ripple breathing intermediate, a highly effective breathing technique. Adds plus for strength and plus for agility. The strength and agility bonuses each increased by 1, and the description upgraded from effective to highly effective, not a huge improvement. Next, Zhou Ning selected marksmanship proficiency advanced and ripple breathing intermediate for skill fusion. Do you want to fuse marksmanship proficiency advanced with ripple breathing intermediate? This fusion will cost 8,000 experience. Success rate, 70% lower than game-based fusion success rates, likely because ripple breathing wasn't a native game skill. Zhou Ning clicked yes without hesitation. The experience for both skills was wiped, and ripple breathing reverted to beginner. Fusion successful. You have obtained the skill, Ripple Shot. Ripple Shot beginner, a shooting technique that channels ripple energy into bullets. Deals massive damage to dark creatures. When using this skill, strength and agility checks receive a +3 bonus. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up, He'd thought up several theoretical combos between ripple breathing and marksmanship proficiency, but ripple shot was by far the ideal result. It didn't retain the advanced level precision of marksmanship proficiency, but it did embed ripple energy into bullets and provided an extra +3 to strength and agility checks, maximizing its lethality. He had about 8,000 experience left. Glancing over his skill list again, he upgraded Mozambique Drill from beginner to intermediate. Mozambique Drill Intermediate, a close-quarters gunfighting technique. Fires 2 quick shots to the body followed by a headshot. Enhanced lethality compared to beginner level. Do you want to fuse Mozambique Drill Intermediate with C, System Intermediate? This fusion will cost 8,000 experience. Success rate, 48% fusion successful. You have obtained the skill, Rapid Pursuit. Rapid Pursuit Beginner, a deadly gunfighting style combining long and short-range techniques. Grants a special combat state and passively boosts combat ability. It actually succeeded. Even Zhou Ning himself was surprised by his luck this time. Judging from the vague skill description, though, it was hard to tell how powerful it really was, similar to his other specialty learned from John Wick, Deadly Rhythm. Both were pretty abstract. With the skills upgraded, Zhou Ning read for a while under the cover of night. His reading progress reached 547/1000. He checked the time, just past 11. Then he looked at his balance, 9 traversal coins left. After holding back for 2 whole days, Zhou Ning finally gave in. He opened the simulator and selected Traverse. Preparing to traverse, -5 traversal coins deducted. Please choose a traversal mode. Direct traverse. Use parallel world template to traverse as usual. He checked which new templates had refreshed in option 2. The previous 3 Yakuza Fiend, Mad Clown, and Supreme Gambling God had already been cycled out. 3 new ones had appeared. The first was Zhou Ning, wearing glasses and looking refined. His personality was shrewd, and his talent was Design Genius, Blue. Skills, Architecture Design Expert, Accounting Intermediate. Title, Genius Architect Zhou Ning. Cost, 3 traversal coins. The second showed him in a black mage robe, holding 3 large fireballs. Personality, irascible. Talents, Fire Magic Genius Purple, Magic Affinity Purple, Magic Focus Purple. Skill, Omniscient Fire Magic Divine. Title, City Burning Flame, Zhou Ning. Cost, 250 traversal coins. Astronomical. But when he saw the third, Zhou Ning couldn't help but exclaim. On the screen was a version of himself in a black suit, half hidden in shadows, with a weary gaze. Personality, wise and calm. Talents, Scientific Genius Purple, Athletic Prodigy Blue, Vampire Physique Purple, Daywalker Purple, Rapid Regeneration Purple. Skills, Ripple Breathing Expert, Drawing Expert, Writing Master, Marksmanship Proficiency Expert, and a massive list of other skills. Title, Legendary Vampire, Zhou Ning. Cost, 0 coins. Zhou Ning was stunned for a while before recalling that after clearing Miss Lost London, he'd received a notification. Legendary Vampire Zhou Ning had become a hidden template, unlockable with extremely good luck. Was today his lucky day? There was no debate. Zhou Ning immediately selected option 1 and chose Legendary Vampire Zhou Ning for traversal. Match successful. In this parallel world, you are the greatest scientist of the 20th century, the greatest writer, a physicist, a 2-time Nobel laureate, and a key figure who helped the Allies win World War II. You are a legend, a living myth, and also a vampire capable of walking in sunlight. The stone mask gave you your vampiric powers, while its fusion with the Aya Red Stone allowed you to survive under the sun. What kind of changes will you bring to this world? Let's wait and see. Current world exploration progress, 56. When it reaches 66.7%, the next map will be unlocked. If you die in the simulation, the game ends. Time machine in progress. Traversal complete. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send power stones. 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. The Legendary Vampire 1227 words. Chapter 26. The Legendary Vampire Note. Using the template to travel allows free selection of the time and location of transmigration. Note: template characters possess a degree of subjective initiative and may often behave in unexpected ways. You are currently considering your time and location for transmigration. You chose Brooklyn, New York, USA, in the year 1940. You have transmigrated to New York in 1940. From this moment on, the wheels of history begin to turn. March 19, 1940. You stand on a street in New York. The traffic is congested and skyscrapers fill the city, hinting at its future as an international metropolis. Thinking about what will happen in the future, you once finding life dull suddenly feel like seeking new excitement. By your own assessment, though you count as a supernatural being, your only real advantage lies in your endless lifespan. In terms of physical strength, you might not even surpass a chemically enhanced Captain America. Recalling your old friend Dio Brando, a trace of nostalgia flickers in your eyes. Honestly, you too want to see if humanity truly has limits. March 20, 1940. You confirm that you are indeed in Brooklyn, located on the southeastern edge of Manhattan Island, a predominantly black neighborhood. That night, you encounter 7 street fights. Some gang members even attempt to rob you. Utter madness. But after everything you've experienced, you're no longer so bloodthirsty. You simply took all the money they had and turned them into vampires. March 21, 1940. You rent a house in Brooklyn. After spending 40 years in your previous life in China, you've become thoroughly unambitious. Money doesn't interest you much, but a long life without money wouldn't work either. So you head to Stark Industries and recommend yourself. Unexpectedly, Howard Stark can't even be bothered to meet you. He simply doesn't believe a Chinese person could have any research talent. Smiling, you walk away from Stark Industries. This world is fascinating. You can't even be a slacker if you want to. Late March 1940. You establish a tech company named Starlight. The name is inspired by Oscar Wilde's famous quote, "We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars." The company's location. Right across from Stark Industries. April 1940. Your scientific talent is beyond doubt. As a new company, you quickly produce results, though, of course, you'd already developed them in your past life. You invent and improve the transistor, soon recognized as one of the greatest inventions of the 20th century. You invent the transistor radio and transistor television, marking the first commercial use of transistors. This invention brings in tremendous profit. It is hailed as a landmark of the electronics revolution. November 1940. After more than 6 months of tireless effort, you create the world's first supercomputer. Unlike the ENIAC, the first general-purpose electronic computer in history, built in 1946, which took up 167 square meters, consumed 150 kilowatts, and could perform only 5,000 additions or subtractions per second, your supercomputer can execute 9 million logical operations per second and consumes less than 100 watts. December 1940. You hold a major press conference to unveil your invention. The announcement shocks all of America. Even Albert Einstein visits Starlight to view the computer. He remarks that the invention will fundamentally change the way people work and think. January 1941. As expected, the U.S. government begins purchasing your supercomputer. Your company rapidly expands. Your Nike-like warm smile earns you friendships with Einstein, Abraham Erskine, and many other scientists. You successfully recruit future Nobel laureates and American Physical Society presidents John Bardeen and Walter Brattain to your team. February 1941. You and your team invent and improve the silicon integrated circuit, ushering in the age of microelectronics. March 1941. You invent the electric eye camera and the integrated circuit television. June 1941. You announce that your computer will soon enter commercial use. In just over half a year, your company has quadrupled in size. June to November 1941. You acquire 37 patents, most of which you brought from your past life. Under your leadership, your company expands rapidly. Not only are you involved in the electronics field, but also military and aviation sectors. Although your company isn't huge in scale, your personal reputation as a scientist has already surpassed that of Howard Stark. December 1941. Japan attacks Pearl Harbor. The United States joins the anti-fascist alliance and declares war on the Axis powers. World War II enters its most intense phase. To you, it's all just a familiar scene. January 1942. You begin to plan a few things. Using your occult knowledge, you perfectly forge a stone mask for future use. February 1942. The first step of your plan succeeds. You secretly travel to Norway and, ahead of Red Skull, retrieve the Tesseract from a church in Tonsberg. So this is the legendary space stone container. You have obtained the legendary item, Tesseract. As the father of aviation in your past life, your design for a jet aircraft passes its trial flight. In late May, your friend Dr. Abraham Erskine invites you to join the Rebirth project led by Erskine himself. You discover that, as you suspected, your supercomputer is at the core of the Rebirth project. Your gamble has paid off. June 1942. You find the Rebirth project fascinating, especially the supersoldier serum. According to Dr. Erskine, the serum enhances metabolism and all bodily functions, unlocking 100% brain capacity and pushing the user to the peak of human potential. You can't help but wonder what would happen if a vampire took the serum. December 1942. With the help of your supercomputer, the project progresses rapidly. The serum is completed 3 months ahead of schedule. Through a backdoor program you had pre-installed on the supercomputer, you intercept and record all data related to the supersoldier serum. February 1943. In your lab, you perfectly replicate the supersoldier serum. To test it, you have a monkey wear the stone mask and become a vampire monkey, then inject it with the serum. The result is disappointing. The monkey first gains immense strength, but its body soon collapses and dies. April 1943. You and your team work to improve the serum. This time, the test monkey survives an extra day. Its extraordinary strength and agility leave you shaken. Howard Stark hosts the World of Tomorrow Expo in New York. You receive an invitation. While chatting with Howard Stark, you realize he doesn't remember ever rejecting you. You smile and don't take it to heart. After living over a century, few things can upset you anymore. Still, you tell him the truth. His embarrassed and stunned expression stays with you. At the expo, you also reunite with your friend Abraham Erskine and meet the future Captain America and Winter Soldier. Just like in the original story, Erskine pays special attention to Steve Rogers, helping him successfully enlist in the Strategic Scientific Reserve. June 1943. After a month of training, Steve Rogers is injected with the supersoldier serum, and as in the original story, successfully transforms. Monitoring the supercomputer's logs, you speculate that perhaps the key was Rogers' exposure to radiation during the procedure, specifically the so-called Vita rays. Further testing is needed to confirm this. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Winston 1113 words. Chapter 27, Winston, July 1943. Based on your previous hypothesis, you exposed the vampire monkey to Vita ray radiation. The experiment was a success. The monkey survived the injection of the supersoldier serum. Its strength and agility increased drastically, its body grew to nearly 2 meters tall, and most surprisingly, its intelligence surged as well. The symptoms of bloodlust disappeared, and within a short time, it even learned human language well enough to hold brief conversations. You named it Winston. It sees you as its father and is fiercely loyal to you. August 1943, Winston's intelligence grew rapidly. Perhaps the claim that the super soldier serum can raise brain usage to 100% was true. Within just a month, it had fully mastered human language and could converse with you fluently. It even began assisting you with experiments. With its help, you finally made up your mind to inject yourself with the super soldier serum. September 1943, after exposure to the Vita ray, you administered the injection and survived. The results were dramatic. Tests showed that your strength and agility had tripled, with even more room for improvement. Your mind had never been sharper. You took a Mensa IQ test and scored 168 to -8 points higher than Einstein. Astonishingly, Winston scored 170. November 1943, with Winston's assistance, you further refined the super soldier serum. At 30% dilution, it reached the point where it could be directly injected. You locked the highest quality sample in a safe. You obtained the item, super soldier serum. Late November 1943, the leaders of the Soviet Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom held a conference in Tehran, the capital of Iran. The resulting Tehran Declaration announced plans to eliminate Nazi Germany, with the three nations agreeing to cooperate toward post-war peace. Captain America finally left his days of selling war bonds behind and headed to the European front. As a key figure in Rebirth Project and the most renowned scientist of the day, you were also summoned to join the Strategic Scientific Reserve and head to the front lines. December 1943, you took Winston with you to the European front and introduced him as your assistant. His presence caused some panic at first, but the kind and intelligent Winston quickly won everyone over. Just 2 weeks later, his combat abilities had already surpassed Captain America's, and it was only natural that he joined the Howling Commandos under Steve Rogers. January 1944 to August 1944. After the Strategic Scientific Reserve joined the battlefield, German forces began retreating on several fronts. Without the Tesseract, even Red Skull and HYDRA couldn't stop the Howling Commandos' advance. Your exceptional combat skills and leadership made you stand out on the battlefield, and you gradually assumed command of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. September 1944 to March 1945, under your command, the Strategic Scientific Reserve successfully captured Arnim Zola, Hydra's chief scientist and mastermind. Using Zola's intelligence, you repeatedly thwarted Hydra's plans. During the war, you came to understand through Steve Rogers that human intelligence and courage could overcome any limit. A deep friendship formed between you. May 8, 1945, thanks to the efforts of countless brave individuals, Germany surrendered. On August 6 and 9, the United States dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Japan announced its unconditional surrender, bringing an end to World War II. November 1945, you witnessed the marriage of Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter. As a wedding gift, you gave them 2 vials of serum that could slow aging. December 1945, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, appeared before you, warning that your actions had created a divergence in the multiverse, and new parallel universes had formed. All you could do was chuckle. What else could you do? 1945 to 1946, you and Winston became household names in America. After returning home, you helped establish the Strategic Scientific Reserve's secret headquarters and renamed the organization to the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. You became its first director, but in truth, it operated as a one-man show. Some began referring to the organization as S. Legend Plus One. 1947 to 1948, in the post-war period, you grew even closer to Albert Einstein. With the lure of the Tesseract and the anti-aging serum, he agreed to join your efforts. Together you began secret research on the cube. Meanwhile, your company, Starlight, grew rapidly, particularly in the field of integrated circuits. Under your leadership, industry giants John Bardeen and Bratton worked on CMOS technology. Today, over 95% of integrated circuit chips are based on CMOS. 1949, at your invitation, Dr. Zola also joined the Tesseract research team. With him, yourself, Einstein, and excluding Howard Stark, the world's four greatest minds were now working together. 1952, your research on the Tesseract finally yielded results. You extracted an isotope from the Cuban incredibly powerful energy source with limitless potential. It would one day be used by Iron Man to replace palladium in his arc reactor. Unfortunately, the current technology couldn't yet synthesize this element. Not even a time traveler like you could make it happen. For now, it had to be shelved. 1953, you built a library beside your mansion. No matter how busy you were, you always made time to read. 1953 to 1960, over these years, you registered more than 140 patents, including groundbreaking inventions such as the personal computer. Starlight's scale had already far surpassed Stark Industries. 1961, after 5 years of hard work, you, Einstein, and Winston built the first arc reactor. Its energy output reached 2 billion joules per second. It could power Starlight's energy needs, and would later serve as the core for Iron Man's suit. 1968, your 1941 invention of the transistor earned you a Nobel Prize in Physics. 1970, you stepped down as director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, appointing Steve Rogers as your successor. Though reluctant, he accepted the role. 1972, you began stepping back from day-to-day operations at Starlight, though you still held 85% of the company's shares. 1975, despite the anti-aging serum, your friend Einstein passed away. Even so, he had lived a remarkably long life. 1983, you resumed efforts to synthesize the Tesseract isotope, though it would be a long and difficult process in this era of limited technology. That same year, Dr. Zola approached you with a request to become a vampire in order to extend his life. You granted it. 1999, your old friend and rival, Howard Stark, passed away. His 29-year-old son, Tony Stark, took over Stark Industries. You sensed that a new and chaotic era was on the horizon. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 28, Climbing the Tech Tree. 15:01 words. Chapter 28, Climbing the Tech Tree. Your hunch was spot on. The intel Steve Rogers brought left you stunned. Because you and Einstein had already invented the arc reactor ahead of schedule, this world's Stark Industries had leaned more toward biomedical research. In the original timeline, Howard and Maria Stark were assassinated by the Winter Soldier after Hydra agents embedded in learned that Howard had developed 5 vials of super soldier serum. But in this world, Tony Stark likely obtained the complete formula for the super soldier serum. In 2000, according to official market value assessments, your company, Starlight, surpassed $1.5 trillion, about the same as Apple in the real world. With your 85% ownership, you're losing $1 million a minute, meaning you'll go bankrupt in 300 years. Not bad, really. In July, you met Tony Stark for the first time at a banquet. Your first impression of him was fairly positive, a humble young man. Then again, no one has the right to act arrogant in front of you. However, Winston told you it didn't like Tony Stark. The reason? Smart people's auras just don't match. You? In 2001, even as the 21st century arrived, you hadn't forgotten to find bed partners. Aside from your mature demeanor, you looked like someone in your 20s. The public didn't know you were a vampire. Most believed you were a war hero and legendary scientist who had received an anti-aging serum. After years of training in ripple breathing and continuous development of the super soldier serum, you could feel your intelligence, strength, and agility steadily increasing with no sign of reaching your limits. In 2002, after 18 years of effort, you finally created an isotope of the Tesseract. The process was far more difficult than what was shown in the movies. As a scientist, you could say with full confidence that the movie's depiction was utter nonsense, creating a new element that way completely violates the law of energy conservation. To create the star element, you first spent a fortune to build a 4-kilometer superconducting collider, which consumed 5 megawatts of electricity just to shatter subatomic particles and fuse new atomic nuclei. The process had to run for at least 3 days. This new element, which you named pseudopalladium, is a tremendously powerful energy source, safe, clean, and capable of tripling the output of small arc reactors, reaching 6 billion joules per second. In 2003, you stepped back into the spotlight and resumed control of Starlight, announcing your company's entry into the clean energy sector, focusing on controlled nuclear fusion. Humanity's energy history was about to enter a new era. In 2005, Stark Industries announced the successful development of a human enhancement serum, drawing global attention. Your suspicions were confirmed. At the end of 2005, you learned that Bruce Banner, despite everything, had still been exposed to an intense dose of gamma radiation during a biological experiment. As a result, a second personality, Hulk, emerged. Now he could transform at will. The Hulk had appeared. You sought him out and fought him, but neither of you could gain the upper hand. In 2006, using the small arc reactor as the foundation and working alongside Winston and Dr. Zola, you began developing iron armor. Every so often, you'd go find the Hulk for a fight. It got to the point where he seemed genuinely traumatized. At the end of 2006, Tony Stark went missing during a business negotiation. He returned half a month later, immediately fired Obadiah Stane, and sued him for attempted murder. Around the same time, a gold and red armored superhero began appearing on the streets of New York. Like the Batman of your previous life, this hero had peak human physical abilities, and wore a suit packed with cutting-edge tech, even a flight system allowing aerial maneuvering. He called himself Phoenix Man. Of course, you knew this was Tony Stark. The man was ridiculously flamboyant. In early 2007, just as you expected, Tony Stark publicly admitted under S.'s watchful eye that he was Phoenix Man. During a press conference, he tossed aside the speech S. had prepared and bluntly declared, "I am Phoenix Man." Watching this on TV, Winston remarked that Stark was ridiculously flashy. If it were him, he'd rather die than make such a spectacle. You chuckled silently. You could tell Winston was just lonely and wanted a new friend. Later that year, you completed your first iron armor suit, far superior to the movie version. Winston was intrigued, so you simply gifted it to him. He named it Trampler. The Hulk got beaten so badly, he ran off for the first time. In March 2007, Winston began flying around in the Trampler, helping people and fighting crime. Many came to appreciate him. People started calling him Iron Man due to his unique height and build. Some recognized who he was, but regardless, it was clear he was genuinely happy. The Hulk, however, was not. You challenged him again and beat him badly. In May 2007, Steve Rogers personally visited and asked whether the iron armor was your work. You admitted it openly and told him Winston was now Iron Man. Rogers, your old comrade, had no real objections. He simply asked Winston to deny it during a press conference. But Winston also ditched his prepared statement and loudly declared, "I am Iron Monkey." Iron Monkey. You were sipping tea when this happened, and despite your usual composure, you spit tea all over the screen. In July 2007, Phoenix Man and Iron Monkey had a public brawl on the streets of New York. Iron Monkey narrowly won. Tony Stark began modifying the Phoenix armor, aiming to build a suit specifically to counter Iron Monkey's. His target? Vibranium. Coincidentally, so was yours. You bought up a large supply to upgrade the arc reactor's components and built even more advanced iron armor. In August 2007, under Steve Rogers' mediation, Winston and Tony Stark buried the hatchet and even became friends. You were happy to see Winston find a new friend. Of course, not everything was rosy. When you looked for Bruce Banner, the Hulk refused to come out. From 2007 to 2010, entering a new decade, you developed 7 generations of iron armor. You even gave Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter each a set for their birthdays. You gave Tony one too, though he said he never accepts gifts from men. Naturally, he'd sundered his way into accepting it anyway. In return, he gifted you a Phoenix armor of his own design. You received an epic item, Phoenix 1. In April 2010, just like the original timeline, a hammer fell from the sky in New Mexico. Curious, you and Steve Rogers went to investigate. To your surprise, Steve easily lifted Mjolnir and gained the power of Thor. The real Thor arrived late and could only look up to the sky and shout, "No." Eventually, things settled. After an intense battle, Thor reclaimed the hammer and defeated the destroyer. The only one left unsettled was Steve Rogers, who, after witnessing the might of Thor and the destroyer, began to worry that Earth might soon face increasingly powerful alien threats. In July 2010, the Hulk and Abomination fought in New York City. But with you in 3 iron armor suits on the scene, it was barely even a crisis. The Hulk reverted to Bruce Banner the moment he saw you. Abomination, now surrounded, was dumbfounded. Thanks to Deputy Director Nick Fury's support, there were no significant losses or casualties. In September 2010, after witnessing more and more uncontrollable forces, Steve Rogers invited you to rejoin to help combat unknown threats. After some thought, you agreed and resumed the role of Of course, the day-to-day affairs were handled by Rogers and Nick Fury. You preferred to hold the reins of fate yourself, not hand them to others. In April 2011, you began equipping the helicarrier with a large number of new weapons. In June 2012, despite all precautions, Loki still managed to track energy fluctuations and teleport into a secret underground facility, stealing the Tesseract. By mid-June, at your suggestion, the Guardians of Wrong Universe the Avengers were formed. You, Winston, Thor, Tony Stark, Black Widow, the Hulk, Hawkeye, Steve Rogers, and Peggy Carter formed the new generation of Avengers. You even custom-built an iron armor suit for each of them. Money was just numbers to you. In July 2012, Loki opened a wormhole, and the Chitauri invaded Earth. But what greeted them was a fully prepared helicarrier and 6 iron armor suits. It didn't take much effort. Victory came far more easily than expected. Yes, Loki's comical faceplant still happened. Under your leadership, you easily defeated the Chitauri and Loki, even securing the Mind Stone scepter. Thor, who had come to assist, was completely dumbfounded. In the end, the Tesseract remained on Earth. Everyone, including Thor, agreed that Earth was now safer than Asgard. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Perfect completion of the Marvel map. 1159 words. Chapter 29. Perfect completion of the Marvel map. February 2013. While the Battle of New York didn't cause catastrophic damage, half the city was still destroyed. The alien invasion raised global alarm and concern at the UN Security Council. You seized this opportunity to publicly release intel on the Skrulls and Kree, revealing that extraterrestrial attention had already turned toward Earth back in the 1960s and 70s. The UN Security Council took the matter seriously and authorized you to form a team capable of defending against alien threats. Achievement unlocked, Men in Black. March 2013. With your help, Tony Stark upgraded his Phoenix armor. Now equipped with an exoskeleton system and an array of high-tech weaponry, the suit even allows rapid flight without aircraft assistance. In your view, Tony Stark had carved a new path forward strong enough to rival Batman despite not relying solely on his armor. He was now one of the Avengers' top powerhouses. April 2013. At a meeting at Avengers HQ, Starlight Tower, Doctor Strange arrived unexpectedly. He claimed to have traveled back in time from 2 years into the future. In his timeline, 2018, Thanos, the cosmic overlord, had collected all 6 Infinity Stones and erased half the universe, including Earth, with a snap of his fingers. After exploring over 3,000 alternate universes and simulating tens of millions of outcomes, he found that this world offered the only real chance to defeat Thanos and save the universe. That chance was possible because of your existence, though it was likely a one-time opportunity. The other Avengers were skeptical of Doctor Strange's story until you had investigate and discover another Stephen Strange currently in San Francisco working as a neurosurgeon. That convinced most of them. Doctor Strange explained that the only way to save the universe was to collect all 6 Infinity Stones before Thanos did, and use them to snap him out of existence across the entire timeline. The Ancient One appeared to confirm this plan, but warned that such an act could worsen the Dark Dimension's invasion of Earth or even cause the timeline to fracture into many parallel universes. With your group's approval, Doctor Strange summoned Avengers from a parallel universe: Black Widow, Smart Hulk, Tony Stark Iron Man, Steve Rogers Captain America, Fat Thor, and even the Guardians of the Galaxy. Most of the team meshed well except for Thor and his overweight alternate self, and Tony Stark with his Phoenix counterpart, who couldn't stand each other. You couldn't blame Thor. Anyone would break down seeing their future self like that. At Tony Stark's suggestion, and through your coordination, you helped form the Illuminati, an elite group of Earth's smartest and wealthiest superheroes, created to address crises threatening the planet and beyond. The members included Winston, both Tony Starks, both Bruce Banners, Dr. Zola, Doctor Strange, Mr. Fantastic, Black Panther, and nuclear physicist Hank Pym. May to July 2013. Thanks to the Illuminati's tireless efforts, Earth's technology advanced rapidly, leaping 5 years ahead in just 3 months. They even developed spacecraft capable of interstellar travel. August 2013. You traveled to Asgard via the Bifrost. With Odin's approval, you unearthed the Ether Reality Stone from beneath the ground. Fat Thor also had a heartfelt reunion with his late mother. September 2013. You journeyed to Morag in search of the Orb Power Stone, where you encountered Gamora, Nebula, and Ronan sent by Thanos to retrieve it. Soon after, Thanos' warship arrived in pursuit. Despite their formidable power, Thanos' forces were overwhelmed by the combined might of 2 Tony Starks, 2 Captain Americas, 2 Hulks, 2 Thors, and Winston, whose strength rivaled even Steve Rogers. The battle was hard fought, but you prevailed. Though had you faced the full might of Thanos' army, the outcome might have been different. Late September 2013. You successfully obtained the Power Stone on Morag, leaving only the most mysterious of the Infinity Stones, the Soul Stone. November 2013. Your team reached the small planet Vormir, where the Soul Stone was hidden. Upon learning the stone's grim cost, Winston chose to sacrifice himself. Smiling, he told you that as a monkey, he had already gained so much from you: family, friendship, and now wished to return to nature. From 1943 to 2013, you had watched him grow from a frail monkey into a war hero, and finally a superhero, faithfully accompanying you through 70 years of solitude. Even someone as familiar with loss as you couldn't help but grieve. But most importantly, with this, you had finally gathered all 6 Infinity Stones. January 2014. You traveled to the dwarf star Nidavellir, where King Eitri forged the Infinity Gauntlet. Once all 6 stones were embedded, you donned the gauntlet and snapped your fingers. 921,031 versions of Thanos across the multiverse turned to dust. February 2014. The time-traveling Avengers returned to their respective universes. According to Doctor Strange, even the smallest butterfly's wing beat can trigger a hurricane miles away. This time travel and universe hopping had already created thousands of new parallel timelines. One could only hope those alternate selves would live safely. April 2014. After returning from Nidavellir, your team held a funeral for Winston. Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter then retired from bought a farm in the countryside, and began a peaceful life together. June 2014. Tony Stark fell deeply in love with his secretary, Pepper Potts. He occasionally mourned Winston's passing and sometimes vented to you. March 2015. Finally freed of lingering attachments, you resigned as S. Director to live as an ordinary person. Aside from occasionally taking down criminals or hanging out with Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, you lived like any other civilian. April 2022. You awoke to find yourself once again in Brooklyn, 1941, penniless and alone. The city was bustling, with towering skyscrapers and heavy traffic all around. Summary: congratulations. You've completed a brilliant and legendary life. You have successfully cleared this map. In this journey, your achievements surpassed 99% of all other dimension travelers. Even centuries later, your legend lives on, hailed by many. You were considered the greatest scientist, businessman, and war hero of the 20th century, and the greatest scientist, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and world-saving hero of the 21st. You became an icon. When schoolchildren were asked who they wanted to be when they grew up, your name became the standard answer. World exploration, 95. Because your exploration exceeded 90%, you earned 10 Traversal coins. For your unprecedented impact on the history of science, you earned 7 Traversal coins. For your unparalleled influence on world history, you earned 12 Traversal coins. And for completing endless war with a perfect score, you've earned the right to retain 1 talent in the real world. Due to your S-rank rating and map clearance, the legendary vampire template, Zhou Ning, has been upgraded to Epic Vampire, Zhou Ning, which can now be drawn under exceptionally lucky conditions. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 30, Super Soldier Serum 1292 words. Chapter 30, Super Soldier Serum. Due to achieving an S-rank rating for the first time, you've been awarded 1 skill point. Congratulations, player. You've cleared the level. A new map and new features have been unlocked. Your current alignment, lawful neutral. Please select your reward as soon as possible. Option 1, randomly receive 3 skills or feats acquired during your journey. Option 2, randomly receive 3 items obtained during your journey. So this alignment must be the new feature. Seems like each simulation adjusts your behavioral tendencies and affects how you behave in the next one. When he saw the reward details clearly, Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. He never expected to receive an S-rank rating this time. The rewards were incredibly generous. Not only did he receive 29 Traversal coins in one go, but he also earned a precious skill point. But he found himself torn between the 2 options. The legendary vampire template he used this time was free, yet its power exceeded that of the supreme gambling god or the Yakuza fiend. Template Traversal could grant skills from the template itself, making it highly likely to pull overpowered expert or even master-level skills. However, among the items was something he wanted very badly: the Super Soldier Serum. After some careful thought, Zhou Ning chose the second option. You selected option 2. You received an epic item, Super Soldier Serum. You received an epic item, Phoenix No. You received a rare item, Broken Infinity Gauntlet. Super Soldier Serum, epic item. A diluted 30% version of the Super Soldier Serum. Can be directly injected. Enhances metabolic functions and all physical attributes. Unlocks latent potential. Phoenix No. 1, epic item. A battlesuit created by Phoenixman Tony Stark from Universe Earth 83716. Lacks firearms but packed with a wide array of functions. Broken Infinity Gauntlet, rare item. A shattered gauntlet, broken after the snap. I knew I'd get the Super Soldier Serum. Zhou Ning's spirit surged. Phoenix No. 1 was just a delightful bonus. He opened his inventory and took out the serum. It was a syringe containing around 5 milliliters of pale yellow fluid, with tiny black particles suspended at the bottom. According to the simulator's description, this wouldn't be lethal. Even in the worst-case scenario, he might just end up looking like Red Skull. So what's there to be afraid of? Zhou Ning never relied on his looks anyway. He inserted the syringe into a vein in his arm and slowly pushed the serum into his bloodstream. A sharp pain instantly surged through his entire body. Zhou Ning gritted his teeth. Agonizing pain erupted from every part of him, like he'd been hit by a dump truck. His body felt like it was being torn apart, even his bones seemed to be shattering one by one. The pain was so intense he almost passed out. He didn't know how much time had passed before the pain finally began to subside. Zhou Ning exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained. He glanced at his status panel. It was filled with new messages. You use Super Soldier Serum 30% concentration, fusion progress, 48%. No life-threatening radiation. Serum absorbed. You use Super Soldier Serum 30% concentration, fusion progress, 77%. No life-threatening radiation. Serum absorbed. You use Super Soldier Serum 30% concentration, fusion progress, 100%. Fusion complete. Compatibility, perfect. You gained +10 strength, +10 agility, +10 endurance, +5 spirit. You acquired the feat, Extraordinary Physique. Extraordinary Physique. Zhou Ning blinked in disbelief and looked over at his attributes. Sure enough, a new feat had appeared, Extraordinary Physique. Is this an elite feat? He muttered in surprise. In the game Apocalypse, there was a special category of feats known as elite feats. These were usually exclusive to elite NPCs and bosses, and were extremely powerful. Even most elite NPCs didn't necessarily have one. Just like the Extraordinary Physique, he now had it provided a +0.35 main attribute bonus per level. That meant every 3 levels, he'd get 1 additional point in a core stat. With the level cap of 60 in the first expansion, he'd gain an extra 20 attribute points, completely game-breaking. For example, Zhou Ning's main class was level 1 student. His subclasses were level 2 linguist and level 1 alchemy apprentice. Each level in linguist gave him +1 spirit and +1 free point. That 1 spirit point counted as a main attribute and would be multiplied by 1. That's how powerful this feat was. For Zhou Ning, Extraordinary Physique guaranteed long-term growth. It meant he might one day be able to go toe-to-toe with legendary NPCs. Status panel updated. Name, Zhou Ning / Wayne Sturwell. Race, Human Template, Elite NPC Beta. Countdown, 45 days 12 hours 22 minutes. Class, Student / Teaching Assistant. 1/10 subclass, Linguist. 2/10 / Alchemy Apprentice. 1/10. Natural Force Affinity, 0. Arcane Affinity, 0. Talents, Tony Stark. Purple, Gun Fu, Deadly Rhythm. Blue attributes, Strength 20, Agility 23, Endurance 18, Willpower 9, Spirit 15, Charisma 99 HP, 180 Stamina, 196 Willpower, 9/9 Life Skills, Alchemy Intermediate, Occultism Intermediate, Precision Machinery. Crafting Expert, Gambling Advanced. General Skills, Expert. English Proficiency, Pickpocketing Intermediate, Marksmanship Beginner, Flirting Mastery Expert, Ripple Breathing Beginner, Mozambique Drill Beginner, C. or System Beginner, Ripple Shot Beginner, Rapid Pursuit Beginner. Others hidden. Pretty damn impressive. Even the template had evolved into an elite NPC. According to the description, he was now on par with a typical awakened character at the start of the game. This journey had yielded rich rewards. Besides the serum, the real highlight was Phoenix Snow. That reward was an unexpected bonus for Zhou Ning. After all, what man hasn't dreamed of wearing a high-tech suit of armor? He checked to make sure the door was locked, then clicked Equip on Phoenix number 1 in his inventory. In an instant, a gold and red suit of armor clamped onto his body. Helmet, arm guards, torso, back, legs all locked into place with precision. His combat rating soared to 995, an instant 5-fold increase. It looked awesome, felt powerful, but was a bit flashy. No wonder nobody asked Tony to do their fashion design. His sense of style could only be pulled off by Tony himself. The helmet was semi-covered, with wing-like protrusions resembling bird feathers on each side, leaving the mouth exposed. It was equipped with night vision and thermal imaging. The suit had excellent defense and was resistant to fire, shock, and slashing. The gloves had an adhesive function, useful for climbing. The bracers had about a dozen buttons. He didn't dare test them indoors in case they shot out hidden blades or something. The utility belt carried a rope, a cutter, a breathing apparatus, and even 2 throwing knives. The cloak on the back was clearly custom-made. Once powered, it unfolded into a pair of wings. He guessed it could probably handle short-range flight or gliding. In short, it was a somewhat limited version of Batman's suit, but man, it felt incredible. This armor would serve as his trump card. He just needed to repaint it at some point. The current color scheme was way too attention-grabbing. Zhou Ning admired himself in the mirror for quite a while before reluctantly deactivating the Phoenix suit and turning to check his other gains. Detected, player has perfectly cleared Endless War. You are entitled to draw 1 real-world trait. Draw complete. You received blue trait Athletic Prodigy. Athletic Prodigy Blue, your athletic abilities are exceptionally strong. Zhou Ning was a bit disappointed not to have drawn one of the purple traits, but the red notification dots flashing on his achievement and mission tabs quickly made him forget about it. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, The Alchemical Phantom. 1498 words. Chapter 31, The Alchemical Phantom. As everyone knows, in games, red dots usually indicate completed tasks or rewards ready to claim. Whenever there were benefits involved, Zhou Ning was always quick to act. He tapped into the task menu, and sure enough, Literary Life had reached full completion, 1000/1000, and was ready to be claimed. But the other B-rank task, Alchemical Phantom, which involved investigating the murder in the small grove, still left him completely clueless. B-rank task, Alchemical Phantom task. Hint, from the scattered clues, you've deduced that this incident is linked to the Life Alchemy Society. They obsess over creating life through alchemy and using life to forge more life. 3 people have already died at their hands. Every second lost could mean another life. What will you choose to do? Task objective, capture or kill the Alchemical Phantom roaming the campus. Task reward, 50,000 EXP. Gerda's alchemy manual ×1. In his spare time, over the past few days, Zhou Ning hadn't slacked off on investigating. But all he'd uncovered was that the deceased, Sharon, had a very handsome boyfriend. Some people even thought Zhou Ning was Sharon's boyfriend, come back for revenge. Utter nonsense. Still, the task progress had inched forward from 25% on day 1 after receiving the initial clues to 62% now. He didn't know if it was thanks to his own efforts or Sherlock's investigation. Either way, lately he kept seeing Li Tai wearing a deerstalker hat, tirelessly combing through the campus day in and day out, rain or shine. Zhou Ning couldn't help but wonder how much does a watcher earn a month to be this committed, this ready to sacrifice life and limb. He clicked to claim the Literary Life reward. A prompt popped up, you have completed the hidden task, Literary Life. You received, Epic Vampire Zhou Ning Avatar Card ×1, Skill Point ×1, 30,000 EXP. A new series of hidden tasks has been unlocked. Epic Vampire Zhou Ning Avatar Card temporarily grants the combat abilities of Epic Vampire Zhou Ning for 15 minutes. A solid reward. Zhou Ning's face lit up with joy. In the simulation, Vampire Zhou Ning could win a fistfight with the Hulk. It was the perfect trump card. Accept hidden task, Literary Life Part 2. After selecting Yes, a new hidden task appeared in the task list. Hidden task, triggerable under special conditions. Literary Life Part 2, deep down, you've always carried a literary dream. Pursue this dream in both the simulated and real world. Read 5,000 books in total. 1,000/5,000. Task hint, read 10,000 books, and your writing will flow like a god's. This is the second step of your long journey. Keep it up, future literary master. Reward, random template reward card ×1, skill point ×1, 50,000 EXP. Zhou Ning gritted his teeth. Was he locked in a lifelong feud with reading now? Opening the achievements menu, he scrolled to the collection tab. One glance made him suck in a cold breath. Terrifying. Achievements: Soaring Ambitions, no attribute bonuses. At the Gates of War, no attribute bonuses. Reinforcements from the Heavens, no attribute bonuses. Airborne Cavalry, no attribute bonuses. Iron Man, no attribute bonuses. Men in Black, no attribute bonuses. Achievement: Hero Movie Saga Part 1 completed. You received 30,000 EXP. A hidden task has been unlocked. Hidden task, triggerable under special conditions. True heroism: only great heroes can remain true to themselves. Only true talents are naturally charismatic. In over 3 simulated worlds, become a widely recognized hero. Task progress: 1/3 task. Hint: stay true to your heart, and the task won't be hard. The challenge is in perseverance. Keep going, great hero. Reward: unknown. Seeing this task, Zhou Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the others, this one seemed like a freebie. As long as he continued playing along the lawful neutral path, completing it should be no problem. If only it could be completed in the real world, he'd be out on the streets of Darkland every day, doing vigilante work. 1 day not enough. 2 not enough. A whole month. Keep at it and well, he'd probably end up in jail pretty soon. After reviewing his gains, Zhou Ning checked the map. Sure enough, after endless war, a new map had unlocked. Its name was even flashier: Across the Seas. Zhou Ning remembered watching a Hong Kong movie by the same name as a kid, starring Chow Yun-fat and Leslie Chung as a pair of art thieves. It was great. The price was flashier too, 25 Traversal coins. This was insane. He had thought having 30 Traversal coins would make him king of the hill. Now he was just stunned, barely enough to transmigrate once. Zhou Ning sat blankly on his bed, staring at the rain outside his window, doing his best to resist the urge to strangle the damn game. That night, he even dreamed about how to earn more Traversal coins. In the middle of the night, while he was fast asleep, a strange noise woke him. It came from outside. He opened the door. John, who had been sleeping on the sofa, was gone. Moonlight from the window flooded the room in crimson. An eerie, sinister atmosphere hung in the air. The moon outside had turned blood red at some point. Then, a whisper crept into his ears: "Run, pitiful little insect. But you cannot escape the shadow of death. Destruction and demise have always been watching. Everyone will die. No one can escape, not even this world." Zhou Ning's heart leapt. He glanced around. Black tendrils suddenly poured out from the walls and floorboards, lashing wildly. He jolted upright in bed. Outside, rain was pouring, the curtains flapping in the wind. Nearby, a gas lamp flickered, and the red light on the gas meter was glowing. He'd just burned another Roshan. It was only then that he realized he'd just had a nightmare. He opened his status panel, only to be bombarded with a string of alerts. You heard whispers from an unknown presence. With Spirit 15 and Willpower 9, you failed the check. Willpower -1. Current willpower: August 9th. You felt the lure of an unknown presence. With Spirit 15 and Willpower 9, you failed the check. Willpower -1. Current willpower: July 9th. You heard whispers from an unknown presence. With Spirit 15 and Willpower 9, you failed the check. Willpower -1. Current willpower: June 9th. So it wasn't just a nightmare. In the short time he'd been asleep, his willpower had quietly been eroded down to April 9th by whispers and temptations. If it dropped to 0, he could very well lose his mind. If he were just an ordinary player, he could always commit suicide and restart. But now, he might only have this one life left. He wasn't counting on getting to transmigrate again. Zhou Ning's face darkened. This had to be what Qian West had warned him about. He'd truly been marked by the curse god cult and the evil deity they worshipped. He hadn't noticed it in the past few days because his spirit hadn't yet reached 10, below the average human threshold. But today, after injecting the super soldier serum, his spirit had hit 15. There were temporary solutions: raising his willpower stat, or going to Qian West or the ascetic church. They probably had ways to suppress the whispers. As he pondered, the task panel flashed again. B-rank task, alchemical phantom progress updated, now at 85. Zhou Ning. He glanced at the pocket watch by his bed. He couldn't help but be stunned. Just how much do watchers get paid a month to grind this hard? Thanks to the super soldier serum, Zhou Ning's enhanced hearing picked up faint gunfire from outside, seeming to come from the direction of the alchemy building. He had to check it out. Zhou Ning made the decision instantly. The EXP reward from the B-rank task was average, but the other reward, Gerda's alchemy manual, could immediately boost his alchemy level by 1. That was valuable to him. He jumped out of bed, grabbed his white dress shirt, and buttoned it up. Donning black trousers and a suit jacket, he checked the special bullets in his revolver, then added a half-height black top hat. He tucked an umbrella under his arm and opened the window. It was still pouring, and the whole building was dark. No one would notice him. Taking a deep breath, he began a running start, leaping from the 6th floor of the 10-meter-high apartment building. Wind roared past his ears as a gold and red battle suit snapped into place, its cloak unfurling like wings as he glided forward. 70 meters ahead, Zhou Ning landed quietly. The alchemy building was just up ahead. His armor disappeared, replaced by a sharp formal outfit. He pulled his hat low, opened his umbrella, and strode toward the building. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Hallwig 1249 words. Chapter 32, Hallwig. In front of the alchemy tower, a carriage marked with a double-headed eagle emblem stood still, the standard vehicle of the Sunwatchers. The door's lock had been forcibly broken, left slightly ajar. Zhou Ning closed his umbrella and stood at the steps, tilting his head to listen. From above came the sound of intense fighting, thuds and thumps echoing down from the upper floors of the tower. This was definitely the place. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning folded up his umbrella and reached out to push the door open. The fighting grew more intense. Just as Zhou Ning was about to head upstairs, a sudden crashing sound erupted overhead. A wooden railing splintered with a loud crack. A figure smashed through the stair banister and tumbled down, managing to regain balance mid-fall with a roll, and landing in a half-kneeling position before Zhou Ning, almost like offering a ceremonial bow. Then, with sharp alertness, the figure raised a gun and pointed it at Zhou Ning. "Who are you?" Even in the dim light, Zhou Ning recognized him immediately. That familiar deerstalker cap, that familiar Facely tie. It was Sherlock. Zhou Ning raised both hands in a cooperative gesture and smiled. Should I say no need for formalities? Or would surrender now be more fitting? Sherlock also recognized Zhou Ning at that moment. If he had a negative emotion tracking system, Zhou Ning would have seen a +1000 spike above Sherlock's head. He rolled his eyes and was about to respond when his expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Get down!" A muffled blast rang out. From the empty staircase above, a transparent air bullet shot downward with a high-pitched whine. Zhou Ning instinctively leapt backward. A loud thump followed as the projectile blasted a deep crater into the ground. What the hell? While Zhou Ning was still processing what had just happened, more air bullets started firing from the upper floor. There was no visible shooter, only sharp sounds and instinct to rely on. The air hissed again nearby. Zhou Ning dove left without hesitation, his movements elusive and quick, streaking through the shadows like a ghost. Dirt exploded behind him, bullet holes riddling the ground in a tight cluster. There's someone up there who can turn invisible. He's the murderer we're after. We completely underestimated him. He's already killed 2 of us. A flicker of regret appeared on Sherlock's face, but he didn't stop. As he explained, he fired 2 shots toward the staircase. Wood chips flew from the staircase railing, 2 fresh bullet holes appearing side by side. Whether they hit or not, the entire alchemy tower fell into an eerie silence again. Unnervingly silent. An invisibility ability. Zhou Ning's expression turned serious. In Apocalypse, there were indeed superpower-based classes. Such abilities could be triggered either through superpower serums or various bizarre inheritances. Some were incredibly hard to counter. But invisibility. That felt ridiculously overpowered. Just then, an intense wave of danger surged up Zhou Ning's spine. Goosebumps crawled across his back, and his face changed. He instinctively bent backward. The air shimmered. A transparent air bullet appeared right behind him, shooting forward and knocking his semi-high top hat to the ground, a neat hole now punctured through its center. Had he reacted a second later, his skull might have been pulp. Nearby, Sherlock reacted swiftly too. He flung a gray powder into the open space behind Zhou Ning. A dark thundercloud instantly gathered above the floor. Lightning and thunder erupted in the confined space. That was a meteorologist's tactic. Zhou Ning recalled that meteorologists in the game could manipulate localized weather to create advantageous combat environments. They were skilled in close combat, firearms, and spellcasting. They were essentially weather-based fighters, and their forecasting skills made them invaluable on wilderness expeditions. As the thundercloud churned, Zhou Ning heard footsteps quickly retreating. Someone was trying to flee into the open space behind them. On his skill bar, Gun Fu, deadly rhythm began to glow faintly. Zhou Ning felt his mind slip into a strange state, an indescribable sensation, as though he could grasp everything happening around him. He abruptly stopped his backward lean, twisted his torso, and a revolver with an ivory grip silently appeared in his hand. With a flourish, the gun spun once in his grip. He steadied his hand, adjusted his aim by instinct, and fired toward a corner of the empty ground. The preloaded skill activated instantly. Ripple shot. From Sherlock's point of view, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell was that? He saw a blazing bullet burst from Zhou Ning's gun with a fiery roar. The air around it rippled, the space itself tearing open like fabric. A grunt rang out from the corner, and a splash of blood sprayed into the air. A figure flickered into view, a young man wearing a monocle, staring in disbelief. Sherlock's senses confirmed it. Heart racing, he quickly raised his gun and fired alongside Zhou Ning. The young man's figure shattered like glass, breaking into fragments. Mirror image technique. Zhou Ning muttered to himself. Moments later, in a more distant corner, the air began to ripple again. A barrage of invisible air bullets fired toward them. Sherlock cursed and dove for cover without hesitation. Zhou Ning, however, didn't stop moving. Like a predator, he launched himself in another direction. Watch out! Sherlock called. With his keen senses, he could feel at least 2 air bullets along Zhou Ning's path, but then fell silent. Because Zhou Ning dodged them flawlessly, as if he could see them. In one fluid motion, he twisted, raised his gun, and fired at the open ground ahead. His skill bar lit up again, rapid pursuit now active. A flaming bullet curved midair, striking something with a screech of metal. The next second, a dagger clattered to the ground. Zhou Ning pushed off with one foot and sprang forward again before even landing. Behind him, Sherlock chanted in deep, archaic Larrikin, Frostbind. Gray powder scattered as the ground ahead suddenly iced over, revealing 2 distinct footprints. Zhou Ning didn't hesitate. While charging forward, he raised his gun and fired directly at the footprints. A sharp scream rang out. A figure rolled across the ground, finally revealing itself, a grotesque creature covered in gray scales. Its head was swollen and misshapen, barely human. Slimy mucus oozed from its scales. Clutching its injured side with one hand, it raised the other and stammered, "Wait. I just want to live." Zhou Ning didn't wait for it to finish. He raised his gun and fired coldly. The flaming bullet burst through its skull. bone and brain matter splattered across the floor in a mix of gray and green. Zhou Ning looked down at the corpse and shook his head. You don't. In the game, monsters like this had long since lost all trace of humanity. A system prompt appeared. You have killed Hallwig Guy. You gain 2,800 XP. B rank mission, Alchemical Phantom completed. You gained 50,000 XP. You obtained a rare item, Gerda's Alchemy Manual ×1. Claim now. Now was not the time. After the monster died, Zhou Ning knelt and picked up a thick notebook from the ground. Common item, Hallwig's diary. Zhou Ning opened the diary as Sherlock, holding his wounded side, quickly walked over and stood behind him to read along. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 33, Chapter 33 1361 words Chapter 33, Diary. This diary was written in Ruin script. Judging by that, this Hallwig guy was most likely an exchange student from the Kingdom of Ruins. The Kingdom of Ruins is the birthplace of alchemy. Over half of all ancient alchemy texts are written in Ruin script. As a result, it's a required course for alchemy majors, so Zhou Ning had no trouble reading it. Hallwig clearly had the habit of journaling. Today was September 2nd, and this diary began 6 months earlier, on March 2nd. The beginning entries were mostly about his studies and trivial matters related to alchemy. It was obvious he loved the subject. March 2nd, today I finally got to start learning alchemy. It's the most fascinating thing in the world. You just can't imagine how many magical transformations can occur in a tiny beaker or crucible. The most incredible thing is that even though matter changes, the total amount doesn't decrease. After all, only when one substance disappears can another be born in its place. Professor Bislock, who's in charge of teaching, seems to like me a lot, understandable, since I'm destined to become a grand alchemist. March 19th, it's been half a month since I started studying alchemy, and everything's going smoothly. Professor Bislock thinks highly of me and appointed me as class monitor. But I once overheard a heated argument between him and Professor Walter. Bislock believes the human soul has weight, and anything with weight can be manipulated through alchemy, so soul alchemy, even life forging, is theoretically possible. But Walter argues that creating life is a divine taboo. According to the law of equivalent exchange, a new life must come at the cost of another. I didn't fully understand it, but I was deeply shaken. The next day, I asked Professor Bislock if the human soul really has weight. He gave me a meaningful look and said, yes. March 21st, Professor Bislock took me to a private clinic today. A dying elderly woman lay in the hospital bed, which was equipped with a highly precise scale. Her weight was currently 90 pounds. Over the next 6 hours, her body gradually lost weight, probably due to moisture evaporating. But at the exact moment of death, her weight suddenly dropped by 3/4 of an ounce. Professor Bislock told me that 3/4 of an ounce was the soul's weight. It was incredible. I couldn't stop wondering where the soul goes after death and whether it's possible to retrieve it. O goddess above, none of this was mentioned in Gerda's alchemy textbook. It's as if someone opened a door in the darkness. March 29th, I am the chosen one. Today, Professor Bislock asked me to help organize some ancient texts from the era of the 4 heroes at his home. Hidden between the pages of one volume, I found a mysterious alchemy booklet written by a long-lost alchemist named Goodwin. Truly, it's $% at text in ruins. I secretly kept the booklet. I have a feeling it's going to change my life. At this point, Zhou Ning's expression turned grim. This clueless fool didn't realize what was happening. Anyone else could see that Professor Bislock was clearly a member of the Life Alchemy Society, slowly leading this Hallwig guy into the trap. In the game's lore, players could only learn about the era of the 4 heroes through promotional videos. It was said to be a time when the gods still walked the earth, with the 4 heroes acting as their agents. Even in the game, the history of that era was shrouded in mystery. Statues of the four heroes stood along the Seton River in the capital city of Darkland, but detailed records were scarce. Even the libraries had little to offer. A mere university professor collecting so many relics from that period, and then letting a student handle them alone. Who would believe that? Zhou Ning shook his head and continued reading the diary. March 30th, I read the booklet cover to cover. Turns out this is only half the volume, that other half is stored in the library at Vic University. Even so, this partial version opened my eyes. It contains horrifying, evil alchemical techniques written in ancient Farik. One recipe calls for putting sheep entrails and human sperm into a flask, then adding leech powder and serpent flowers to create a substance capable of modifying human bloodlines. If successful, it grants special abilities. Another recipe combines horny goat weed with animal organs to brew a love potion. Frequent use would make the woman you desire fall for you. These alchemies are dark and complex, but I couldn't stop reading. April 5th, I was chosen to be an exchange student at Vic University. I really hate Darkland's weather. April 11th, farewell, ruins. Farewell, Inyek University. April 21st, the people of Bryston are the worst, arrogant, self-important. Not a single person said hi to me all day. April 23rd, I think I'm in love. Oh, Maggie, such a sweet woman, several lines of omitted fantasy. April 24th, today was depressing. Turns out Maggie already has a boyfriend, some dumb musclehead jerk. May 12th, I can't take this one-sided love anymore. Could the things in that booklet really work? I gathered the ingredients from one of the formulas and began the alchemical process. I hope it works. May 17th, after 5 days of use, Maggie confessed to me today. My God, the formula actually worked. June 17th, the past month has been a mix of joy and frustration. I moved in with Maggie and we did everything lovers do. But her ex, the musclehead jerk, keeps picking fights with me. I've been beaten up 7 times in just 2 weeks. I can't let this go. I remembered another alchemy in the booklet. July 5th, I finally gathered the ingredients: sheep entrails, serpent flower, leech powder, and I handled the sperm part myself. After 5 days of refinement, the result looked like a giant condom. Do I really have to implant this thing into my body? July 11th, I did it. The formula worked. I gained an ability others can only dream of: invisibility. I beat up Maggie's ex and his gang, then strolled through the women's bathhouse and public carriages over and over. I was living every man's fantasy. August 24th, life has been good, but something's wrong. My memory's slipping, I forget things I put down just hours earlier. My face has started growing scales. What's happening to me? August 25th, my symptoms are getting worse. To avoid forgetting anything, I've written everything in more detail. Today I received an anonymous letter, telling me to go to 5 Greenham Street. It claimed to have a cure. I found a group of lunatics there calling themselves the Life Alchemy Society. They want to plant 5 alchemical bombs during Vic University's orientation day, and I'm supposed to throw one. These bombs are powerful, but what does that have to do with me? I agreed, took the formula, and discovered that the first step they call conversion involves replacing your organs one by one with specially refined healthy ones. August 26th, Maggie, you'll forgive me, right? August 28th, the experiment worked. After transplanting Maggie's stomach into my body, I've regained my human form. But my memory is still weak and my temper's getting worse. Meanwhile, I've set my sights on Sharon. She's adorable, just my type. After taking the potion, I've never liked someone this much. Zhou Ning knew what happened after that Hallwig brutally murdered Sharon. There was no point in reading further. The rest was nothing but deranged rambling, extremely disturbing. Hallwig guy had started out relatively normal, but by the end, he'd become utterly depraved, lecherous, selfish, and cruel. Zhou Ning didn't feel any guilt about killing him. He exchanged a glance with Sherlock. Both of them were shaken. They hadn't expected the Life Alchemy Society to be this insane, targeting Vic University's orientation day no less. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 34, Level Up 1274 words. Chapter 34, Level Up. It's worth noting that Vic University is not only the oldest university in the Kingdom of Bryston, but also the most prestigious in the entire world. Its history even traces back to the era of the Four Heroes. To carry out a bombing here, only a lunatic would dare such a thing. It was foreseeable that if those madmen really pulled it off, the entire Kingdom of Bryston would be shaken. And needless to say, it would be a disaster, not a good kind of attention. Zhou Ning's expression was grim. Although he still didn't feel fully immersed in this world, he was a student of Vic University, after all. More importantly, if he remembered correctly, he was scheduled to help run the orientation event in 3 days. TCH, what a coincidence. This couldn't be ignored. Sherlock's face was pale as he took a deep breath. This is urgent. I have to report this to Lord Kien West immediately. The police will be coming shortly to handle things here. Oh, and the suspect was taken down by you. After I file the report, you'll receive a pretty hefty reward. As soon as Sherlock finished speaking, he saw Zhou Ning shake his head and say seriously, I didn't kill him. That was you, Agent Sherlock, brave and fearless, who brought him down with your own hands. Sherlock gave a small nod. He understood. If it were him, he wouldn't want to expose his identity either, not with those maniacs from the Life Alchemy Society potentially coming after him. He pointed at the journal in Zhou Ning's hand. Mind if I take that Hallwig diary back as evidence? Of course. Zhou Ning wasn't about to refuse such a reasonable request, and handed the diary over. Thanks, Sherlock said with a formal nod and tucked the journal away. One more thing. We tested that batch of firearms you supplied. Not bad at all. Got any more? Send someone over anytime. Zhou Ning perked up at the mention. He still had 5 revolvers and 2 rifles in his inventory, all needing to be offloaded. I'll send someone by tomorrow afternoon, Sherlock replied. Same pricing, 15 vectas for a revolver, 18 for a long gun. By the way, do you sell the bullets too? He had seen that earlier firefight firsthand. What impressed him the most were the bullets sparking with fire. If they could replicate those, the Sunwatcher's combat strength would skyrocket. I only have 8 rounds left, and the manufacturing process is extremely complex. Every bullet is practically handcrafted. I can pay well, Sherlock urged, putting emphasis on the pay well part. Zhou Ning shook his head. What I mean is, yes, they're for sale. But the price goes up. Sherlock. In the end, they negotiated a deal for a special batch of bullets. Even though they only cost about 2 rose hens each to make, possibly even less, Zhou Ning sold them for 10 rose hens apiece. To show good faith, Sherlock even paid a 10 vectas deposit, which gave Zhou Ning's thin wallet a much-needed boost. Keep this quiet, Sherlock reminded him. If word gets out, it could cause trouble for you. I understand. Zhou Ning gave a serious nod, fully aware of the implications. Sherlock tipped his hat in farewell, then climbed into a carriage and quickly departed. Zhou Ning watched it disappear into the distance, then took out his pocket watch. It was only 4:20 a.m. He took a deep breath, picked up his umbrella from the ground and opened it. His mood was cheerful. Tonight had brought him his biggest haul since the game started. But the ever-shifting nature of this game world and the dangers lurking in every corner also made him more eager than ever to strengthen himself. Back in the dorm, John and his dog-son were still passed out together on the couch. Truly, ignorance is bliss, Zhou Ning murmured. He closed the door behind him, and began going through tonight's gains. The Hidden Quest Literary Life gave him 30,000 XP. The B-Rank Quest Alchemical Phantom gave 50,000 XP. Counting the earlier gains and the kill on Hallwig Guy, Zhou Ning had racked up nearly 90,000 XP. With his XP bar this full, there was no point in holding back. Zhou Ning decided to invest it all into his subclass, Alchemist Apprentice, and began leveling it up rapidly. Alchemist Apprentice leveled up to LV2, will +1 extra +0. 35 via Extraordinary Physique, Spirit +1 extra +0. 35 via Extraordinary Physique, gained 1 free attribute point. Alchemist Apprentice leveled up to LV10 max, will +1 extra +0. 35 via Extraordinary Physique, Spirit +1 extra +0. 35 via Extraordinary Physique, gained 1 free attribute point. Each class had a level cap of 10. Further progress required a class upgrade. It cost 80,000 XP to max out Alchemist Apprentice, bringing it from level 1 to 10. With the bonuses from Extraordinary Physique, Zhou Ning earned a total of 12 will, 12 spirit, and 9 free attribute points. His overall level was now 13. Normally, core classes like Mage, Warrior, or Paladin were prioritized because they boosted health points and were critical for survival. But Zhou Ning was a special case. He still hadn't picked a combat-related main class. So for now, leveling Alchemist was his best bet. Now that Alchemist Apprentice was maxed, further leveling would require promotion to a new class, which meant reaching a high level of alchemy proficiency. That would take time. What about using Gerda's alchemy manual? Too inefficient. It could work, but it wasn't worth it. Better to save it until his alchemy level was higher. After maxing his alchemy class, Zhou Ning had about 10,000 XP left. Rather than hoarding it, he spent it upgrading Rapid Pursuit to intermediate level. That skill had proven incredibly useful in combat. His awareness during the last fight had felt unnaturally sharp, almost shocking even to him. Hallwig had been significantly stronger in raw stats, but Zhou Ning had killed him thanks to his unnerving calm and combat intuition. Rapid Pursuit had played a crucial role. Just like that, all 90,000 XP was gone in under 30 seconds, and Zhou Ning's status screen was completely refreshed. Name: Zhou Ning/Wayne Sturwell. Race: Human. Template: Elite NPC. Closed beta. Countdown: 43 days 12 hours 22 minutes. Class: Student/Teaching Assistant. 1/10 subclass: Linguist. 2 out of 10 / Alchemist Apprentice. October 10th. Attributes: Strength 20, Agility 23, Stamina 18, Spirit 27, Charisma 99 HP 180 180th Stamina 196 Willpower 18 21st. Free attribute points 9 Combat Power Rating 399. Other details omitted. In just one night, Zhou Ning's combat power had soared to a whole new tier. He chose to hold on to the remaining 9 attribute points for emergencies. After assigning his points, he checked the time. It was 4:50 a.m. Feeling satisfied, he decided to get some rest. This time, there were no strange dreams. His sleep was deep and restful. Important notice: Episode 2 of Apocalypse the series has been released on the forums and all major platforms. This series is automatically generated by the AI core. Interested players are encouraged to watch for lore and game background information. Zhou Ning was jolted awake by a system notification. When he opened his eyes, he was completely startled. He had been sleeping soundly when a robotic female voice suddenly boomed in his mind. The fact he didn't fall off the bed in shock was a testament to his composure. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, TV Series, Episode 2 1318 words. Chapter 35, TV Series, Episode 2 of the Apocalypse TV series. Zhou Ning had to cycle through several rounds of ripple breathing just to calm himself down. He couldn't help feeling puzzled. If memory served, the second episode of the Apocalypse series wasn't supposed to air for a few more days in his previous life. After all, Leandro de Pessa, the protagonist, hadn't even enrolled yet. The Apocalypse AI had created the TV series not just to promote the game, but also to help players familiarize themselves with the key factions and major characters during the early and mid stages. In his past life, Episode 2 had focused on Leandro de Pessa, the Child of the Plains, and the Life Alchemy Society. Episode 3, in contrast, had introduced the official faction known as the Sunwatchers. Now, though, the early release of Episode 2 by several days. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by his own actions? Zhou Ning clicked on the game panel and entered the forums. Thanks to ramped-up marketing, the number of posts had exploded. To his surprise, because of his center-stage appearance in the first episode's trailer, Zhou Ning discovered that there was now a dedicated sub-forum named after him, complete with its own moderator team. Since the forums were managed by the game's official staff rather than the AI, Zhou Ning figured even the developers now believed he was the game's main protagonist. As for the posts in the sub-forum, something felt off. At a glance, every post had the exact same format, Wayne here for Wayne #Wayne Sturwell, radiating an unmistakable fan club vibe. There was also a flood of fanfiction. Due to the lack of background info from Episode 1, the main character in these stories was purely based on imagination. Zhou Ning skimmed a few of them, and was immediately left speechless. Girls loved pairing characters into couples, and the most common ship had him paired with Cress Braden Reiser. The rest got increasingly bizarre pairings with Leandro de Pessa, the chubby kid, and even worse. Marine, or literal cultists. I swear, what the hell? Zhou Ning felt a chill down his spine. He clicked on the pinned thread. This episode was titled The Alchemical Phantom. Zhou Ning's mouth twitched. Just as I thought. He hit play. The episode opened on a snowy morning. Zhou Ning stepped out of an apartment, wearing a white shirt and a black vest. The AI definitely knew what it was doing. It opened with a long-range close-up of Zhou Ning, immediately triggering a barrage of live comments. Then the plot began. Zhou Ning discovered a murder scene in the woods. This marked the official debut of Sherlock, a member of the Bryston Kingdom's Sunwatchers, who then struck up a conversation with Zhou Ning. A label appeared over Sherlock's head, Captain of Sunwatchers Team 3, Meteorologist, Sherlock Moriarty. Through Zhou Ning's exchange with Sherlock, viewers learned that the murderer was most likely from the Life Alchemy Society. Over the following days, Sherlock conducted a detailed investigation. He started by filtering out all teachers and students from ruins, questioning each for suspicious behavior. One by one, he ruled them out, eventually zeroing in on Hallwig Guy. Further digging revealed that Hallwig had a girlfriend named Maggie, who had recently gone missing. He was also close to the victim Sharon. All signs pointed to him as the sole suspect. It took Sherlock only 2 days to pinpoint the killer. The video fast-forwarded to that night. In the Alchemy Building, Sherlock and 2 Sunwatchers intercepted Hallwig Guy. A battle was about to erupt. The fight broke out intensely. At first, Hallwig was overwhelmed by Sherlock's weather-manipulating powers. But once Hallwig activated his invisibility, the tide turned completely. The 2 Sunwatchers were quickly killed by Hallwig's air bullets. Sherlock's situation grew increasingly desperate. Players watched anxiously, barely commenting at this point. That tension exploded the moment the scene cut to Zhou Ning. High alert. Brace yourselves for awesomeness. My husband is about to save the world. Of course he's the main character. He clearly figured out the killer, way ahead of Sherlock, and headed straight for the Alchemy Building. Seriously, I think Wayne knew who the culprit was from the start. Needless to say, these comments were mostly from those who had already fast-forwarded, and were now circling back to post. Zhou Ning. Could he even tell them they were overthinking it? If it weren't for the system's quest updates and the sound clues he'd heard, how on earth would he have known the killer was in the Alchemy Building? In the video, for reasons unknown, the AI skipped over the part where Zhou Ning glided in wearing the Phoenix battle suit. Instead, it cut straight to a stylish shot of Zhou Ning in formal wear, umbrella in hand, approaching the Alchemy Building. Even Zhou Ning had to admit it looked damn cool. That scene could absolutely be used as a wallpaper. A charm score of 99 really wasn't just for show. The episode continued. Zhou Ning opened the door and entered, just in time to see Sherlock tumble down the stairs, landing in a kneel at Zhou Ning's feet, gun raised at him. The live comments instantly exploded with a single line, "Should I say no need for formalities? Or maybe you should surrender now." Then came a barrage of air bullets, all dodged effortlessly by Zhou Ning's lightning-quick movements. As he leaned back to avoid a shot from behind, Sherlock summoned a thunderbolt. The AI gave Zhou Ning a sweeping wide-angle close-up. While leaning back and twisting his body, he silently drew an ivory-handled revolver, spinning it deftly through his fingers. Every frame was clearly visible, pure cinematic flair. Before players could even react, the next moment sent them into a frenzy. Flames surged from the revolver's barrel. The AI provided an ultra close-up and a slow-motion sequence, showing the gun's inner mechanics, finger pulling the trigger, the hammer cocking back, and a flame-wreathed bullet spinning with incredible force. Thanks to the slow MO, players could even see the bullet warping the air with rippling shockwaves. Holy sh*T, I'm down. What kind of skill is this? Damn, that's too slick. Incredible. This guy's on another level. I need that skill. It's just too badass. Once Zhou Ning entered the fray, the comment section surged dramatically. By the time the fight began, the volume of comments was 5 times what it had been minutes ago, a clear sign of Zhou Ning's skyrocketing popularity. Based on just the first 2 episodes, Zhou Ning's character hit all the right notes with players, especially the female audience. Not only was he devastatingly handsome, but also intelligent, perceptive, powerful, good-natured, and occasionally witty. He was the ultimate main character template. 2 minutes later, Zhou Ning, with Sherlock's assistance, forced Hallwig out of invisibility and mercilessly pulled the trigger, ending the now monstrous Hallwig's life. The live comment section hit its peak. That was so cool, calm, deadly, absolutely ruthless. I'm in love. Taking my husband home again. Stop simping, ladies, but honestly, I'm a guy and I still love him. Screw it, gender doesn't matter anymore, taking my husband too. Guys in the comments, be careful. With more overflow incidents happening lately, we boys need to keep ourselves safe out there. Zhou Ning. The first half of the episode had felt oppressive, like watching a detective drama where the investigator kept getting beaten down. Only now did things finally start to feel satisfying. At the very end, when Zhou Ning picked up a diary and began to read, the AI helpfully displayed subtitles. The players now understood the backstory behind the murder, and were left with a deep impression of one of the game's major NPC factions, the Life Alchemy Society. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, XB's Class Breakdown 1371 words. Chapter 36, XB's Class Breakdown. The diary ended abruptly, and so did everything about him. The second promotional episode still had a few minutes left. The next scene was set in a dimly lit room, where several people were hatching a plan. Unexpectedly, among the people in the room, besides members of the Life Alchemy Society, there were also robed cultists from the Curse God cult. As the camera focused on them, players learned that the alchemy bomb plot was actually a joint conspiracy between the Curse God cult and the Life Alchemy Society. To ensure the plan went smoothly, a council member from the Life Alchemy Society would even be coming from the Kingdom of Ruins to oversee the operation. This entire alchemy bomb plot had never occurred in the game's previous timeline. Clearly, Zhou Ning's presence had already caused some major shifts in the storyline. Just when they were about to reveal the council member's identity and discuss the plan in detail, the second episode cut off. That's it. Zhou Ning trembled with anger. Shaking, seething, he couldn't believe even the AI director had learned to cliffhang like this. Would it kill them to just give him a little more intel? Seriously. That said, after watching the episode, even he was starting to believe he might really be the main character. Think about it. The major events so far: the Curse God cult sacrificial ritual, the alchemical phantom incident, and the upcoming alchemy bomb plot, every one of them revolved around a single person, him. At this point, at least the early game narrative had been completely altered by his actions. But hey, it's not like he had a choice. He could only take things one step at a time. Shaking his head, Zhou Ning opened the game forum. To be honest, this game really had breakout potential. After just a few days offline, the number of registered users had already surged to 20 million and the game hadn't even entered closed beta yet. It was just like Elden Ring and Cyberpunk 2077, hype first, release later. Unsurprisingly, the vast majority of threads on the forum were about him. After all, he was the only person to take center stage in both promotional videos. Zhou Ning squinted as he scrolled through the forum posts. Most were useless chatter, but after some digging, he finally found something with a bit of substance. A thread titled, "Learn Apocalypse in 5 Minutes Part 1, A Beginner's Guide to Class Selection." The author? A guy named XB Male, and an old acquaintance of Zhou Ning's. Aside from Apocalypse, there was also a wildly popular MOBA on Blue Star, and XB had once been a pro player for it. In one crucial international team fight, XB had taken control of a CC-based hero, and was instructed to initiate on the most killable target. The team executed flawlessly only for XB to lock down a squishy, ranged minion. The team lost the match and XB was torn to shreds by netizens. After that disaster, he left the pro scene, and devoted himself to Apocalypse. In the previous timeline, he and Zhou Ning had even teamed up in the arena for a while. Though his reflexes were slow and his humor a bit much, XB was actually quite knowledgeable when it came to games. Reading the post of a former acquaintance from the perspective of an NPC was oddly surreal. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning clicked on the thread. XB, what's up, folks? It's your old pal XB. Super excited to see y'all in Apocalypse. Starting today, I'm hanging up my pro player title to join you in this brave new world. By now, I'm sure everyone's seen episode 2 of the miniseries. My husband continued his badass streak from the first episode, taking down that invisible mutant freak. He absolutely showcased the power of the ranged gunslinger class. Zhou Ning. You're scaring me. He kept reading. XB, enough chit-chat. Based on current intel, I'm gonna break down the pros and cons of each class. He'd even uploaded a video analyzing class balance frame by frame. After watching it, even Zhou Ning, who had lived the events, almost believed him. XB, in episode 1, we saw at least 3 classes: Wayne Sturwell's ranged gunslinger, the cultists A, B, and C, who seemed to be melee warrior types, and cultist D with a ranged casting class, likely a mage. Notice at 17 minutes in, when A, B, and C all attempt to charge and stun Wayne. Their hands twitch upward, classic charge animation, but the charge range is probably limited to 25 yards. Wayne keeps his distance perfectly. The warriors can't do a thing. Also, look how he targets the monster first, then the mage, and finally the warriors. Clearly, in his mind, warriors are the least threatening, and he's proven right. In my opinion, the warrior class is sluggish, lacks mobility, and can't hit or catch anything. A total noob trap. Unless you've always dreamed of playing a tank, I don't recommend it. XB, now, the mage class looks decent in terms of raw damage and seems to have some CC. But the cast time is an issue, it could be a liability in PvP. XB, episode 2 introduced 3 more classes: Wayne's ranged gunslinger, Sherlock's meteorologist, and Monster Hallwig Guy's psionic class. The meteorologist seems like a hybrid support DPS type, great for girls. Not much data on psionics yet, but they seem powerful. All things considered, Wayne's ranged gunslinger is likely the current meta pick: high damage, high mobility, and loads of potential. It's the class of the game's golden boy. Trust me, don't fight the patch. Go with the strong choice. That said, if you want to play something else, don't worry. Every patch has its turn. You never know what's gonna be OP next time. The analysis seemed airtight. Zhou Ning was floored. Classic XB. The analysis wasn't wrong, it was entirely wrong. The class he trashed warrior was actually the strongest in the early game. It was the class of Leandro, the previous timeline's protagonist. Even XB himself had once swung a giant sword around like a maniac. And the ranged gunslinger he hyped up. Still in its infancy, barely even a real class. He should rename that post to 5 minutes to a swift death in apocalypse. The funniest part? Tons of players agreed with the nonsense in the thread. The official forum even pinned it as a featured post. Zhou Ning. This game might be doomed. Still, the post did give Zhou Ning an idea. He really did need to establish his own original class system soon. With the game's popularity skyrocketing, all he needed to do was present a polished, complete class and the player base would swarm to it. According to the game's internal standards, a full class system required at least 6 class specialties, 2 core buff skills, and over 10 active skills. His ripple breathing, precision machinery crafting, occultism, and marksmanship mastery could all qualify as class specialties. His rapid pursuit skill, which passively boosted combat ability, could count as a core buff. What he lacked now were enough active skills. But looking at it that way, he wasn't too far from completing the framework. After closing the control panel, Zhou Ning washed up and headed to the alchemy tower to begin his daily routine. By the next morning, the atmosphere at Vic University had changed completely. After Sherlock left in the early hours, the police arrived to collect Hallwig Guy's body and officially announced that the alchemical phantom case had been solved. Because the incident involved supernatural forces, the students were buzzing with excitement. They were still gossiping non-stop. One of the main parties involved, Maggie's cuckolded ex, was so scared he nearly pissed himself, though he did have Hallwig to thank for sparing his life. As for the faculty, they were all breathing a sigh of relief. An extraordinary monster hiding among the student body had been rooted out. That was definitely a good thing. Sure, a few people had died, but at least more lives had been saved. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 37, A Lucky Find 14:01 words. Chapter 37, A Lucky Find. This morning passed without any surprises. As usual, Zhou Ning made his way to the alchemy building. However, since his alchemy skills had already reached the intermediate level, mooching off low-level materials at the school lab was no longer cost-effective. So he was planning to resign in a few days and rent an alchemy lab outside campus. Although he didn't gain much experience, Zhou Ning prided himself on being professional at work, no slacking off. After sneaking a peek at the forums in the lab, he brewed a few low-grade potions and managed to scrape together a few hundred experience points. Shortly after, Rosie came to take over, and the two of them, with a practiced familiarity, had lunch together. To Zhou Ning's surprise, it was still Sherlock who came to pick up the firearms at noon. As the captain of the Sunwatchers' third squad, didn't he have any subordinates? Who knew why he was being worked to death? 5 handguns, 2 rifles total, 111 vectas. Zhou Ning handed over the weapons to Sherlock. Sherlock took the guns, counted them, and handed Zhou Ning a stack of bills. Count it. It's not like this'll be our last deal, right? Zhou Ning's heart leapt with joy, but he played it cool, slipping the bills into the inner pocket of his jacket with a smile. You're not wrong, Sherlock chuckled and handed him a pouch of bullets. Here are 50 rounds. The processing fee is the 10 rose hens apiece you quoted. If you have any new firearms in the future, you can bring the finished products bullets included to the West Lynn General Store in the western part of the city. Someone there will handle it. You know how it is, we'll be busy for a while. No problem, Zhou Ning agreed immediately, taking the bullets. Official institutions really were generous. 50 bullets meant nearly 50 vectas in income, padding his wallet nicely. In Bryston's currency system, the Veni was the base unit, with the vecta being the highest. So 50 vectas was a substantial sum. The only issue was that Zhou Ning could only produce potions and bullets in the school's alchemy lab, which was attached to the alchemy shop. But that lab was frequently rented out, and material reserves were limited, making batch production impossible. After mulling it over, he decided to move his plan up and rent an alchemy lab off campus. He tore open a weather predictor stick. One red line, and one light red line appeared. That meant there would be extreme weather this afternoon, either heavy rain or snow. The worst-case scenario was acid rain, but it probably wouldn't come to that. Zhou Ning rented an umbrella from the shop and walked toward the edge of campus. Speaking of umbrellas, there was a joke here. Zhou Ning always found it odd that in the game, even though umbrellas existed, people often rented them. So he asked an NPC about it. Without hesitation, the NPC answered, "Umbrellas are expensive." At first, Zhou Ning thought the NPC was just being silly. Later, he found out why people in the apocalypse world borrowed umbrellas. Turns out, in the game, umbrellas were actually a kind of affordable luxury. One of the wealthiest tycoons in Darkland had built his fortune selling umbrellas. Transportation options in Apocalypse were also surprisingly abundant. Even just in Darkland, there were public carriages and intercity trains. Later in the northern regions, there were flying mounts like griffins and even airships. A curious blend of fantasy and science, pretty fascinating. In Darkland City, public carriages were pulled by two strange creatures that resembled Kodo beasts. People called them horned horses, standard northern beasts. The carriage could seat more than a dozen passengers and stopped on request, very convenient. 5 minutes later, a carriage passed by. Zhou Ning waved to stop it. "Blair Bookstore in the Old District," he told the driver. "Blair Bookstore. This line doesn't stop there. You can get off at the Red Kindleaf Tailor Shop and walk 5 minutes. You'll be there," the driver replied. "Works for me." Zhou Ning nodded without concern. 3 kilometers. "Fares 6 Venice," said a woman in her 30s who was collecting fares. She held out her hand and gave Zhou Ning a flirtatious wink. "Don't think you can ride for free just because you're good-looking." She was the ticket collector. Zhou Ning pulled out 6 Venice from his pocket, handed it to her, took the ticket, and got on board. The carriage was nearly empty, hardly anyone riding. That probably had something to do with Bryston's economic downturn in recent years. Zhou Ning took a seat and closed his eyes to rest. He had 2 goals for this trip to the Old District: buy materials and rent an alchemy lab and snag a lucky find. 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped. After getting off and navigating by memory, Zhou Ning made his way to a storefront called Blair Bookstore. The owner was a portly man in his 40s, wearing a monocle and lounging in a recliner while reading a newspaper. Piles of old books were stacked around him. This had to be the place. Zhou Ning felt sure and smiled slightly. "A friend told me you have a set of alchemy books by Wendigon." "Wendigon?" The shopkeeper sat up, removed his monocle, thought for a moment, then nodded. "I think so. I'll have to look for them." Blair Bookstore was the only second-hand bookstore in the Old District. Business wasn't great, but it had a massive collection, so it made sense the owner couldn't recall where specific books were stored. Zhou Ning nodded. "I'll leave it to you, then." About half an hour later, the shopkeeper rushed back holding a stack of old books. "Here 5 volumes. See if these are what you're looking for." Zhou Ning flipped through one, confirmed they were indeed Wendigon's works, and felt a thrill of joy inside. But he kept a straight face. "That's the set. These are from the old Falric era, 20 vectas, minimum." The owner blinked his small eyes. He had actually picked these up for just 2 vectas, but seeing how eager Zhou Ning was, he quoted a price just high enough to sting, without scaring him off. Zhou Ning curled his lip and turned to leave. The shopkeeper panicked and grabbed him. "Then how much are you offering?" "I'll give you 1 vecta, tops." "1 vecta? Why don't you just rob me?" These are from the old Falric era. The shopkeeper grew agitated, offended by what he considered an insulting offer. 3 vectas. Not a veiny more. With that, Zhou Ning turned to leave, counting in his mind, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After a brief inner struggle, the shopkeeper stopped him. Lowest I'll go is 5 vectas. Gotta earn something for my trouble, right? Zhou Ning stopped immediately, turned around. The shopkeeper. In the end, both sides were satisfied. Zhou Ning left with the set of old books in hand, feeling like he had struck gold. The book's author, Wendigun, had been an alchemist from the old Falric era who developed his own self-contained system of alchemy, combining engineering with alchemy to create mechanical constructs. He sealed these constructs into specially made cards sort of like Yu-Gi-Oh! If he'd been born in modern times, Wendigun would have been the Seto Kaiba type A genius founder of something like Wendigun Entertainment Group, complete with a dual hologram system. Success would have come easy. But instead, he went down the dark path of life synthesis, attempting to give his mechanical constructs real life. In the end, this triggered a 6-nation crusade. Wendigun vanished without a trace. In Zhou Ning's past life, a player had found a clue and discovered Wendigun had encoded his alchemical knowledge into a set of old books using a cipher. That player eventually decoded a unique alchemy system, but kind of squandered it using it only to make little mechanical pets. Even so, he still made a decent amount of money from it. This time, Zhou Ning had arrived 2 years ahead of that player and successfully snatched the book set first. He found a secluded spot, tucked the books into his inventory, and made a beeline for the trade district. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, The Child of the Plain 1450 words Chapter 38, The Child of the Plain. The trade district was in the southwest corner of the old city, just under a 10-minute walk. A few minutes later, having arrived, Zhou Ning began searching for a suitable alchemy shop. In his past life in the game, the trade district was probably the area players were most familiar with. It was where they learned life skills and conducted trades. There were always crowds of players setting up stalls or engaging in PvP. Now that it was completely empty, it felt a little disconcerting. Along the way, he inquired at several alchemy shops, but either the alchemy labs were too rudimentary to meet his standards, or the prices were just outrageous. He had once considered checking out the West family's alchemy store, but they only ran high-end boutiques. When he visited, he found that even after discounts, their prices were still higher than others' regular prices. Definitely not worth provoking. After visiting several shops, Zhou Ning unexpectedly ran into someone familiar, Richard Pessa, a fellow survivor who had escaped the Jasonat haunted house with him. It had only been a few days, but Richard Pessa already looked a bit pale. Then again, he was Caucasian to begin with, so it was hard to tell. He was walking quickly when he spotted Zhou Ning. He froze for a moment before breaking into a warm smile. "Hey, Wayne. Thanks again for your help the other day. I actually wanted to visit you at Vic University to thank you in person, but you know, the campus gates were locked up the past few days. No need to be polite. I was just trying to protect myself too," Zhou Ning replied with a smile. "Maybe it was self-preservation for you, but for me, it was a real lifesaver." Richard glanced at Zhou Ning. "Are you looking for something? I know this place well, maybe I can help." Zhou Ning didn't stand on ceremony and nodded. "I need to purchase a batch of herbs and rent an alchemy lab." Richard perked up at once. "I've got you covered. I can even give you a discount. As for an alchemy lab, my family has a few sitting unused. You can use them whenever you want." Zhou Ning. "A few unused alchemy labs? What, does your family own a mine?" "Wait, what's that?" Something caught Zhou Ning's eye, a rather oddly shaped building under construction in the distance. "That looks like a poorhouse. They're common in many places. People can work there in exchange for food and shelter," Richard explained. I see, Zhou Ning nodded as they unconsciously followed the canal and arrived at Richard's family herb store. That sign looked familiar, Golden Oak Herbal Shop. Wait, wasn't this the herbology trainer's store in the game? In the game, the shop was run by an elderly couple. They must be Richard's parents. Zhou Ning gave Richard a surprised glance. This guy looked completely ordinary, but clearly, he had been hiding his true background. Next to the shop's steps, a few middle school-aged boys were gathered, playing a game called Who is the Weather Child? In the previous life's apocalypse, a similar group of NPCs could be found. The real-life resemblance was uncanny. At that moment, Richard's mouth twitched. He walked up to the boys and raised his voice. Leandro, unless I'm mistaken, isn't it time for your alchemy lesson? I'm not going. Alchemy's boring. I'm going to be the weather child. A black-haired boy with a scar on his face stubbornly replied, neck stiff with defiance. Zhou Ning's heart skipped a beat at the familiar line. He recognized the boy. It was him, Leandro de Pesa. One of the children of the plane who appeared across all 4 game expansions. Even more importantly, Leandro was the central figure in the main storyline at level 60. Without him, the main quest couldn't be accessed. He was a definite golden ticket. And in the future, Leandro would possess several universally accessible top-tier skills that all professions could learn. Befriending him would be a major advantage. Who would have thought the random NPC he saved turned out to be Leandro's older brother? At the moment, though Leandro was still defiant, he had met his match. After a stern lecture, he had no choice but to yield and obediently follow Richard home. Who's this? Leandro asked, regaining his curiosity as he studied Zhou Ning. This is Wayne Sturwell, my lifesaver. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have made it back, Richard introduced. Oh, thank you so much. Leandro gave Zhou Ning a deep bow. Leandro de Pesa's favorability toward you has greatly increased. Not bad, he'd unintentionally made a valuable connection. At least he wouldn't need to butter him up now. Things progressed smoothly after that. As a reasonably large chain store, supplying Zhou Ning's needs was no problem at all. But since he'd need a long-term supply, Zhou Ning insisted on paying. In the end, he received a nice discount, 20% off. Win-win for both sides. As for the alchemy lab, Richard hadn't been exaggerating. His family really did have several idle labs. One of them was perfect for Zhou Ning, located near Vic University, making it easy to access between classes. It was also well equipped, almost on par with the university's alchemy building. It even had a small cot for rest, so he could crash there if he didn't feel like returning to the dorm. Best of all, the rent was dirt cheap. A standard lab would usually cost around 2 roshens per hour, or at least 4 vectas a day. But Zhou Ning only needed to pay 30 vectas per month, ideal for someone strapped for cash. The catch? Zhou Ning had to keep an eye on Leandro at Vic University. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Ning shamefully gave in. That price, and the only requirement, was to look after the future protagonist of the plane. If anything, it should be the other way around. They settled on the rent, 30 vectas a month, 1 month's rent as deposit, and regular herb deliveries arranged. Zhou Ning expressed his thanks and chatted a bit more with Richard, until a male servant brought out the lease contract and placed it on the table. After both sides signed, Zhou Ning reluctantly counted out 60 vectas in cash and pushed it over. Richard accepted the cash without counting and then asked, a little hesitantly, "Have you had any nightmares or heard strange sounds lately?" As expected. Zhou Ning, already suspicious, replied, "Yes. I had a nightmare just last night." Richard's face darkened. "So it's happening to you too?" Watching Richard's despondent expression, Zhou Ning thought for a moment and carefully said, "From what I've heard, a lot of people experience that after a sacrificial ritual. The ascetics and the sun watchers should have ways to relieve or even cure it." The ascetics. Richard's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head with a bitter smile. "I worship the goddess of nature. The ascetics won't allow a heretic to enter. As for the Sun Watchers, I'll think about it. After chatting a bit longer, Richard left, clearly still troubled. Having finished the alchemy lab arrangements, it was just about time for dinner. Just as the weather forecast Rod had predicted, a heavy downpour began outside, but bizarrely, just 200 meters away, it was still sunny. Zhou Ning hastily filled his stomach and began organizing the alchemy lab. It had been painful spending all that money, but no matter how he looked at it, this now counted as his own little base in the game world. To celebrate, he decided not to go back to the dorm tonight. After finishing the setup, Zhou Ning sat down at the desk and began decoding the alchemy books he'd just bought. The decoding method was simple. Forms in his previous life had detailed the steps. All he needed to do was convert the ruined script to Old Fauric, then extract the second, fourth, sixth, and eighth characters of each line to form a new sentence. Back then, there had been quest prompts and translation was just a progress bar. Now Zhou Ning had to translate word by word, line by line. It took him 4 whole hours to finish decoding the alchemy books. Zhou Ning stretched and rubbed his sore wrists. Those 4 hours not only finished the decoding, but also granted him 4,000 experience points, a pleasant surprise. He read through the decoded contents again, and sure enough, a system prompt appeared in his field of view. You have obtained the epic skill book, Wendigon's Alchemical Insights. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Across the Seas. 1367 words. Chapter 39, Across the Seas. Zhou Ning immediately chose to read Wendigon's Alchemical Insights, and a prompt from the system panel popped up. You are reading the skill book, Wendigon's Alchemical Insights. Based on your willpower, you've gained 4% learning progress in Puppet Alchemy. Extreme Calmness bonus +0. You are reading the skill book, Wendigon's Alchemical Insights. Based on your willpower, you've gained 3% learning progress in Puppet Alchemy. Extreme Calmness bonus +0. Zhou Ning let out a sigh of relief. He'd been worried he wouldn't be able to learn it, but to his surprise, there were no prerequisites. Wendigon really was a good guy. After more than an hour, a new notification popped up with a chime. Puppet Alchemy Progress, 94% +6%. You have learned a new lifestyle skill, Puppet Alchemy. You've unlocked a new recipe, Mini Mechanical Warrior. You've unlocked a new skill, Recipe Deduction. Zhou Ning opened his panel, and sure enough, there was a new skill listed under Lifestyle Skills, Puppet Alchemy. Puppet Alchemy Beginner. You can use your lifestyle skills to create an alchemical puppet and seal it into a card. Whoa, this really is like Yu-Gi-Oh! Clicking into Puppet Alchemy, there was currently only one recipe, Mini Mechanical Warrior, and a skill, Recipe Deduction. After reading through the skill description carefully, Zhou Ning suddenly understood, so that's how it works. The Recipe Deduction skill worked similarly to Skill Fusion in the game Apocalypse. By consuming experience points, Puppet Alchemy could be combined with other lifestyle skills to deduce new recipes. However, unlike Apocalypse, Recipe Deduction didn't reset the level of the skills involved. It just consumed a lot of experience points. And that lot was really a lot. The first deduction cost 10,000 XP, the second 15,000, then 20,000. And there was also a chance of failure. A grin crept onto Zhou Ning's face. He wasn't like that player from his past life. He didn't care about burning XP. After all, he was a man who possessed both occultism and expert-level precision machinery. As long as he had enough XP, he could deduce countless recipes. Give it time, and it wouldn't be impossible to invent a full-blown dueling card game for this world. He hadn't forgotten, as long as he could influence this world in any way, he could reap plenty of rewards. Crafting a mini mechanical warrior required a large amount of iron ingots, bolts, some gunpowder, a standard firearm, a piece of parchment, and some alchemy array materials. He didn't have them on hand, but they were all common goods, nothing hard to get as long as you had the money. The problem was, from here on out, he'd be short on both XP and cash. Zhou Ning suddenly felt a strong sense of urgency. With nothing to do for now, the herbs still hadn't arrived. Zhou Ning, the idle nouveau riche, opened the simulator once again. He currently had 30 traversal coins. After deducting the cost of renting the alchemy lab, he had about 60 vectas left. After some thought, Zhou Ning decided to spend 40 vectas to recharge 4 traversal coins. That way, he could do 110 pull and still have enough coins left for a single traversal. Opening the gacha page, he found that the prize pool for Endless War was locked. When he checked the reason, it said that only after 50 draws from the Miss Lost London pool would the next one be unlocked. Zhou Ning. Damn it, it's exactly like those crappy pay-to-win mobile games, every trap in the book. But since it was a seller's market, there was no choice. He could only return to the Miss Lost London prize pool and roll another 10 pull. You've obtained rare item, M1 Garand rifle, includes several 7.62mm rounds. You've obtained rare item, Chinese Hanyang Type 88 rifle, includes several 72 ACP rounds. You've obtained epic item, Stone Mask. You've obtained rare item, German-made C93 7.65mm pistol, includes several 45 ACP rounds. Something strange snuck in there. This 10 pull had great luck: 9 guns in one go, 4 rifles, 5 pistols. If sold directly, they'd be worth over 140 vectas. Zhou Ning felt pretty satisfied. But the only item that wasn't a gun looked oddly familiar. Zhou Ning pulled the stone mask from his inventory and stared at it speechlessly. It looked exactly like the one from the manga, an ominous stone mask with deeply carved grooves, eye holes, and 2 fangs at the mouth. Clearly not an ordinary object. Put it on, and you'd probably turn into a vampire. Why would he need that? He was living just fine as a human. Why go and not be one? On second thought, this thing might be better saved for players. Make it a quest reward, an unlockable hidden bloodline. Who wouldn't love that? Players? After the draw, Zhou Ning had 25 traversal coins left. This would probably be the last time for a while. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled and selected a new map, Across the Seas. Then, he clicked Traverse. Preparing for traversal, minus 25 traversal coins. Please select a traversal mode. Direct Traverse. Traverse using a parallel world template. Even though he didn't have much money left, Zhou Ning still checked the templates just in case he got lucky again. But clearly, this time he didn't. None of the 3 templates were particularly strong. The first one was a returning template, Yakuza Fiend Zhou Ning, priced at 15 traversal coins. Cheap but still unaffordable. The second was Zhou Ning wearing a Lakers jersey, standing tall at 2 meters, holding a basketball with a hardened expression. Talent, athletic prodigy blue. Skills, expert basketball technique, expert scientific training method, personality, competitive and stubborn, title, basketball superstar. Zhou Ning price, 7 traversal coins. The third template featured Zhou Ning in a bloodstained lab coat, holding a scalpel, eyes full of malice. Title, Demon Doctor Zhou Ning. Price, 15 traversal coins. Zhou Ning shook his head and picked option 1. You selected Traverse Mode 1. Please choose 3 out of the following 10 talents as your matching criteria. Mermaid blue, you have exceptional swimming talent. Every time you swim, you feel like a mermaid. Muscular Hulk green, your bulging muscles make others tremble at the sight of you. Grandpa in a ring purple, inside your ring dwells the soul of a local powerhouse. You may call him your grandpa in a ring. Note, synergizes well with a trash protagonist build. Faceless void purple, you've got a cucumber growing from your face, but you sometimes have the ability to rewind time. Sex addict white, you're in heat most of the time. Stephen Hawking blue, your intelligence is far beyond normal, at the cost of complete paralysis. It's just too big white, your underwear needs to be custom made. Demon back blue, the muscles on your back are freakishly shaped like a demonic face, great for combat. Medical doctorate purple, you're a top authority in the field of medicine. Cthulhu Purple, Wibby Wabby, Wibby Ba Bop. Please make your selection. Zhou Ning. This batch of options was unexpectedly good for purple tier talents. But on closer inspection, number 4 and number 10 were clearly traps. No good could come from picking either. After some thought, he picked 1, 3, and 9. You have selected talents 1, 3, and 9. Match successful. In the parallel world, you are a charismatic playboy and a scientific genius. You are also multi-talented, having earned your PhD in medicine and a national swimming championship by the age of 20. You possess an ancient-looking ring, an antique you stumbled upon at a street stall. If you die in the simulation, the game ends. Boarding time machine. Traversal complete. You have arrived on the high seas in the year 1516. From this moment, the wheel of history begins to turn. According to Zhou Ning's knowledge of history, that would be shortly after Columbus discovered the Americas. The age of exploration was in full swing across Europe. Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel a bit lucky, thank goodness he'd planned ahead and picked the mermaid talent. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Chapter 40, The Grandpa in a 1421 words. Chapter 40, The Grandpa in a Ring. July 1, 1516, you're adrift on an endless, boundless sea, completely unable to tell the exact date or your location. All you have to cling to is a single piece of driftwood. Worse still, you have absolutely nothing on you, no food, no water, only a ring on your finger. Fortunately, your swimming skills are still top-notch, moving through the water like a fish. July 2, 1516, after drifting for a day, you notice that the ocean currents here are unusually sluggish, yet the marine life is surprisingly abundant. Biologically speaking, this doesn't make any sense, but hey, at least you won't be starving. Oddly, though, your stored food mysteriously shrinks overnight. July 4, 1516, it rained a bit today. You managed to collect some fresh water and food, but once again, your supplies inexplicably dwindled come nightfall. July 10, 1516, you've been drifting at sea for 10 days. Your fresh water has run out. You're utterly exhausted, sleepy, and your lips are cracking from dehydration. You're pushing on with sheer willpower alone, but you're still hanging in there. You've acquired the trait, intermediate endurance. July 12, 1516, after 12 grueling days adrift, you're finally rescued by a passing merchant ship. Unfortunately, you can't understand a word of the language they speak. Judging by their skin tones and vague impressions, you guess it might be an Indo-European language. You resort to body language to communicate. The beautiful female captain, Tracy, tells you they're headed to a distant island to sell goods. You offer to serve temporarily as the ship's doctor. They were skeptical at first, but once you showcased your excellent medical skills, no one questioned you again. July 14, 1516, after 3 full days of rest, you finally recover. But today something shocking happens. After your food stores decrease again, your ring suddenly starts talking. Is this your golden finger? Could this be the legendary grandpa in your pocket? But after trying to communicate, you're dismayed to find you can't understand a word he's saying. Your very own golden finger, the grandpa in your pocket, speaks a foreign language. What the hell? July 22, 1516, after 10 days at sea, you toss the ring into a drawer because you have no intention of playing Mr. Instead, you begin language lessons with Captain Tracy. You still can't understand each other very well, but sometimes love doesn't need logic. After all, body language often trumps words. Happiness +1. July 25, 1516, Tracy's language tutoring proves quite effective. After 3 days of lessons, you've begun to pick up bits of the local language. While most of the syllables still escape you, basic communication is now manageable. After managing to communicate with your ring-bound grandpa, you learn his name is Roger, an amnesiac death row convict. You're baffled. Why does everyone else get some overpowered sage, while your grandpa is a freaking criminal? You've acquired the skill, World Language Proficiency Beginner. July 26, 1516, disaster strikes. A gang of pirates attacks the merchant ship. They latch on with grappling hooks and boarding planks, storming the deck. For the first time, you witness combat in this world. Swordplay, scimitars, and hand-to-hand martial arts dominate the fight. The merchant crew is quickly overwhelmed until Roger steps in. Following his instructions, you grab a longsword and, in just a few swift moves, take down the pirate leader. The pirates scatter in panic. Tracy thanks you and severs the pirate captain's head, telling you that once they reach the next island, you can turn it in for a 5 million bounty. July 28, 1516. After the events of the past few days, your relationship with Roger improves. He tells you he used to be incredibly powerful, but he's forgotten all the details. From him, you learn a basic sword technique and a martial arts training method. According to Roger, it's supposed to be quite useful, but he's also forgotten how exactly. Is he an idiot or what? July 29, 1516, the ship finally docks at a large island called Logue Town. After one last language lesson with Tracy, you prepare to turn in the pirate captain's head for the 5 million bounty and settle down in Logue Town for the time being. But when you see the marine seagull flag and a white-haired beast of a man chomping on 3 cigars, you're completely stunned. At this point, Zhou Ning is just as stunned. What across the seas? This is obviously One Piece. Which means the grandpa in your pocket inside the ring is almost certainly the pirate king, Roger. A death row convict. It checks out. Resume simulation. July 30, 1516, despite your suspicions, you exchange the pirate captain's head for a bounty of 5 million berries and decide to settle temporarily in Logue Town. The purchasing power of 5 million wasn't quite what you imagined, but it's roughly equivalent to yen 260,000, enough to open your own clinic. August 1, 1516, your clinic opens quietly. August 5, 1516, business is slow. You start to feel like a hero with nowhere to shine. August 1516 to June 1517, business remains lukewarm. Still, you're not in a rush. Thanks to your solid medical skills, your reputation slowly grows. You also keep working on your martial arts training, but your talent seems pretty average. June 8, 1517, today you finally land a major job. The Logue Town Marines had just wiped out the Black Cat pirates nearby and suffered heavy casualties. Their hospital couldn't handle the injured, so over a dozen critically wounded soldiers were sent to your clinic. Despite their doubts, you gave it your all and managed to save every last one of them. June 12, 1517, your performance stunned the whole of Logue Town. People start calling you the Hogback of the East Blue. Your fame as a miracle doctor begins to spread, even to nearby islands. July 15, 1517, business is booming now, but Roger isn't a fan of this lifestyle. He keeps pushing you, a real man belongs on the sea. But you've got no money, no ship. What are you supposed to set sail with? Your bare ass. March 4, 1518, Tracy returns from a long voyage. The two of you resume your language lessons. Meanwhile, Roger's constant nagging actually starts to work. You begin to feel a real urge to head out to sea. September 21, 1518, after more than 2 years of training, you finally master the martial art Roger taught you. Turns out, he wasn't lying, it's really useful. You've acquired the skill, Armament Hockey Beginner. 1518 to 1520, your fame as a doctor has spread far and wide across the East Blue. With a comfortable income, you start offering free treatment to the poor. Meanwhile, your command of the world language has become completely fluent. You now speak no differently from a native. You've acquired the skill, World Language Proficiency Expert. March 9, 1520, you learn that Tracy's merchant ship will be joining a Lost Merchant Association fleet heading for the Iron Kingdom in the Grand Line. You sign on as the ship's doctor. April 9, 1520, after a month of preparation, the fleet is ready to enter the Grand Line. Destination, Reverse Mountain. May 5, 1520, you stand on the deck, watching the ocean current surge upward to the peak of Reverse Mountain. It's a breathtaking sight few ever witness in their lifetime. As the ship rides the wild current to the top, you feel it was all worth it. Happiness +2 May 6, 1520, you successfully reach the Grand Line. When the moonlight shines on the Twin Capes lighthouse, the entire ship bursts into cheers. July 3, 1520, the journey has been smooth, until just before reaching the Iron Kingdom. Your fleet is attacked by a large pirate crew. Even with Roger's help, you're killed during the assault. In your final moments, all you see is a head of blonde hair, and a flamboyant pink flamingo coat. You've earned the achievement, the pink flamingo. You are dead. A fairly decent life. You saved people, earned their gratitude, and saw through the truths of this world. You did well. But in this world, weakness is a crime. You died in the crossfire of two clashing powers. Evaluation, D World Exploration Rate, 21. Since your exploration rate exceeded 20%, you've earned 6 Traversal coins. Keep it up. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Chapter 41, Mini Mechanical Warrior 1400 words Chapter 41, Mini Mechanical Warrior. Simulation complete. Host, please make your choice. Option 1, randomly acquire 3 skills or proficiencies obtained during your transmigration. Option 2, randomly acquire 3 items obtained during your transmigration. This time, the choice was pretty obvious. There weren't many great things in One Piece to begin with, and devil fruits were definitely off the table. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning chose the first option. You have selected option 1. You have acquired the proficiency, Intermediate Endurance. You have acquired the skill, World Language Mastery Expert. You have acquired the skill, Armament Hockey Beginner. A flood of knowledge surged into his mind, making his head feel like it was about to explode. It took a while before he recovered. Zhou Ning rubbed his temples and opened his status panel. As expected, 2 new skills and 1 new proficiency had appeared on the panel. Intermediate Endurance, an advanced version of the proficiency Basic Endurance. Stamina Growth Coefficient +0. 2. Willpower +2. Significantly reduces the negative effects of debuffs like hunger, thirst, and cold. Armament Hockey Beginner, a skill that increases both offensive and defensive power. It can be applied to one's own body or to objects. Because you've mastered a professional grade language, your linguist level has increased. Leveling up the linguist class granted him a point in mentality, and 1 free attribute point. Zhou Ning decided to save the free point for later. When he activated Armament Hockey, a thin black film suddenly coated Zhou Ning's hand, followed by a faint ripple effect. Just as he'd imagined, Armament Hockey could indeed stack with ripple. With this, his attack and defense, especially his attack power, had taken another step up. All things considered, this transmigration wasn't too bad. Though he died a bit early, he still came away with a powerful skill, and a useful proficiency, so it wasn't a total loss. Intermediate Endurance was a rare proficiency that increased growth coefficients. As for Armament Hockey Beginner, not only could it stack with ripple, it also counted as a buff-type skill. Now with 2 buff-type skills in hand, Zhou Ning was 1 step closer to creating a new class. The next morning, Zhou Ning, as usual, went to work at the alchemy building of the school. Although he planned to resign, he was still determined to do his last few shifts properly. He'd wait until the new term started before officially quitting. That morning, crafting low-grade potions and organizing materials netted him a total of 1,000 XP. It wasn't until noon, when Rosie came to take over, that he noticed her unusually cheerful mood. She was even humming when she walked in, like her voice had a piece of candy in it. "What happened? Did you find money on the street?" Zhou Ning asked with a smile. Rosie shook her head and puffed out her cheeks ever so slightly, then habitually gave a serious explanation. Professor Wesley said he's increasing my stipend. Starting this month, I'll be getting 6 vectas a month. That's great, Zhou Ning gave her a thumbs up. You're the first person to ever get stingy old Professor Wesley to agree to a raise. That clearly hit the mark. Professor Wesley's stinginess was more famous at Vic University than his good temper. Rosie smiled at the praise and didn't stop smiling for a while. Oh, right. Professor Wesley told me to remind you not to forget about the orientation the morning after tomorrow. Got it, Zhou Ning nodded, his smile fading. He wasn't sure what Sherlock was thinking. Even knowing there was danger, he hadn't called it off. Was he really that confident? I should be there too. Need any help? Rosie asked a bit shyly when Zhou Ning fell silent. If I need it, I won't be shy about asking. Zhou Ning replied with a smile. The two of them chatted for a while, and by the time Zhou Ning had snagged a red bean cake from Rosie, it was already 1 p.m. After leaving the school, Zhou Ning went to the trade district and visited various herb shops, alchemy stores, and engineering supply shops to purchase iron ingots, iron plates, bolts, gunpowder, and various alchemical materials. Most of the components for making a mini mechanical warrior could be found in regular shops, just not in one place, so he had to go to several stores to gather everything. This cost him 23 vectas. The 160 vectas he'd just received yesterday hadn't even warmed in his pocket before it vanished. Easy come, easy go. By 2 p.m., Zhou Ning returned to his alchemy lab. Without even resting, he started clearing the alchemy bench and laying out the materials one by one. Then he shut the door and got to work. He opened his panel and mentally recited the crafting recipe for the mini mechanical warrior: 33 iron ingots, 21 refined bolts, 29 portions of gunpowder. I already have the firearm. The initial steps were basically the same as making a regular mechanical golem. With his Tony Stark talent bonus and expert-level precision mechanics, Zhou Ning found the process relatively easy. After some focused effort, Zhou Ning finally let out a breath and put down his hammer. The system panel popped up with a prompt: Mini Mechanical Warrior, a mechanical puppet that can be equipped with any small firearm. Usable in combat, defense, or as a display piece. In his previous life, the lucky guy who got puppet alchemy started with a relatively simple mechanical pet squirrel. So Zhou Ning guessed the initial recipe depended on the life skills the user had at the start. His mini mechanical warrior recipe was probably a fusion of puppet alchemy and his own expert-level precision mechanics. Creating the mini mechanical warrior was only the first step. Zhou Ning now needed to refine it using an alchemical array and seal it into a parchment card. The next step involved blending pure water orbs, dragon blood grass, and ice mint into a spiritual powder used for drawing the alchemical array. 2 pure water orbs, 7 grams of dragon blood grass, 5 grams of ice mint. Zhou Ning followed the instructions meticulously. Half an hour later, the alchemical array was complete. Holding his breath, Zhou Ning placed the mini mechanical warrior and a blank parchment card into the center of the array. Once everything was ready, he poured the alchemical catalyst, a special mixture of herbs, onto the array. A cloud of mist immediately rose, shrouding the alchemy room in a thick fog. Moments later, the mist cleared, revealing a card etched with intricate patterns lying quietly on the bench. You have created the card, Mini Mechanical Warrior. You gain 7,000 XP. Mini Mechanical Warrior. Click to summon a mini mechanical warrior to aid in battle. Duration: 30 minutes. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Hell yeah. Zhou Ning was overjoyed. A small step for alchemy, a giant leap for Yu-Gi-Oh! Zhou Ning clicked the card to activate it. A mist erupted, and when it cleared, a half-human height mechanical warrior stood before him holding the M1 Garand rifle Zhou Ning had specially equipped it with. Zhou Ning snapped his fingers. Over the next few days, aside from his regular morning shifts at the alchemy lab, Zhou Ning devoted himself entirely to his personal lab. Once the first batch of herbs from Golden Oak Herbal Shop arrived, it was no trouble for him to start crafting specialized bullets. His second batch had a success rate of 79%, and by that afternoon, he had completed 50 rounds. He delivered them, along with 9 guns, to Westland General Store in the western part of the city. And in return, he received over 180 vectas, along with more orders for guns and bullets. According to Sherlock, the guns Zhou Ning drew from the prize pool were a big hit with the Sunwatcher squads. Even agents from neighboring divisions were asking about the source of these weapons. Zhou Ning even suspected that Sherlock was buying in bulk just to resell them at a profit. Fortunately, Golden Oak Herbal Shop proved reliable. With Richard's endorsement, his supply of materials never dried up. One batch after another was delivered to Zhou Ning's lab on schedule. For 2 days straight, he barely had time to breathe. His daily bullet production was nearing 200 rounds, netting him a massive amount of XP and padding his wallet once again. Chapter 42, Hall of Curiosities 1358 words. Chapter 42, Hall of Curiosities, finally done. Zhou Ning set down his tools and let out a breath of relief. In front of him was a neatly arranged set of 200 specially crafted bullets. Tomorrow was freshman orientation day at Vic University. As the head of the alchemy department, no matter how much he slacked off, he had to show up this afternoon to help set up the venue and assign personnel so many things to do. Fortunately, he was already quite skilled at making these special bullets. After organizing his alchemy materials in the alchemy building, he slipped away from work early and, rushing all the way, managed to finish the order just before noon. Deadlines really are the ultimate productivity booster, Zhou Ning grumbled internally. He grabbed a bullet pouch and packed all the bullets, getting ready to take them with him. Next up was his routine lottery draw. Opening the simulator, he saw he still had 8 traversal coins left, including the 2 from the past 2 days' login bonus. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning topped up his balance, spending 100 vectas to purchase 10 coins, then opened the Miss Lost London loot pool and tapped on a 10 pull. You obtained rare item, Browning M1906 pocket pistol, includes 25 ACP caliber rounds. You obtained rare item, M1 Garand rifle, includes 7 62mm caliber rounds. You obtained rare item. The first 10 pull was average, no surprises, no letdowns. He got 3 rifles, 5 pistols, and 2 miscellaneous junk items of little use. Zhou Ning immediately started the second 10 pull. You obtained rare item, M1 Garand rifle, includes 7 62mm caliber rounds. You obtained rare item, Lee Enfield rifle, includes 303 British caliber rounds. You obtained epic item, Flawed Aya red stone. You have obtained more than 3 epic items. The Hall of Curiosities is now unlocked. What hall again? The second 10 pull was going about the same for rifles, 3 pistols, when a new system notification caught Zhou Ning off guard. He opened the simulator and tapped the small arrow on the right. Sure enough, a new tab labeled Hall of Curiosities had appeared beside the task list, marked with a red dot. Upon entering, the interface showed a spacious room with 3 storage racks and 3 currently available maps. The first rack held items from Miss Lost London. The first slot contained the stone mask, the second, the Aya red stone. Both had a small icon marked claim. There were still 3 lock slots on the first rack, showing they had yet to be activated. Zhou Ning couldn't help but mutter, "This is textbook gotcha game stuff, isn't it? First they stir up your collector's impulse, then they bleed your wallet dry. Standard whalebait tactics. A clever guy like me saw through it instantly." He tapped claim and received notifications, +4 traversal coins, +5 traversal coins. The second rack clearly stored items from Endless War. It was tall, with over 10 slots. The first slot was the Super Soldier serum he had already used. The second held his Phoenix battle suit. More claim icons were visible further down. He tapped to claim and received another +10 traversal coins. The third rack was for across the seas, and was currently empty. Zhou Ning also noticed that 2 item synergies had been activated, Ultimate Life Form and Phoenix Hero. Ultimate Life Form, Stone Mask plus Aya Red Stone. A rare item combo from the Miss Lost London map. Synergy bonus, all attributes +1. Phoenix Hero, Super Soldier Serum plus Phoenix Battle Suit. A set belonging to Tony Stark of Earth, 83716. Synergy bonus, Strength +2, Agility +2. Zhou Ning. Well played. Now I kinda want to roll another 10 pull or 2. Closing the Hall of Curiosities, he opened his inventory and tapped on the newly acquired Aya Red Stone to inspect it. A prompt appeared, Flawed Aya Red Stone, a rare natural gemstone. It can greatly enhance ripple energy when activated. 3 flawed stones can be combined into 1 perfect Aya Red Stone. Embedding it into a stone mask can evolve someone with Pillar Men blood into an ultimate life form. Effects on humans, unknown. Not bad, I suppose. Zhou Ning shrugged. The only use he could think of for the Aya Red Stone was to make it into a bullet. But this thing was obviously hard as hell. Whether he could even cut it was a question for later. He'd have to research it more thoroughly. After sorting through his newly acquired firearms, he now had 7 rifles and 8 pistols. Together with his 200 special bullets, he could expect to trade them for over 400 vectas. Zhou Ning packed the guns into a suitcase and left the lab carrying it. The lab was located near Vic University. A few days ago, the nearby houses had all been unoccupied. But today, as he stepped outside, he realized he had new neighbors. A gray-haired elderly woman was moving boxes into the house next door. A wheelchair sat nearby, occupied by a sharp-looking old man with stiff, spiky white hair. Your classic protagonist hairstyle. Zhou Ning blinked in surprise. Weren't those Mr. Good Day, you too? Need a hand? Zhou Ning walked up quickly, tipping his hat politely. Turing looked back in surprise, then smiled warmly upon seeing him. Hello, little Wayne. Zhou Ning smiled in return, set down his suitcase, and began helping them move. There wasn't much to carry, and it took less than 10 minutes. Just as they were wrapping up, the usually silent Mr. Turing suddenly asked in a low voice, "Did you just brew flame oil?" Zhou Ning nodded, puzzled. "How did you know?" "The smell." Mr. Turing pointed at his nose and grinned mischievously. "A good alchemist needs a sharp nose and a good tongue." If that's the standard, then John's dog, Bobby, should be an excellent alchemist, Zhou Ning thought wryly. Not only is her nose sensitive, but she's a total lickhound. She'd lick anything with that tongue. Quit spending all day doing alchemy, Mrs. Turing chided playfully, tapping Mr. Turing on the shoulder. She then handed Zhou Ning a clear glass of liquid. My special iced mint tea, never sold to the public. Care to try it? Zhou Ning thanked her and took a sip. The flavor reminded him of Sprite from Earth, only sweeter and more refreshing. The fatigue from earlier melted away instantly. Delicious. Zhou Ning praised sincerely. I'm glad to hear that. Turing smiled kindly as she watched him finish the drink. If you liked it, I'll bring you some every evening. After chatting a bit longer and politely declining their invitation to stay for dinner, Zhou Ning picked up his suitcase and headed for the intersection. He caught a public carriage and rode to the city's west end. Following the address, he arrived at 355 Will Street, the Westland General Store. He placed his suitcase on the ground and knocked on the door with his left hand in his pocket. A moment later, the door opened and Zhou Ning froze at the familiar black hair and familiar face. You again? Sherlock glanced at him with his usual dead fish eyes and said flatly, why wouldn't it be me? I need to discuss something with you later. Zhou Ning nodded, carried the suitcase inside, and opened it on the table. 7 rifles, 8 pistols, 246 total. Add 200 bullets. I'll give you a discount and make it 440 vectas. Why so many all of a sudden? Sherlock looked surprised. Can't handle it. No, the more the better. Sherlock pulled out a stack of bills and slid them across the table. Here's 500 vectas. The extra 60 counts as a deposit. Zhou Ning casually counted it in his mind, then asked, "So, what was it you needed to discuss?" Sherlock's face turned serious. "I heard you're one of the orientation organizers. We might need your help with something during the event." Zhou Ning was about to reply when a prompt suddenly appeared in his ear. "You have triggered a B-rank mission, conspiracy. Accept/reject." Zhou Ning accepted the mission without hesitation. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Chapter 43, Conspiracy 1323 words. Chapter 43, Conspiracy Mission Prompt. In places beyond your sight, a conspiracy is brewing like a storm in the dark. Sometimes, small actions can have great consequences. When you save Vic University, you might very well be saving the entire world. Mission grade, BA mission objective, try to stop the conspiracy. Reward, 60,000 to 100,000 EXP, 1 specialization reward pool varies with mission completion level. Clearly, this mission was anything but simple. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 2 different reward pools prepared. The EXP reward was generous, but it wasn't what caught Zhou Ning's eye. The real prize was the specialization reward. If he could pull off an A-grade completion, there was a chance to earn an elite specialization. He suspected the key to the mission lay with that council member from Ruins. With that in mind, Zhou Ning didn't answer right away but instead asked, "What about Mr. Isn't he handling this?" Sherlock sighed. Qian wanted to take care of it personally, but there's an important state visit tomorrow at the Withers Higher Cathedral Square. His Majesty the King will be in attendance, so Mr. Qian has to accompany him. Zhou Ning nodded without hesitation. "No problem. What do you need me to do?" "Straight to the point." Sherlock gave a thumbs up in approval, then asked with a curious smile, "How come you agreed so quickly this time?" "To save the world," Zhou Ning replied with a deadpan expression. Cough, cough, cough. Sherlock choked on his own spit. He quickly poured himself a glass of water to calm down, then said, "For this case, we suspect that the person throwing the alchemy bomb might be a student, a staff member, a professor, or even a freshman or a student's parent. To avoid alerting the target, only a few top-level officials at Vic University have been informed." Zhou Ning nodded in understanding. "So what exactly do you need me to do?" "Very simple," Sherlock said, looking him in the eye. "We have a method to detect alchemy bombs, but we need people to go in ahead of time and prepare the site. You'll need to help with that. As for the operation tomorrow, I've already made arrangements. If possible, lend us a hand. This mission must go off without a hitch." "No problem. But are you sure there's enough time to handle the bomb once it's detected?" Zhou Ning asked. "Plenty of time. Alchemy bombs capable of causing fatal damage are never small in size. Even if the catalyst is ignited immediately, it still takes 5 to 10 seconds to detonate. As long as it's spotted in time, there's no issue at all." Sherlock thought for a moment, then took out a pistol, popped out 5 bullets from the magazine, and let them clink onto the table. He slid them over to Zhou Ning. "These 5 bullets are specially crafted. A single shot can disrupt the internal structure of an alchemy bomb. I don't have many of these. Use them sparingly." Zhou Ning nodded and pocketed the bullets. He hadn't known much about alchemy bombs in his past life, but he did know how to deal with them. They were typically made from dozens of high-explosive alchemical materials mixed together, then ignited using a special catalyst. Their internal structure was incredibly precise, requiring numerous tightly controlled catalytic reactions. If you aimed to sabotage them, they were quite easy to disable. Sherlock sipped his water and smiled. "Any other questions? If not, head back to the university. I've got a few people waiting for you there." "There's one more crucial issue," Zhou Ning said after some thought, choosing his words carefully. According to reliable information, the Life Alchemy Society has sent a council member from ruins. How do you plan to handle that? Sherlock. He was mid-sip and sprayed his drink everywhere in shock. A council member? Are you sure? Apparently even the sentinels didn't know about this. Zhou Ning's lips twitched as he nodded. Unofficial intel, but it should be accurate. To be honest, he had gotten the info from watching the Apocalypse series. It was probably reliable. Zhou Ning would bet that Sherlock's expression right now looked just like Li Tai after a World Cup qualifying match blunder, completely flustered. The calm demeanor was gone as he jumped to his feet. Wayne, you head back to the university. I need to consult with Mr. After leaving the West Lynn General Store, Zhou Ning didn't linger. He stood by the roadside for a few minutes and flagged down a public carriage that came rolling in from the distance. The coachman seemed to recognize him and greeted him with a smile. Hello, sir. Heading to Vic University again? Yes, what a coincidence. Zhou Ning recognized him too, and returned the smile as he climbed aboard. Funny enough, he had ridden this exact carriage just a few days ago on his way from Vic University to the Blair bookstore. For roast hens, the coachman quoted the fare, then shook his head with a chuckle. Though I wouldn't really call it a coincidence. There are only 2 public carriages that pass by Vic University. We alternate shifts, working from 5 until late at night, more than 16 hours a day. No rest breaks? Zhou Ning asked in surprise. We do get breaks. 1 day off a month on the Sabbath, courtesy of the ascetic church, said the female fare collector in the carriage as she tore off a ticket and handed it to Zhou Ning. Still, it's not too bad. Life's tough but better than being unemployed. With Bryston's economy in the dumps, people are losing jobs everywhere. This kind of hard-earned money is better than none, even if it's just 3 vectas a month. Yeah, a few more months, and I might be able to afford a slightly bigger place. Maybe in a year, my 2 boys will have a shot at school, the coachman added. Your boss might be a vampire, but compared to most employers, he's not the worst, Zhou Ning muttered as he sat down. The coachman laughed. That's true. With that, the 2 horned horses pulled the heavy carriage forward. Zhou Ning said nothing more and closed his eyes to rest. By the time he returned to campus, it was already past 2 p.m. As soon as he reached the gates, the lively atmosphere caught him off guard. From the main gate all the way to a large stretch of the schoolyard, stalls and tables were set up in every corner. Some places even had tents pitched. Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. Was this a freshman orientation or a party? Based on past experience, recruitment was supposed to begin at 7 a.m. the next morning. The alchemy department was one of Vic University's major branches and usually set up right by the front gate. Zhou Ning had originally planned to drag John along as labor, and maybe rope in a few girls from the department to help draw attention. But now it seemed he wouldn't need to bother. At the campus gate, a pretty woman waved at him. Over here. As he got closer, Zhou Ning saw there were 3 people waiting, 1 woman and 2 men, all dressed as students. After introductions, he learned the woman's name was Cherry. She was quite attractive, probably about Zhou Ning's age, early 20s, and looked natural in her black school uniform. One of the men didn't introduce himself, but looked strikingly like Jason Statham. He clearly packed a punch and had a seriously receding hairline. In that uniform, he looked less like a student and more like someone's dad. The other was named Bobby, the same name as John's dumb dog. He had a stern look, and despite Zhou Ning staring at him for a good while, he couldn't connect him with that mutt. Zhou Ning hesitantly asked, "Why don't we go inside and talk?" Chapter 44, Closed Beta 1491 words. Chapter 44, Closed Beta. Zhou Ning had always been a prominent figure at Vic University. With a charm stat of 99, just standing at the school gate made him an eye-catching presence. Junior girls would occasionally approach him to strike up a conversation. He didn't really mind. As someone used to being a heartthrob, it was nothing new. What did bother him, however, was that his three companions seemed to be getting more attention than they were comfortable with. Even though their expressions remained unchanged, their micro-expressions betrayed their unease. Zhou Ning even imagined a headline for them: "What to do when your secret agent cover is blown at the start." At that moment, Zhou Ning suggested heading into the school, which the three men were only too happy to agree to. After nodding, they followed Zhou Ning through the front gate. Not far inside was the alchemy department's welcome area. Several underclassmen and women were already working there, and the basic framework of the setup was in place. At the very least, tables and chairs had been neatly arranged, and there were stacks of documents on the tables prepared for the orientation event. Standing to the side of the setup, Zhou Ning asked, "So, what do you need me to do?" The three exchanged glances. Finally, the beautiful Cherry stepped forward and said with a smile, "We need the new student roster, the performance list from each department, and authorization to modify the event setup." "No problem." Zhou Ning agreed without hesitation. According to the memories of his previous self, the welcome event in the game world differed slightly from those at real-world universities. Vic University's orientation day wasn't just for welcoming new students, it was more like a festival. As per tradition, it was held on the birthday of Archibald the Flame of Justice, one of the four heroes and the university's founder. On this day, aside from receiving freshmen, each department had to put on a performance to help students quickly integrate into school life. For example, the meteorology department had its ever-recycled, "Who is the Child of Weather" event, the warrior department hosted a hot-blooded dodgeball tournament, and the alchemy department was known for its prepped alchemy fireworks show, among others. This was also what gave Zhou Ning and the Watchers the biggest headache, because such events inevitably led to chaos, and chaos often led to accidents. Zhou Ning walked to the center of the grounds and whispered a few words to a female student. Instantly, a cheer erupted, "Long live the senior." A pretty junior even ran over and kissed him on the cheek before everyone began packing up and leaving. Bobby. Grinding his teeth. Damn it, what a lucky bastard. Even when Zhou Ning returned with the documents, Cherry was still puzzled. How did you do that? She had thought it would be difficult to get those students to leave at the very least. It should have taken a long discussion. But somehow, Zhou Ning had resolved it like magic. Simple. I paid them. Told them to go grab a nice dinner elsewhere. Zhou Ning handed the papers to Cherry and seriously added, 5 vectas. You'll need to reimburse me. Of course. Cherry gave a charming smile, pulled a banknote from her wallet, and handed it to Zhou Ning. From then on, Zhou Ning was effectively sidelined. Whatever their actual qualifications were, these three Watchers certainly had top-tier setup skills. Bobby carried in boxes upon boxes, while the other two got to work on decorations. Before long, a sign reading, "Alchemy Department," had been set up, tents were erected, and the tables had been replaced with brand new ones. Clearly they'd done more than just surface-level work. Zhou Ning curled his lips. The world was full of amateurs trying to tell professionals how to do their jobs. He had no interest in micromanaging. After watching for a bit, he got bored, so he idled off to the side and casually opened the game forum. He had been too busy fulfilling orders the past couple of days, and hadn't had time to check in. Now he saw that the forum's activity had surged again, with tens of thousands of new posts in the discussion section alone. Curious, Zhou Ning clicked into the discussion section and glanced at the pinned post. What he saw left him stunned. To reward player enthusiasm and allow players to personally experience the first major event of the Apocalypse world, we are launching the first closed beta. The beta will last 5 days, and only 200 slots are available. Don't miss this opportunity. You might even appear in the Apocalypse series as one of the story's protagonists. Closed beta. Zhou Ning stared, dumbfounded. In his past life, he had entered the game quite late, and never knew there had even been a closed beta. He had originally been planning to milk the early internal test for player profits, but now that the moment had actually arrived, he was starting to feel anxious. This was all happening too fast. Things were already chaotic enough as they were. If players joined in now, wouldn't that just make things worse? Zhou Ning opened the pinned post and saw that the closed beta draw results had already been published. The slots were selected at random from top players in multiple countries. Given the massive pool, only 200 were chosen. This meant that not only were these people elite players, they were elite players with ridiculous luck. Closed beta detected. NPC functions now unlocked. Please check your game interface. Zhou Ning. He opened his game interface again and sure enough, there was a new NPC function available. After examining it, Zhou Ning found that he could freely create and assign tasks to players and offer rewards. In other words, both tasks and rewards were fully customizable. Using this task system, he could easily manipulate players into running errands and doing his bidding with the right incentives. Available rewards included money, special items, gear, experience points for leveling, and even access to learning functions. Experience rewards wouldn't be deducted from Zhou Ning himself, those were provided by the system. However, there was a daily cap on how much experience he could reward players with, and this cap seemed to be tied to his own level. Currently, Zhou Ning could issue tasks worth up to 20,000 experience per day. Honestly, it made sense. Otherwise, if giving out experience drained his own, he could just level up and down infinitely to farm stats, which would be totally broken. Looking back, the closed beta might not be such a bad thing after all. Apocalypse was a massive world. Even in the first version, it already had 6 nations and a dozen factions. With only 200 players scattered across it, they wouldn't even make a splash. The current situation likely wouldn't be affected much. The real game changer would come during the large-scale internal testing in the near future, when the influx of players would significantly impact the game's power dynamics. For Zhou Ning, this was a chance to cement his presence among players during the closed beta and to explore the full potential of this new NPC function. It would be valuable preparation for what was to come. Just then, footsteps approached from the distance. The three had finished setting up the area. Led by the one who looked like Jason Statham, they walked over to Zhou Ning. "Thanks for your help." The strong, silent type finally spoke and shook Zhou Ning's hand. "I'm Ian, member of the Watcher's Third Squad. Nice to meet you." Zhou Ning shook his hand and naturally asked, "Sherlock told me to assist you tomorrow however I can. Mind sharing your plan?" "We've installed special detection devices in the tables. They'll respond to alchemy bombs," Ian replied coolly. "As for tomorrow, just make sure you stay safe. The Watchers have been around for 9 years. We've never let civilians take the front line." Zhou Ning smiled, nodded, and didn't argue. Looks like they were underestimating him. At that moment, everyone suddenly looked up at the sky. Hundreds of blazing red meteors streaked across the heavens, descending toward various parts of the continent. Qian West, who had been talking with Sherlock, fell silent as he witnessed the scene. For some reason, it reminded him of Elon's prophecy, "The gods will soon awaken. The supernatural shall fully return. And the world shall welcome countless undying, fearless chosen ones. Their arrival will bring both disaster and opportunity." In a certain part of Darkland City, a sudden cry rang out. XB stood frozen, staring at the startlingly realistic environment around him. He was on a city street. A fine rain was falling from the sky. Raindrops landed on his face, cold and wet, indistinguishable from the real thing. When he touched his body, he could even feel temperature and sensation. What the hell? The realism is this high. XB couldn't help but gape in awe. Chapter 45, First day for players 1609 words. Chapter 45, First day for players. Ever since Apocalypse, the game hailed as a second world, was released, XB had been closely following its development as a professional gamer. Not only did he stir up the forums with a well-received professional review post, but he also managed by sheer dumb luck to snag one of only 200 global closed beta slots. And the game didn't disappoint. The moment he entered the game world using the official VR setup, he was blown away by the hyperrealistic experience. It was like being dropped into a medieval European street. Behind him stood a workshop. Nearby bustled a lively marketplace with a strong stench of fish wafting through the air. Street vendors shouted as they passed by. Just a few steps away lay the busy city streets, a sea of people moving like an ant colony. Though it was raining, visibility remained high. He could clearly make out the facial features of the trio of heroic statues over 20 meters away. But what shocked XB most was that the environment matched the promotional trailer exactly. On one end of the street, thick snowflakes blanketed the area, while just a few steps away, it was merely drizzling. The two weather systems were separated by a sharp black and white line, absolutely stunning. This wasn't some texture swap like in other online games, this was something else entirely. When did Earth's tech get this advanced? Don't tell me I've transmigrated or something. Suddenly remembering something, XB frantically reached down to check himself. Phew, thank God. Everything's still there. He gave himself a pinch. Ow, it hurt. Damn, this is next level. I wonder if it works though. I heard there's a red light district in the game, gotta check it out when I've got some cash. Watching a man with his hand in his crotch muttering to himself, passers-by shot horrified looks at him, and quickly gave him a wide berth. XB blushed, pulled his hand out and shamelessly sniffed his fingers. Smelled exactly like the real thing. Damn, this game's too real. I freaking love it. Following the newbie guide from character creation, he opened up his character panel. Race, human class, engineer apprentice, natural force affinity, 42. Arcane affinity, 25 talent, none attributes, strength, 12 agility, 9 constitution, 10. Willpower, 12 spirit, 12 charisma, 45 willpower points, 12 skills, none specialties, none. Clan motto, none influence, none legend score, 0. The stats looked pretty solid. Not only did he start out with a profession engineer apprentice, but his natural force affinity was a whopping 42. XB felt like his future in Apocalypse was bright. He'd done his homework before playing. According to official info, players would either be assigned to fixed newbie zones with default identities, or receive randomized starting points, including class and origin. Looks like he drew the latter. With a natural affinity of 42, warrior-type builds should be optimal. But XB, ever the ambitious type, scoffed at that. Warriors? Please, even a dog wouldn't touch that. I'm going gunslinger, baby. He clenched his fist, full of ambition. There are only 3 days for this beta. I've gotta milk every quest I can out of this world, rack up the XP, and try to latch onto my Wayne Sturwell's coattails. The devs said this world is alive, everything from reputation to relationships with NPCs carries over to the full release. But still, it's just a game. Alive, my ass. He rolled his eyes, brimming with determination, when suddenly, a voice bellowed from the workshop behind him, "XB. If you still want a paycheck, get your ass in here. I don't pay freeloaders." Coming. XB instinctively shouted back and rushed inside. A few hours later, XB finally clocked out. Looking at the coins in his hand and the engineer apprentice level now at 3, he was both aggrieved and amazed. This game is freaking incredible. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the world of Apocalypse was in total chaos. Refugees with no identities began popping up everywhere. Most didn't even seem like normal people. Some were hitting on women in the streets, some muttering to thin air, and some even dropped their pants in public. Of course, the number of such idiots was small. In other nations, cities, or newbie hubs, most players were like XB, quietly grinding. Some inherited NPC identities, while others teamed up in the starting zones, running around eagerly completing quests. The game's opening was highly varied, deeply immersive, challenging, and fun. The hyper-realistic environment pulled players in completely. At the same time, Zhou Ning lay on his bed, browsing Apocalypse forum threads. The forum was buzzing. 10 hours into the closed beta, player-related posts were popping up one after another, most of them useless fluff. Still, everyone agreed on one thing: the game felt real. Painfully real. Northwest other game came close. Anyone else feel like leveling is super slow? 10 hours and I'm only level 3. This game is toxic. I meant to log off by 10, now it's midnight. Getting yelled at by NPCs and secretly enjoying it. Am I becoming a masochist? Did you guys notice how real this game feels? I talked to a bunch of NPCs, every single one had their own backstory. After browsing a while, Zhou Ning stumbled upon an interesting post. The author, XB, his old acquaintance and a minor celebrity on the forums. The post was short and full of his trademark smugness. Sup, my dudes. Day 1 of the closed beta I spawned on the streets of Darkland, not far from main character Wayne Sturwell. Started off with a stable job and XP source. Already hit level 4. This game is crazy real. My boss in-game is this old man who chewed me out all afternoon. Not once did he repeat a line. I swear he might be a real person. Ha ha ha, I'm heading to Vic University tomorrow morning to scope out the main character and maybe trigger a quest. Any other Darkland starters? Let's team up tomorrow. Zhou Ning chuckled. Of all people, this guy had to spawn nearby. In the comments, replies were already piling up. XB, get lost. Go back to your pro career. You got beta access and a good spawn. Don't rub it in. Sobbing as I pass by from Ruined City. I've got it worse. Spawned way up in Northern Mortal. It'll take me half a month just to reach Bryston Kingdom. XB, if you actually meet Wayne, stream it for us. Give us poor non-beta scrubs something to drool over. XB replied, don't worry, folks. Stream's already up. Room ID, XXXXX. Seeing the banter, Zhou Ning had a good idea of the player distribution. Not many spawned in Darkland. They wouldn't stir up much trouble and probably not much opportunity either. He could just focus on questing. But if XB really streamed his meetup with Wayne, well, that'd be another chance to grab the spotlight. The next morning, Zhou Ning got up early. He splashed cold water on his face, chose a sharp-looking white shirt, black vest, and black coat, even tied a bow tie for once. Looking in the mirror, he thought he looked more refined. His face now bore a scholarly edge. Downstairs, John was already dressed to the nines, playing with Bobby the dog. Zhou Ning wasn't surprised. It was freshman registration day. Self-proclaimed playboy John obviously wouldn't miss a chance to scope out cute junior girls. Honestly, most guys were thinking the same. When John saw Zhou Ning, he let out a whistle. Looking sharp. Thanks, Zhou Ning replied, donning his black half-top hat with a smile. Clack, 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 they descended the stairs and made their way toward the university gates. It was only 7 a. But the atmosphere had changed. If yesterday was the warm-up, today was full-on festival mode. Welcome banners were up at the gates. Each department had set up booths, and long lines were forming. Students buzzed around passing out flyers. Zhou Ning scanned the crowd and immediately spotted Cherry, tall, curvy, and impossible to miss. Then he saw Ian, harder to recognize today, since he was wearing a wig that cleverly hid his receding hairline. They were both in Vic University uniforms and sitting at the Alchemy Department's freshman registration booth. Pretty gutsy. John nudged Zhou Ning. That hottie's from the Alchemy Department. Never seen her before. If she's sitting there, she probably is, Zhou Ning replied with a crooked smile. Because he knew exactly what John was going to say next. Let's go talk to her. And sure enough, let's go talk to her. John pulled him toward the booth. As their eyes met, Zhou Ning gave Cherry a polite nod and followed John over. With Bobby nowhere in sight, the two empty seats beside her were wide open. John sat down right next to her and started flirting. Cherry looked startled but kept chatting with John while handling registrations. She didn't notice Bobby, bored out of his mind, crawling under the table until he lifted a leg and peed on the hem of her skirt. Zhou Ning. He silently looked up at the sky. Is this his way of not seeing things? He didn't have the heart to say anything, nor did he sit down. He simply stood, scanning the area. By now, more freshmen were arriving. Tradition said that around 9 each department would kick off its opening performances. According to Sherlock, an alchemical bomb wouldn't be small. Zhou Ning swept the crowd, spotting no clear suspects until he noticed a sneaky, familiar figure in the distance, ID floating above his head. Zhou Ning blinked in surprise. Wasn't that? Chapter 46, First Contact with a Player. 1422 words. Chapter 46, First Contact with a Player. Meanwhile, XB was busy bragging to his stream viewers. He hadn't realized today was freshman welcome day at Vic University. After finally saving up enough from part-time work to buy a map of Darkland, he unlocked the entire city area and decided to walk to Vic University early in the morning, streaming his journey live. To his surprise, the campus was bustling with activity when he arrived. Ladies and gents, looks like we're in luck. Today's freshman welcome day at Vic University. If you've watched Apocalypse, this might be the day the Life Alchemy Society throws their alchemical bombs. Could be one of those major storyline events. If I get killed, y'all better pay your respects. Whoa, check out that girl. She's gorgeous, and look at those legs. Her style's totally different from the others. Let's try talking to her, maybe she's got a quest. As he spoke, XB quickly cast a scouting spell. Based on your level, you've obtained the following information. Rosie Lily, Alchemy Department, second-year student stats, Spirit 21, others unknown. Threat level, medium. She really did stand out. Flushed with excitement, XB hurried after her, managing to walk side by side before mustering the courage to speak. Excuse me. But before he could even finish his sentence, a cold line of text popped up above the NPC's head. Affinity -5. What did I even do? LMAO, guess the NPC thinks you're too ugly. Living up to the name, esports girl's nightmare. Don't cry, X-baby. Mommy still loves you even if you're ugly. Stop with the mom jokes already. Despite the chat's sarcastic jabs, XB wasn't discouraged. His eyes lit up again as he spotted a new target. Wait a sec, that looks like Cress Braden-Reiser, the second female lead from the official promo. Forget that last one, this one's the real VIP. Trying to look like a gentleman, XB walked up to Clarice and cleared his throat, but before he could say anything, another line popped up above her head. Affinity -7. She snorted and walked away. LMAO, officially confirmed, esports girl's nightmare. Don't cry, X-baby. Just stand up and grind. XB. He was starting to lose confidence. Am I really that ugly? Doubting himself, he opened his character panel to check his charisma stat, 39 unkempt -6. -6 charisma. Only now did he realize he'd rushed out in yesterday's clothes after logging in, not even bothering to button his shirt properly. Damn, this game really cares about the details, huh? He ducked off to the side to fix his buttons, frantically explaining to the stream, guys, that was just a fluke. I was in such a rush to go live this morning that I wait, what? From his current angle, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Whoa, so handsome. Isn't that the protagonist, Wayne Sturwell? Even a guy like him could tell that this character had been designed with extra care. XB quickly switched the stream to first-person view. Guys, guess who I just found? Holy crap. Husband. Aoa, go say hi, X-baby. Maybe you'll get carried. As viewership skyrocketed, XB was grinning from ear to ear. He spat in his palm and slicked his hair back, adjusting his appearance before walking over. Meeting the game's main character in person suddenly made him feel the pressure. That face is just unfair. Hi hubby, I mean, I'm XB. I'm your idol. No wait, you're my idol. Nervous, he completely fumbled his intro. Zhou Ning had actually been wondering how to approach XP when the guy suddenly ran right up to him. But that opening line, it gave him pause. Zhou Ning. Bro, please act normal. You're scaring me. He noticed a new affinity button next to XP's player ID. Clicking it opened a panel showing the current value, 0. Another tap revealed a slider bar: left to decrease, right to increase. Simple enough. Adjust affinity for player XP. Zhou Ning figured it was safer to lower it for now. He dragged the slider slightly to the left. Wayne Sturwell's affinity toward you decreased by 5. Current status, indifferent. XP looked devastated, like he'd been struck by lightning. This wasn't just any NPC, it was the main character. Who knew what might happen if his affinity dropped too low? Still, as much as he disliked XP's awkwardness, Zhou Ning also recognized that he was currently the only player who had made contact. After some thought, he asked, "Haven't seen you around. Are you a visitor here for the welcome celebration?" "Yes, exactly." XP nodded furiously, eager to recover his image. "Then could you do me a favor?" Zhou Ning asked with a smile. In the real world, a stranger asking for help might raise suspicions, but players, they weren't normal people. As soon as he heard that, XP's eyes lit up. He nodded even harder. "Absolutely. Just say it. Issue a quest to player XP." Zhou Ning took a deep breath. This was a perfect moment to test the quest system. Set quest rank, objectives, and rewards. Max quest rank, A. Min rank, E. Quest rewards may include money, items, experience, skills. Daily experience reward cap, 20,000. Max reward per quest, 4,000. Resets every 24 hours. Clicking to edit the quest brought up a detailed interface. On the left, quest type and rank. On the right, quest name. Below, quest description. There were lots of quest types: standard, random, loop, faction-based, storyline, etc. Being an NPC is no joke, might need to master Excel too. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Ning created an E-rank timed quest with a 10-minute limit. "I'm a bit busy right now and can't go get breakfast. Could you grab some for me?" "Of course. I'm on it." XP received the quest notification at the same time. "You've triggered an E-rank quest, breakfast. Quest hint, Wayne Sturwell is hungry. Will you help him or walk away? Your choice." Quest rank, E. Objective, buy a tasty breakfast. Reward, 800 XP, 1 roast hen. The reward seemed meager, but XP suspected this might be a crucial turning point, possibly even a prerequisite for a major quest line. He didn't hesitate. With the countdown ticking, XP bolted across the street to the nearest breakfast shop and spent all his money on the priciest item they had. Then he sprinted back. "Here's your breakfast," he said, panting heavily as he handed it to Zhou Ning. The system confirmed quest completion. "Thanks," Zhou Ning replied with a smile. He nudged the affinity slider a bit to the right. Wayne Sturwell's affinity toward you increased by 3. Current status, indifferent. XP let out a sigh of relief. At least it went up this time. Just as he was about to speak, the NPC said something that got him pumped. "You seem like a decent guy. I need help with something important. Can I trust you?" "Of course. Absolutely." XP pounded his chest in excitement. "I knew I was a pro gamer. Chain quest, here I come. There's going to be an attack on the welcome event today, an alchemical bombing targeting Vic University. There should be 4 suspicious individuals on site carrying alchemical bombs. If you notice anything unusual, don't engage, come straight to me." Zhou Ning began editing a new quest. "You've triggered a D-rank quest, Terror Alert. Quest hint, assist protagonist Wayne Sturwell and the Sunwatchers in identifying 4 suspicious individuals. Quest rank, D. Objective: defuse the threat. Reward: 2000 XP. Unlock Wayne Sturwell's personal shop. I, XP, am truly blessed by the gaming gods. His eyes were practically glowing. I just got in, and I'm already part of a major event. The moment the quest appeared, the stream chat exploded. WTF, lucky bastard. This isn't fair. Quit streaming and go pro again. Why are you doing this to us? Told you Wayne Sturwell was the main character. Look, the quest says it outright. But XB didn't care about the jealous comments. He eagerly accepted the quest, eyes wide and ears perked as he scanned the crowd for anything suspicious. Zhou Ning watched him go with a small smile. He honestly didn't care if XB found anything. This was just a test of the NPC functionality, and it had gone extremely well. He was already thinking of countless ways to harvest eager players. XB's stream was pulling in plenty of viewers. As he got benefits, others would only get more tempted. And that, too, was part of the plan. Chapter 47, Terror Attack. 1778 words. Chapter 47, Terror Attack. The following days passed peacefully, too peacefully. The anticipated assault never came. Instead, XB stayed on high alert, tirelessly patrolling back and forth with unwavering dedication. His persistence was nothing short of commendable. At the school gates, new students had formed a long line at the registration booth, signing up in an orderly fashion. It wasn't until 9:20 a.m., coinciding with Sir Archibald's birthday, that the atmosphere finally began to liven up. A stage had been erected in front of the main gate of Vic University, encircling the registration area. Regardless of whether they had finished registering or not, even passers-by could clearly see the performances on stage. Zhou Ning had already entered full alert mode by this point. If he were the one planning to throw an alchemical bomb, he would definitely choose this exact moment. The first event on stage was Hot-Blooded Dodgeball from the Warrior Department, which Zhou Ning also suspected was the most likely moment for something to go wrong. The rules were simple. Two teams took turns hurling balls at each other using warrior techniques, and hitting the opponent's body earned a point. Though the rules were basic, both sides used martial skills and combat aura, resulting in powerful, visually thrilling blows. To Zhou Ning's surprise, he spotted Sherlock and Bobby on one of the teams, both wearing short-sleeved jerseys. He had no idea how they'd gotten in, but in uniform they looked hilariously like Li Tai. Zhou Ning regretted not having a camera to capture Sherlock's athletic glory. The match was intense but ultimately uneventful. No incidents occurred. After a while, Sherlock, looking grim, changed his clothes and spoke briefly with Ian and the others before heading over to Zhou Ning. "How's it looking?" Zhou Ning asked. "Nothing so far. But we've set up plenty of detectors at the scene. The moment there's a significant alchemical reaction, they'll start beeping." Zhou Ning nodded. The technology in this world wasn't too primitive. He guessed the detectors were similar to heat sensors and thermal cutoffs found in gas lamps. After a few more words, Sherlock hurried off again. The next two performances weren't particularly interesting. Things only started getting exciting with the fourth act, which even drew Zhou Ning's attention. The performance was given by Elvis Bart from the Mage Department, a young, handsome man with brown hair, reportedly quite popular with the ladies. His act was a magic trick called retrieving objects from a mirror. "There are 10 items in the mirror," Elvis Bart announced charmingly with a smile. Zhou Ning recalled a similar trick in his previous life, where identical objects were placed on both sides of the mirror to exploit visual misdirection. At first, Zhou Ning thought Elvis Bart was using the same technique, but he quickly realized this was something else entirely. Elvis moved with lightning speed, continuously pulling objects from the mirror: a monocle, a matchbox, a hat, a pipe, a cane, a bow tie, a shirt, a staff, a black tailcoat. Each item drew surprised gasps from the audience. And now for the 10th item. Elvis reached into the mirror again. This time, he yanked out half the body of a monstrous insect with massive mandibles, flailing limbs, and a total length of 10 meters, the other half still stuck inside the mirror. Bloodsucker worm. The crowd immediately fell into a panic. This was a monstrous, human blood-drinking beast native to the northern wilderness. Adult bloodsucker worms could grow up to 18 to 20 meters long, and were extremely dangerous. "Oops, wrong item," Elvis said with a shrug, smiling as he tossed the creature back into the mirror. But when he reached in again, everyone noticed a dark shadow inside the mirror pulling against him. Once more, the crowd applauded, thinking it was all part of the act. Moments later, Elvis won the tug-of-war and pulled out a glowing black orb, casually tossing it toward the crowd. Suddenly, a shrill beeping rang out across the venue. Panic erupted instantly. The change was far too abrupt. Elvis had only just retrieved the black orb before it seemed on the verge of detonation. Even Ian, who was closest, had no time to react. He barely managed to reach for his gun. The crowd surged back in a wave of fear, voices mingling in shouts and screams. A gunshot rang out. A bullet hit the orb midair, detonating it into a massive fireball 3 to 4 meters wide. Ian breathed a sigh of relief and turned toward the shooter. Zhou Ning's gun barrel was still smoking, and he was already coolly aiming at Elvis and pulling the trigger again. Elvis's body shattered like glass and then reformed 10 meters away. Ian snapped to attention and began firing steadily at Elvis as well. But Elvis didn't even glance at him. A suit of gleaming azure ice armor materialized over his body, blocking Ian's bullets effortlessly. Ethereal flames flared silently from his arm, coalescing into another black fireball. He hurled it directly at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning's skill bar lit up, Gun Fu, deadly rhythm. Sensing danger, Zhou Ning instinctively dove to the side, tucking into a roll midair. The black fireball slammed into the ground, leaving a deep, blazing crater. Just as Zhou Ning was about to hit the ground, a sharp warning flared in his mind. His innate extreme calmness ability kicked in, clearing his thoughts. A shotgun appeared in his hands. He fired at the ground. Dirt exploded. Using the recoil, Zhou Ning launched himself back into the air. The system interface flashed. Due to intense combat, you have learned a new combat skill, Flying Gun. Flying Gun, a technique that uses firearm recoil to control aerial movement. Requires precise gun control to master flight distance and altitude. A gust scattered the dust, revealing a stealthy lightning spell striking the spot where Zhou Ning had just been. Elvis, having missed his guaranteed strike, shook his head in disappointment. Hurricane. Sherlock arrived just then, chanting a spell. A cloud of powder drifted toward Elvis. A sudden gust tore through the air, and Elvis staggered under the force. Zhou Ning, still airborne, spotted the opening and fired at his footing. A flaming bullet wrapped in black energy shot from the barrel. Your ripple shot hit Elvis Bart. Armament hockey weakened his defenses. You dealt 329 points of true damage. With the notification, Elvis froze mid-step. His ice armor shattered, and blood gushed from his wounds. He looked at Zhou Ning in shock, then vanished and reappeared a dozen meters away, still clutching his wound as he fled the scene. Although the battle seemed long, everything had happened in under 30 seconds. Zhou Ning straightened in the air, landed smoothly, and looked at the interface with satisfaction. It was his first time combining armament hockey with ripple shot, and the results exceeded expectations. In the distance, 2 more sharp beeps sounded. Sherlock and Bobby raced toward the source. Gunfire erupted in that direction. Tables and chairs were overturned, decorations ripped down. A man clutched his chest, groaning in pain from a gunshot wound. Zhou Ning saw Leandro arrive at the scene. He drew his sword and charged at a student-like figure holding an alchemical bomb. In an instant, Leandro's sword left an afterimage and a severed arm soared into the air. As expected of a child of the plane, Zhou Ning couldn't help but admire. Just as he exhaled in relief, an even more urgent alarm blared behind him. A pair of red-eyed horned horses crashed through the school wall, pulling a bulky public carriage straight into the crowd. The alchemical bomb was clearly inside the carriage. XB was the closest. With no time to dodge, he was struck like a truck victim, sent flying, and hit the ground lifelessly. Stop the carriage. Several Sunwatchers, including Ian and Cherry, tried to halt the vehicle. But it only accelerated. They shot at the driver, only to watch his body swell grotesquely the moment bullets hit, transforming into a monstrous abomination. Dark green skin, a bloated face barely recognizable. For the true god Nyastora, the coachman howled, eyes burning red. Zhou Ning. He recognized the coachman and immediately pieced together what had happened. This was a mid-game undead puppet, a creation of the cursed church. Weak spot, the head. Slow-moving, but not hard to deal with. Just yesterday, they'd been chatting. The coachman had grumbled about work, but also said he'd endure it for his family's sake. He'd even said hopefully, just a few more months, and I'll be able to rent a slightly bigger place. My two boys might even get into school. Zhou Ning's pupils dilated slightly. He sprinted forward and raised his gun, firing without hesitation. Mozambique drill. Ripple shot. Ripple shot. 3 flame-imbued bullets laced with armament hockey shot forward in a straight line, piercing the coachman's skull. A bloody hole appeared in his forehead, his health bar instantly evaporated, and his head drooped. You hit Jim's vital point. You dealt 469 plus 532 plus 623 damage. Target killed. Just then, XB freshly revived saw the whole scene, and gasped in shock. Such a massive monster taken out in one volley. How powerful is this NPC? The buzzing grew even louder. Zhou Ning let out a sharp exhale and surged forward. His revolver cylinder spun with a click, an empty shell clinked to the ground, and he pulled the trigger again at the charging wildebeest. Blood sprayed. The beast let out a shrill, tormented screech and collapsed sideways. Due to its massive weight, even the wheels of the public transport carriage were lifted off the ground, tilting it at an angle. Zhou Ning rushed forward, using the slanted wheels as footholds to swiftly climb onto the roof. He smashed through the top and fired 2 quick shots down into the carriage. With those 2 gunshots, the deafening buzzing in the area abruptly ceased. Everyone, Ian, Cherry, XB, and the live stream viewers, was dumbfounded by the swift and fluid sequence of moves. Ian's eyes were filled with awe, while XB actually felt his hands trembling. It was just that incredible. Even though they'd already watched 2 episodes of the series, this was their first time seeing Zhou Ning fight up close. His composure and effortless, surgical combat style had them completely mesmerized. He was unbelievably powerful. Someone had even already uploaded the live stream footage to the forum. Meanwhile, the battle at the other front had also concluded. A prompt appeared on Zhou Ning's interface: B-rank mission, conspiracy completed. Claim your reward. Zhou Ning frowned and selected no. The mission was clearly complete, so why was it still just B rank? Could it be that? Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Private Shop 1667 words. Chapter 48, Private Shop. Zhou Ning was instantly gripped by a profound sense of unease. The Alchemy Council member from the Life Alchemy Society, frequently mentioned in the series, had yet to make an appearance. Now, it was abundantly clear that the school teacher Elvis was one of them. There was no reason he wouldn't know that Hallwig was already dead. He might even know about Hallwig's habit of keeping a diary. This was a real world. One must never underestimate the enemy's intelligence. So was it possible that even Hallwig's death was part of their plan, that the diary had been deliberately planted as bait? This is so damn messed up. Even in a game, there's no escaping scheming and mind games. If things really were as he suspected, then this could be much more serious than it looked. Zhou Ning looked around but didn't see Sherlock. What he did see was Ian's blazing, reverent gaze fixed on him. Even John, standing a short distance away, was looking at him with eyes glistening faintly, as though some incredible talent had just awakened. A chill ran down Zhou Ning's spine. Had he maybe gone a little too far with his performance? When Ian noticed Zhou Ning's gaze on him, he hurried over and even used honorifics, speaking with careful politeness. "Mr. Wayne, are you all right?" Zhou Ning shuddered. Waving his hand to show he was fine, he asked, "Where's Sherlock?" "I have something important to discuss with him." "Sherlock is in communication with the school administration. Please wait a moment." Ian didn't hesitate and immediately headed into the school. He hadn't expected that at the most critical moment earlier, it would be this young man whom he'd once underestimated who proved the most dependable. Single-handedly repelling Elvis, killing the mutated coachman, and dismantling the bomb, it was no exaggeration to call it a last-minute save. In an era where supernatural power was only just beginning to emerge, this guy was a walking golden ticket. Running a simple errand for him was nothing. Zhou Ning had no idea what Ian was thinking. He simply stood there and waited for Sherlock. Roughly 2 minutes later, Sherlock hurried over, his expression tense. "Ian said you needed to speak to me urgently. Thank goodness for your help today. Without you, I fear there would have been many casualties." Zhou Ning didn't respond to the thanks. He got straight to the point and voiced his suspicion. "I want to know what nation was involved in today's state visit at the Withers Higher Cathedral Square." Sherlock paused, face darkening as he blurted out in alarm, "Ruins." He immediately summoned a few members of the Sunwatchers and rushed toward 2 carriages waiting at the corner of the street. "Wayne, come with me. We need your help." A system prompt appeared. "You have triggered the follow-up plot for B-rank mission Conspiracy. The mission Conspiracy has been upgraded to A rank." At last, it was all lining up. Zhou Ning exhaled with relief and nodded. Just before getting into the carriage, he turned to XB. "You come too." "He might be of use," Zhou Ning explained to Sherlock. "I can come too." XB had heard him, and was overwhelmed by a sense of honored surprise. After Sherlock nodded in approval, he quickly followed Zhou Ning into the carriage. Zhou Ning smiled as he looked out the window. Taking XB along had nothing to do with usefulness, he was completely useless. Sure, XB had potential in the arena later on, but that was a long way off. The real reason was his popularity. Things were probably going to get dangerous soon, and having a glorified live streamer and part-time commentator on hand was a good investment. With that, the mission wrapped up and XB received a prompt, D-rank mission terror attack complete. You've gained 2000 EXP. Wayne Sturwell's favorability toward you has increased by 5 points. Current level, indifferent. Would you like to grant XB access to your private shop? Zhou Ning chose yes without hesitation. A trade interface, similar to those in common online games from his past life, popped up in front of him. It had 2 tabs, one for items and the other for skills. On the item tab, Zhou Ning could list anything he owned, including goods obtained from the simulator. The skill tab allowed him to selectively list skills he had mastered. He tried putting up a few items, and a prompt appeared immediately. Please write a description for the item and set a price. You may also configure purchase conditions, including but not limited to favorability, level, faction, nationality. Even favorability could be set as a restriction. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. That gave him much more flexibility. In this game, the most time-consuming things were grinding favorability and reputation. Back then, when he played as a mage, he had to run over 70 fetch quests, and spend an absurd amount of money just to raise Royal Court Mage Elon's favorability enough to learn the Fire Dragon spell. Now the tables had turned, and it was his turn to set the favorability requirements. Talk about poetic justice. Zhou Ning quickly configured and published his shop. NPC Wayne Sturwell has granted you access to his private shop. XB received the prompt immediately. The main character's private shop. Time to go full whale mode. XB wasn't about to let this opportunity slip past. He opened the private shop at once. Items were neatly arranged according to rarity and price. The moment XB laid eyes on it, he was completely transfixed, momentarily dizzy from the sheer array of choices. All his emotions boiled down into a single word, holy shit. At this point, his live stream viewership had surged to a staggering 12 million, and was still rising. The chat was a blizzard of comments, but the most frequently repeated line was also 2 words, holy shit. The stone mask, my god. Even though it's just a usage license, it can turn someone into a hidden vampire race and drastically increase combat power. I'd stop being human in a heartbeat. Sure, vampires are strong, but there are drawbacks. Sunlight will burn you to ash. That's like lighting a lantern just to look for death. We're players, what's there to fear? Just wear a hat and bundle up. Besides, it's not like you can't respawn. You'd be unstoppable at night. The early game advantage would be insane. Did nobody notice those guns? They look like the same model Wayne uses. I'd go for a devil fruit. Even though it says out of stock, that doesn't mean it can't appear. You could gain all kinds of powers. Sounds amazing. Who is my husband? How does he even have all this stuff? He's the main character, duh. It's not weird for him to have some treasures. XB was practically drooling. Stone mask, out-of-stock devil fruits, mini mechanical warrior cards, Browning M1906 pocket pistols, M1 Garand rifles. Every single one was god tier in his eyes. Just getting his hands on a few would instantly make him the flashiest player in the game, leagues ahead of everyone else. Then he looked at the prices. They were completely beyond his means. Those awesome guns started at 15 vectas. The mini mechanical warrior card was 50 vectas plus 10 favorability. The devil fruit. A staggering 500 vectas. Are you messing with me, fat tiger? XB couldn't help but shed the tears of poverty. The item shop made him feel the cruel disparity of life. Then he clicked over to the skill shop and was ready to cry again. Everything was amazing. Just in the general skills category alone, there was marksmanship mastery, occultism, and mechanical expertise. Each one looked incredibly powerful. Scrolling further, he was left dumbfounded. What even are these? Throwing techniques. Armament hockey. Ripple breathing. Mozambique drill. Rapid pursuit. Ripple breathing, especially just learning it passively, increased strength and agility, and regular training could permanently boost both stats. This has to be a protagonist-only skill, right? It has to be. XB howled internally. But the one that truly stole his heart was a knowledge book for a hidden class, Wandering Gunslinger. Priced at 30 vectas, not too expensive, but it required 30 points of favorability with the main character. A hidden class. XB stared at Zhou Ning in shock. Zhou Ning saw right through him, and gave a mysterious smile. That knowledge book was just some random junk with an altered description. He'd set the favorability requirement himself. The goal was to bait players. Sure, it was a bit scammy now, but the payoff would come eventually. So the main character's class is Wandering Gunslinger. That revelation sent not just XB, but also his viewers, into a frenzy. A class that screamed mystery and coolness. Of course it belonged to the protagonist. Though he couldn't afford it yet, XB wasn't discouraged. If anything, he was more determined than ever. He had a goal to strive toward now. He checked his cash and EXP. Just enough to buy marksmanship mastery. Without hesitation, he bought and learned it. Wandering Gunslinger, it's mine, no matter what. Skill marksmanship mastery learned. You gain 2000 EXP and 10 roast hens. Player skill purchases automatically funneled the cost to Zhou Ning as tuition. According to Apocalypse's rules, teaching a skill didn't consume it. No matter what XB learned from him, Zhou Ning only stood to benefit. It was far more efficient than grinding alchemy like a peasant. After harvesting his first little leak, Zhou Ning stretched and opened the simulation panel. The Vic University was east of Darkland City. It would take about 20 minutes at full speed to reach Withers Higher Cathedral Square. That gave him just enough time to run a simulation and strengthen himself. He was dead set on claiming that A-rank mission reward. He checked his balance. The Hall of Curiosities had given him 19 Traversal coins, and he'd received one from the overnight allowance. Zhou Ning spent 50 vectas to recharge 5 more coins, then chose to traverse once again. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Observation Hockey 1318 words. Chapter 49. Observation Hockey. Zhou Ning hadn't been very satisfied with his last transmigration. It felt too bland. The world of One Piece was different from the 2 previous urban worlds. It had a survival of the fittest flavor. If possible, he hoped to go for a more aggressive approach this time. Traversal in progress, -25 traversal coins deducted. Please select a transmigration mode. Direct traversal. Transmigrate using a parallel world template. With nearly 1,000 vectas on hand, Zhou Ning wasn't short on cash. If a good template popped up this time, he'd buy it outright. 2 days had passed since his last transmigration. The previous 3 templates, Yakuza Fiend, Basketball Superstar, and Demon Doctor, had already been cycled out. Now, 3 new templates had appeared. The first one featured a fierce-looking version of himself holding a longsword, shirtless, with a red cape tied around his waist, and ridiculously exaggerated pecs. His personality was ferocious and battle-hungry. His talents were, grows stronger with battle, blue, Leonidas, purple, and endurance, blue. Skills included swordsmanship expert, and hand-to-hand combat expert. Title, Spartan Warrior Zhou Ning. Traversal cost, 15 traversal coins. Too mediocre. Not exciting at all. What was he supposed to do with this in the One Piece world? Guard a hot spring gate. The second template was a returning option, a fire-type superpower user, Zhou Ning, City Burning Flame, priced at 250 traversal coins. Still couldn't afford it. The third template showed a deadpan, bald version of himself in a yellow outfit with red gloves and a white cape. Personality, calm and low-key. No talents. Skills included, Secret Training Method Divine Level, Normal Punch Series Divine Level, Serious Series Divine Level. Title, One Punch Man Zhou Ning. Traversal cost, a terrifying 2,000 traversal coins. Despite being quite wealthy, Zhou Ning still found himself shedding the tears of poverty. He had no choice but to select option 1. Would you like to spend 1 more traversal coin to reroll your talents? No, the previous 3 talents were already decent, should be enough to clear the world. You have selected Talent 1, Talent 6, and Talent 9. Your current talents are Mermaid, Medical Doctorate, Grandpa in a Ring. Your constant talent is Tony Stark. Additional talent, Athletic Prodigy. Match successful. In the parallel world, you are a playboy and a scientific prodigy. You're exceptionally talented, having earned a medical doctorate and a national swimming championship by the age of 20. You also possess an ancient-looking ring, a curio you stumbled upon in a street market. Current world exploration progress, 21. When it reaches 66.7%, you will be granted access to unlock the next map. If you die during the simulation, the game ends. Boarding time machine. Traversal complete. You've transmigrated to the year 1516 on the open sea. From this moment, the wheels of history begin to turn. July 1, 1516, you're drifting across the vast ocean, clinging to a piece of driftwood. You have no supplies, no food, no water, just a ring on your finger. You try communicating with Roger inside the ring, but get no response. You realize he might need more food to wake up. July 2, 1516, since you already possess the method to train in armament hockey, you realize swimming itself can be a form of training. The sea is rich in fish, so you prepare a large amount of food. Sure enough, by nightfall, the supply begins to decrease. July 4, 1516, on your 4th day adrift, it rains. You collect a large amount of rainwater, intending to hang in there for a few more days. But to your surprise, you spot an island in the distance. July 6, 1516, after swimming for 2 days, you reach the island, a village full of windmills. The locals are warm and friendly, except for one bratty little kid. That's right, Monkey D., July 8, 1516, using your brilliant medical skills, you cure the village chief's sudden illness. With his help, you settle temporarily in Windmill Village and open a small clinic. But you're more interested in training your body than treating patients. After all, a man must strive for strength. July 12, 1516, you've read novels like Village Spring Doctor and Village Flirty Medic before. Now it's become reality. Thanks to your playboy charm and good looks, you've entered a relationship with the bar owner Makino. There were rumors she had a child with Shanks, but you're sure that hasn't happened yet. Oh, and good news, your pocket grandpa finally woke up. Yep, the amnesiac death row inmate. July 13, 1516, although your first meeting with Luffy didn't go well, thanks to Makino's mediation, you've become friends. You also befriend Ace. Roger tells you he feels a strange sense of affection for Ace. Of course, one's the big-headed son, the other the small-headed dad. July 15, 1516, at Roger's request, you spar with Ace. Naturally, you get beaten badly. Strangely enough, Roger seems pleased. July 17, 1516, after working hard to bond, your relationship with Roger has improved rapidly. He tells you he doesn't recall what armament hockey is, but if you follow his advice and ramp up intensity, you'll grow strong quickly. Apparently, that's how he did it back in the day. July 18, 1516, Roger wasn't kidding about the intensity. You nearly died from the training. But as a PhD-level medical expert, with thorough knowledge of internal medicine, surgery, and anatomy, you're not afraid. As long as it doesn't kill you, keep training. November 29, 1516, whether it's because of your previous transmigration experience or your intense training, you actually learned armament hockey more than a year earlier than before. You spar with Ace again and this time, manage to narrowly win half a move. December 4, 1516, at Roger's request, you teach the method for armament hockey training to Ace and Luffy. Perhaps this world's Ace and Luffy will be much stronger than in the original timeline. December 17, 1516, your bond with the two brothers grows stronger each day. In the original story, Ace sets sail next year. You're seriously considering pulling them into your crew and forming a one-piece version of the TFBOYS. December 21, 1516, today, you encounter Garp returning home to visit. You were hoping to mooch off him and learn things like finger pistol and iron body, but after you beat Ace again, he punches you without even asking questions. Damn old coot. December 24, 1516, you refuse Garp's invitation to join the Navy. Come on, joining the Navy while hanging out with the Pirate King. What a joke. December 25, 1516, you refuse Garp again. Rather than be a Marine, you'd rather be a freeman on the sea. Give me liberty or give me death. December 27, 1516, Garp tells you your armament hockey talent is high, and you might also have a knack for observation hockey. If you behave, he might even teach you the Navy 6 styles. Under his threats and bribes, you shamelessly agree. Maybe being a spy isn't such a bad idea after all. February 1, 1517, after one last romantic night with Makino, you board the ship to Marine headquarters with Garp. To your surprise, your pocket grandpa seems even more excited than you. He says a railman belongs on the sea, and whether pirate or Marine doesn't make much of a difference. February 2, 1517, the course of Garp's ship is strange. Instead of crossing the red line, it passes through the calm belt. Today, you see a sea king larger than a mountain for the first time, only its shadowy figure, but it's enough to leave you awestruck. February 9, 1517, Garp begins teaching you observation hockey. His training method: beat you within an inch of your life. Absolutely outrageous. Roger wholeheartedly agrees. Chapter 50, Second time in the pirate world. 1454 words. Chapter 50, second time in the pirate world. February 10, 1517. Today marks the first day of your observation hockey training under Garp. Honestly, it wasn't too bad. You were still calm enough afterward to analyze your injuries. Just 2 broken ribs, nothing major. A few scrapes. Not even worth mentioning. February 12, 1517. After a day of rest, training resumed. More scrapes today. That old bastard really doesn't pull his punches. February 17, 1517. After a week of persistent training, you feel like you've grown stronger. At the very least, you're dodging attacks more often. You've learned a general skill, dodge. February 21, 1517. You finally reached the gate of justice. Gazing at the towering structure and the complex ocean currents surrounding it, you could only marvel at the wonders of this world. Later that day, you arrived at the Marine Headquarters, Marineford. February 23, 1517. Upon arriving at the base, you discovered that there were as many as 3,000 new Marine recruits here. While you weren't the strongest among them, you were certainly the most handsome. Among the new recruits were all kinds of strange types. Some resembled boar men, others were over 5 meters tall. Roger told you he'd even seen someone who looked like a baboon. February 24, 1517. Today, the official recruit training began. You felt quite ambitious after all. As a transmigrator who had read One Piece fanfics, Zephyr's training camp was your obvious first choice. But fate had other plans. Garp's aide, Bogard, informed you that Zephyr had basically retired last year. The current instructor was a vice admiral named Strawberry, someone you didn't recognize at all. February 25, 1517. You reported to the recruit camp. Instructor Strawberry turned out to be one of the Longhead tribe, with flowing facial hair, and an estimated height of 2.1 meters, 0.7 of which was just his head. As a medical doctor, you concluded that this was a condition. One that definitely needed treatment. March 2, 1517. The intensity of the training camp wasn't too much for you. Now that you've mastered armament hockey, you felt that even fighting a Marine HQ colonel wouldn't necessarily be a losing battle. But combined with Garp's special training, things got tougher, and scrapes became a regular thing again. Today, Roger told you he's slowly starting to remember things. With a steady supply of food, this process might speed up. March 5, 1517. You discovered a library in Marineford town that was open to regular sailors. In a dusty corner, you found a book titled 100 Sword Techniques. Excited, you borrowed it only to discover it was indeed a beginner's swordsmanship manual. Even Roger agreed it was decent. But the last move left you baffled. If swordsmanship doesn't work, just pull out a flintlock pistol and shoot your opponent. The move was titled, "Sir, Times Have Changed." You've learned the skill, Basic Swordsmanship Beginner. March 14, 1517. Over this time, your friendship with Roger deepened. You found him to be a pretty good guy, especially given how quickly he picked up modern slang from you. You suspect he'd adapt quickly if thrown into the modern world. March-April 1517. In addition to basic training in the recruit camp, you continued studying swordsmanship and armament hockey with Roger, and observation hockey with Garp. You even managed to squeeze in some time for reading in the library. Your swordsmanship and armament hockey improved rapidly. You earned the achievement, Master of Time Management. April 6, 1517. The first recruit battle took place, and you won in overwhelming fashion. Vice Admiral Strawberry was deeply impressed, and believed you had the potential to become an officer of general rank. You received a reward, a flintlock pistol, and a sharp rapier. You tucked the pistol into your coat. After all, when in doubt, it's time for the times to change. May 2, 1517. Today marked a historic moment in your observation hockey training. You managed to dodge about half of Garp's attacks. It felt as if some divine force guided you. You could somehow predict where the attacks would come from. A strange sensation. Roger, however, insisted this wasn't premonition, but a conditioned stress response from all the beatings. That actually makes sense. May 7, 1517. The final phase of recruit training began. As the top of your class, you were finally introduced to one of the Navy's 6 styles, Shave Soru. The simplest of the 6 techniques, it allows high-speed movement by stomping on the ground dozens of times in an instant to generate explosive recoil. It wasn't too difficult for you, but would still require some practice. May 9, 1517. Turns out you underestimated yourself. After just 2 days of training, you mastered the basics of shave. You've learned a combat skill, Shave Beginner. June 2, 1517. After 3 months, the recruit training camp ended. Unsurprisingly, you finished first. Your scores were nearly on par with Akainu's from back in the day. People said you already had the strength of a colonel, or even a rear admiral. But due to a lack of seniority, you were promoted only to captain. Still, you were already considered the Navy's brightest rising star in the last 3 years. July 6, 1517. You were assigned to Vice Admiral Strawberry's ship to begin your internship. Through a newspaper, you learned that your friend Ace had also set out to sea, and obtained the flame fruit. You recalled your time with him in Windmill Village a year ago, and felt you'd surely meet again someday on the sea. August 1517. In the first half of the Grand Line, you captured your first pirate, Silica the Rhino of the Rhino Pirates, bounty 25 million berries. September 1517 to March 1518. You performed well aboard Strawberry's ship, personally capturing 23 pirates, some good, some bad. You felt conflicted, but Strawberry was unfazed. He told you pirates have their own code, but the Marines have their duty, and that duty is to capture pirates. On February 14, you found a strange-looking fruit aboard a pirate ship. You didn't need anyone to tell you what it was. You obtained an epic item, devil fruit. If taken out of this world, it can be added to the Hall of Curiosities, with a limit of 1. March 15, 1518. Roger told you that eating a devil fruit does make one stronger, but aside from the curse of the sea, there's another hidden danger. He couldn't quite remember what it was. What a dumbass. Still, despite your doubts, you decided to hold on to the devil fruit for now. March 20, 1518. You received a transfer order and were promoted to Marine HQ Lieutenant Colonel, temporarily stationed as second-in-command at the Sabaody Archipelago. This is a strange island made of giant trees, strange in more ways than one. April 3, 1518. A day to remember. While pursuing pirates, you encountered Scratchman Apu, captain of the on-air pirates and a sound fruit user. At first, you were on the losing side, but then something clicked. You entered a strange state of awareness, an almost premonitory intuition. When fully focused, you could roughly predict Apu's next move. You turned the tables and captured him. One of the supernovas, bounty 250 million berries. Even Strawberry was stunned. You gained a skill, observation hockey beginner. You earned the achievement, silence is golden. April-June 1518. Your reputation began spreading across the Grand Line. You were hailed as the Navy's new hope. June 16, 1518. Thanks to your capture of Scratchman Apu, you were promoted to colonel. Strawberry told you that to have your own ship, you'd need to reach general rank, but that day wouldn't be far off. June-October 1518. The Marine garrison on Sabaody Archipelago received high-level orders to capture 2 enslaved giants from the long-arm pirates. You were one of the hunters. But by the time you cornered them, the 2 giants had already joined up with their rescuers. What followed was an unforgettable scene, so moving you momentarily forgot to act. To shield his comrades, one of the giants used his massive body as a wall to block the Marines' pursuit. He took the Navy's swords and gunfire with his flesh and blood. In the end, he even snapped his slave collar, triggering a fatal explosion. His final words, "For freedom." Truthfully, this giant wasn't all that strong. You could have defeated him easily. But for some reason, from him you sensed a different kind of strength, not survival of the fittest, but spirit, loyalty, and freedom. Unknowingly, a new power began to awaken in you. You gained a skill, Conqueror's Hockey Beginner. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.